Rigdon. So practice is a serious test. It is one thing to read religious legends and dream that you will become the same spiritual person like their characters, and it is quite another to really work on yourself in each day, do spiritual practices, and control your thoughts. In treatises of Buddhism, for example, the ability of a person to control his supernatural powers is called possessing miraculous powers. It is also said there that a perfect person can influence the world right up to the heavens of Brahma, the seventh dimension, and that the way to the heavens of Brahma starts with the renunciation of the attachment to the 6 worlds of passion of the wheel of life. For example, in the collection of the Buddhist sacred texts Tripitaka, there is a very interesting sutra called the Fruits of Reclusion. By the way, the word sutra, when translated from Sanskrit, literally means a thread on which pearls are strung. In ancient Indian literature, they called a fragmentary utterance so, and later a collection of such utterances. However, while reading the collection of the Buddhist sacred texts Tripitaka, including the sutra The Fruits of Reclusion, one must bear in mind that these texts contain not the actual words of Buddha, but his teaching, which for a long time was passed down by word of mouth and which was written down later. Besides, as the religion of Buddhism was being formed, changes were made to it over the centuries. In other words, one must be aware of the fact that this is not the original information, but already its interpretation by many minds over centuries. If a person is unaware of subtleties of the spiritual work and lacks practical experience of meditation, he will naturally be retelling, interpreting, or translating this information into other languages while being guided solely by his own worldview and his own understanding on this matter, so to say, from the perspective of a resident of a 3-dimensional world. So the sutra mentions Buddha's conversation with Ajatashatru, king of Magadha, of an ancient country that was once located in northeast India. The king asks Buddha, what is the visible fruit of reclusion? That is, what is the result of doing spiritual practices in this world? Buddha, using everyday allegories that can be understood by a common man, recounts the teaching of the path, which a monk who is seeking to get to nirvana walks as a person who is engaged in spiritual self-perfection and meditations. This sutra also mentions that a monk must follow the commandments of moral behavior. It tells about the joys of self-restraint and about the outcome of spiritual work on yourself. Furthermore, it emphasizes that the monk understands the result of the work with the mind which is in samadhi, a pure, clear one, obedient and collected, which has achieved dispassion. The state of samadhi, when translated from Sanskrit, means adding together, joining, integrity, unity. In the Indian philosophy, this state of enlightenment and supreme harmony is seen as the ultimate goal of meditation practices. In Buddhism, samadhi is considered to be the final stage of the Eightfold Path, which according to their philosophy must bring man right up to nirvana. This sutra also mentions this body of mine has a shape and consists of 4 great elements. In philosophical discussions, the 4 great elements are usually interpreted as air, earth, water, and fire. Such allegories, by which the ancients meant the 4 main essences, were often used in sacred scriptures while discussing self-perfection of man and his energy structure, which is invisible to the eye. Sutra 87 of the Fruits of Reclusion describes a manifestation of various superpowers in a person who has achieved the state of samadhi. He, being one, becomes many, and being many becomes one. He becomes visible to the eye and invisible. He easily passes through walls, ramparts, mountains, as if through the air. He penetrates the earth as if through water. He walks on water like on terra firma, without sinking. Sitting with his legs crossed, he ascends to the sky like a winged bird. He can touch the moon and the sun with his palm, although they're strong and powerful. Up to the heavens of Brahma, he can exert influence by means of his body. It is not the physical body that is meant here. This sutra mentions what Buddhists call the acquired, phenomenal, mystical body. The Sanskrit name in English transcription is Nirmanakaya, that is, a ghostly, transformed body of experiences. From this body of his, he creates another body which has a form, consists of the mind, is endowed with all the big and small parts, and which knows no detriment to vital abilities. At that, there is confusion even in this matter, and endless theoretical discussions take place about what this phenomenal body really means. The body of transformation, of a different state of consciousness, the physical body of Buddha or Bodhisattva, a body of an illusion, manifestation, or the perfect potential of the mind as a physical form. Such disagreements indicate that people have lost the essence of the main knowledge and judge it only by the remaining external forms, and that coming from the human mind. But in reality, everything is simple. The energy body, which is located in 6 dimensions, is approximately the same in humans. It has the form of a 4-sided truncated pyramid with a detached top. It is just that most people do not see it and do not even know it exists. But it does not mean that it does not influence their lives, fate, and activity. As people say, as long as your liver does not hurt, you don't think about it, if of course you know it exists. When a person works on himself, carries out spiritual practices, and takes daily care of the liberation of his soul, his energy structure changes and gradually transforms into a qualitatively different structure, which I have already mentioned. And when the personality merges with the soul, a new spiritual being is formed, which no longer needs the material shell. In other words, thanks to this, a resident of 3-dimensional space becomes a resident of 7-dimensional space. Anastasia. From the standpoint of the gained spiritual experience and the understanding of the key to that primordial knowledge which you've given us, those arguments of theorists seem quite ridiculous. Sometimes the discussions described in their treatises resemble a situation with 2 students who have memorized different theories by heart and argue with each other, shouting themselves hoarse about the essence of a practical production process. However, neither of them has personal experience of working in production. That is, there is no understanding of what production really is. Against the backdrop of such philosophical debates, those authors noticeably stand out who do not talk nonsense, but who really share their practical spiritual experience with the world while walking the spiritual path, even though intuitively at some points but still in the right direction. One knows about this because one has personal practical experience. After all, acquiring your own practical experience helps to feel and to understand, as they say without further ado, those truly wise people who left their records through the ages and really engaged in working on themselves in the process of surmounting their spiritual path. Rigdon. Certainly, in this matter there are no borders or divisions, time or material space. What is present here is integrity and spiritual understanding, so to say unity with the truth. So different religions of India have preserved records in one form or another that during his spiritual development man acquires certain miraculous powers, Buddhism, or siddhi powers, Indian yoga. The ancient Indian word siddha means perfect. The concept of siddhi is also present both in Jainism and Hindu mythology as the name of mythical semi-divine beings possessing preternatural magical powers and inhabiting airspace. According to the ancient Indian Puranas, when translated from Sanskrit, Purana means ancient, a heroic epic story, which describe cosmological myths about the universe and outline Hindu philosophies. Semi-divine siddhis have the following supernatural properties. They can become extremely light or heavy, infinitely small or large. They can instantly move to any point in space, achieve a desired result with the power of thought, subjugate objects in time to their will, and achieve supreme power over the world. But mythology is merely camouflaged sacred knowledge about human and the world. Anastasia. So basically, these are all echoes of the past knowledge about the mastering by man of practices to control his four essences. Rigdon. Absolutely right. Moreover, they have already been thoroughly reworked by different religions. In fact, these supernatural miraculous powers in a spiritual practice are, one can say, a side effect when a person learns to control his right and left essences. It is the work of these essences in a certain, let us put it this way, mode of consciousness that manifests these superpowers in man. In Buddhist treatises, for instance, references have been preserved that having these powers, siddhis, as such is not harmful, for everything depends on man's choice, his desire. The treatises also say that Buddha himself warned monks against succumbing to various temptations in the process of unconditioning themselves. First of all, they would avoid demonstrating these miraculous powers to people who were not privy to these things, so as not to cause confusion in the minds of unbelievers. Secondly, and most importantly, they were to be wary of temptation to change their initial goal, escape to nirvana, to eternity, for empty human wishes, desire of power, magic takeover of the world, satisfying any material desires and needs, as well as longing for control and possession of anything, the possibilities of using these invisible powers for egoistic purposes and taking advantage of events. In other words, Buddha warned those walking the spiritual path against any use of these miraculous powers for personal gain. Otherwise, a person will stray from the spiritual path and will not accomplish the main goal in his life, inner transformation, fusion with the Absolute, with the world of the soul. Why did Buddha emphasize this point? Buddha had a group of disciples who were mastering the high art, as they called it, or as we say, giliership. This is a difficult path of spiritual development, and it is not meant for everyone. Figuratively speaking, this is like in reconnaissance. Not everyone who wants to be is accepted there, but only the ones who have certain personal qualities, abilities, and already existing professional skills. However, other people knew about this group of Buddhas, as they say, ones who wished to but were not participating. There have always been plenty of imitators distorting the knowledge. It must be noted that during Buddha's time, just like nowadays, many people were keen on magic and various mystical arts of secret knowledge for the sake of their egoistic desire to have invisible power over people. But it is one thing to have supernatural powers for the sake of egoistic goals and pridefulness, and quite another to use such abilities in service to the spiritual world. So Buddha warned his disciples that while passing the stages of inner transformation, it is necessary to firmly adhere to spiritual liberation, your main spiritual goal, that is exit to nirvana, as the only meaning of human existence. Otherwise, one can fall into illusion and mistake the temporary for the eternal. Anastasia. Yes, it was quite popular in ancient India for a person to acquire different supernatural powers one way or another. One can say this was a publicity stunt to popularize different religions. For example, besides the Buddhist religion, this is present in esoteric daishans, teachings of the ancient Indian philosophy, which describes yogic methods of attaining true knowledge by means of acquiring divine abilities through spiritual practices. In particular, esoteric schools still use such a notion as Shakti, as a designation of the powers that can be acquired at various stages of the practices. For instance, Jnana Shakti means powers related to the properties of clairvoyance, clairaudience, and telepathy. Kriya Shakti relates to materialization, the ability to heal or harm with the power of thought. Ishva Shakti stands for manifestation of willpower and self-control, leading to the development of supernatural abilities of the body and the ability of astral projection. Mantra Shakti means powers related to cosmic rhythms and influence on nature. Rigdan. Exactly so. When translated from Sanskrit, Shakti means power, might. Ancient Indian legends, as I have already said, mention Shakti as the primary divine creating power of the feminine principle on the scale of the universe, Adi Shakti. In spiritual practices, this power is mentioned as forces endowed with the functions of Allatra and humans' four essences. In religious legends, this creating force is represented in the form of goddesses who are the spouses of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, as well as an aspect of each and every god. Interestingly, it is mentioned that this power, Shakti, branches into smaller forces represented by special signs on lotus petals, in which not only gods but also goddesses live personally. For an uninformed person, such information looks like an ordinary religious legend, while a knowledgeable person understands perfectly what this means and what knowledge about macrocosm and man is outlined. As I have already said, ancient people, particularly in the East, allegorically compared the human energy structure to the lotus flower, where every conventional petal is one of the human essences which has its sign, lives its own life, and is responsible for the connection with a certain dimension. By knowing the sign, one can contact a specific essence directly. Anastasia. Yes, many religions have echoes of this knowledge. It's just that they have been wrapped up into such a material philosophy that it is difficult for an uninformed person not only to separate, but even to understand where spiritual grains are and where there are material additions from the human mind or substitutions from the animal mind. By the way, I recall that Chinese Taoism also regards the human body as a microcosm inhabited by various deities. Although they imagine this process in their own way, which as they understand it, is associated with the physical body and its organs. Nevertheless, it is recommended for followers of Taoism to lead a righteous life and do good deeds, supposedly in order to gain the goodwill of the spirits of the human body. Rigdon. Taoism inherited this knowledge already from ancient Chinese shamanism, where there existed the idea of a multitude of souls in a human, including the animal soul, Po, and the spiritual one, Han, which the body bound together. But there is a significant difference here and a substitution of notions already since those times. The fact is that gaining the goodwill of spirits or coming to an agreement with them actually meant making a deal with the animal mind, which due to such an implied contract made it possible for a person to perform any magical actions within 6 dimensions. The person, shaman, naively believed that the spirits served him when actually he was the one who served as a conductor of the animal mind, and these spirits could change their attitude towards him at any moment. In other words, there is a significant difference between winning the favor of spirits, including your own lateral essences, in order to have supernatural powers in the material world in your transient life, or learning to control your essences, gaining integrity, and attaining spiritual liberation, eternity. In the religion of Taoism, just like in the religion of Buddhism, a follower is also charged with the obligation to engage in the radical transformation of his body and consciousness, and use meditations as a tool of cognition. Taoism also emphasizes the fact that thanks to such transformation on the path of attaining immortality, according to their religious teaching, man acquires supernatural powers and abilities. For example, he can become invisible, travel in space, appear simultaneously in several places, compress time, and so on. Yet here's what I would like to say in this regard. Indeed, many religious concepts mention that the follower, while walking the proposed religious path, can eventually learn to have certain supernatural abilities. This attracts many people precisely from the side of the animal nature, moreover, more than spiritual grains. But sadly, many people spend their entire lives on achieving this goal, gaining supernatural abilities, wasting their energy for nothing. However, having supernatural abilities is far from the peak of perfection. There is an ancient wisdom. When man does not know God in his soul, he is ready to believe in anything. To learn some supernatural abilities does not mean to attain spiritual liberation. After all, this can be done, for instance, by people engaged in black magic. that is, by the ones who are conductors of the animal mind. But what is the result? Becoming a subpersonality and undergoing even greater torment in the future? After all, you will have to answer in double measure for all your actions, both in the visible and in the invisible worlds. Developing supernatural abilities is justified only when the person himself does not pay close attention to this process, when he's focused on his spiritual path and spiritual liberation, and at the same time when he takes on, let us put it this way, an obligation to bear responsibility of a warrior of light from the spiritual world. But this path is only for very few, and mostly people do not need to focus on having any supernatural powers. The main thing for people in their lives is to concentrate their efforts on spiritual liberation, which means spiritual work on themselves in each day. That is the most important thing. It is not people you should prove to that you're better than others. It is God to whom you must prove that you're worthy of being accepted into the spiritual world, that you're worthy of having your personality abide in eternity as a mature spiritual being. Anastasia. Yes, many religions also point at the fact that these abilities are revealed at the last stage of attainment of the truth, when, as it happens, they're basically no longer needed for earthly purposes. Rigdon. Just so, when the fusion of the personality with the soul takes place, and the seventh dimension becomes accessible to man, he already lives in it with consciousness and abides in the spiritual world. He loses all interest in the three-dimensional world, for he begins to learn all the most interesting things in the spiritual world. Generally speaking, the entire spiritual journey of man is a path of his inner conscious changes, of his radical transformation of himself. When the personality begins its journey, it does not understand many things and follows the path by intuition. Everyone bumps into their own obstacles in the process of spiritual movement and learns to overcome them. Cognizing himself, a human begins to understand the invisible side of his life, the previously uncontrolled activity of his own essences, which gave rise to not the best events in his life. So the personality realizes the root of its suffering. When man begins to understand more than is favorable to his animal nature, he ignores the needs of his egoistic existence and cultivates the habit of continual readiness to repel its attacks. Over time, this work on oneself bears spiritual fruit. It is no coincidence that it has been said, "Thought which is well guarded is the bearer of happiness." Personal choice plays a major role in a person's life. Thoughts are always dominated by that to which the personality is not indifferent. Man should monitor the situation in himself more often, observe what he thinks about, and ask himself what he chooses here and now, the suffering of this world or the eternity for himself and his soul. After all, the most important thing in life is the salvation of one's soul. By saving his soul, man also saves himself. Life, even the longest one, ends very quickly, and it ends suddenly. Every moment of living in the material world devours time mercilessly. By the way, the Sanskrit word ad, the Russian transcription of the word hell, means to eat, to devour, and to consume, or using the old Russian word zhrать, gorge. Ancient people regarded this material world as that very place which religions today call hell, and it was depicted as a monster which devours people, their fates and souls. But if a person yearns day and night to save his soul and works on himself each day, then this gives him a chance to forever leave the boundaries of the material world to go beyond suffering and constant rebirths. In order to save your soul, it is necessary to live by this desire. This must be the only dominant desire of man in his life, regardless of the circumstances of fate. But human, as a rule, even when he steps on a spiritual path, walks along it with a load of numerous banal earthly wishes, among the temptations of which it is somewhat difficult for him to keep that only wish that comes from the spiritual nature. So his questions often come from the mind. There is a good parable in this regard. A young man once came to a sage who was sitting in the lotus position at a river bank. He decided to pay his respects to the sage and to show with his whole appearance and mind that he was ready to become his disciple. The young man considered it necessary to ask him the question which, as he thought, the sage would certainly answer, and thus turn his attention to him. The young man asked, "What should I do to become wise and save my soul?" But contrary to his expectations, the sage did not reply to him, just like to other people who were coming up to him almost the entire day, asking their questions, complaining about problems, or simply expressing their respect for him. The young man decided to persevere, and so every time somebody asked the sage about something, he repeated his important question again and again. But the sage still remained silent. It so happened that towards the evening, a poor man carrying a heavy load approached the sage, who was still sitting in the lotus position, and asked which road he needed to take in order to reach the nearest town. The sage quickly rose to his feet, hoisted the poor man's load onto himself, took him to the road, pointed the direction, and explained in detail how to get to the town. Then he came back and sat down to meditate again. The young man was so amazed by what had happened that he started asking the sage desperately, "How so? Why have you replied to this man's mundane question and spared him so much time, while I spent the whole day asking you a more important question about the salvation of the soul, yet you have given me no answer?" The sage stood up and gestured for the young man to follow him towards the river. He entered the water. The young man followed him reluctantly, although the water was cold and the wind was piercing. The sage went in to a sufficient depth. He turned to the young man and suddenly seized him by the shoulders. He then quickly immersed the young man into the water up to the top of his head, despite the latter's desperate attempts to break free from his strong arms. Finally, the sage released the young man, who, after hastily resurfacing, started breathing greedily and could not get enough. The sage calmly asked, "When you were under the water, what did you desire the most in your life?" The young man blurted out without hesitation, "Air. I wanted only air." The sage clarified, "Was it only air? Perhaps at that moment you would instead have preferred to have wealth, fame, pleasures, significance among people, or power over them." The young man almost cried, "What? I longed only for air and was thinking only about air. Without it, I would have died." The sage nodded at the young man contentedly and replied, "Now then, in order to become wise, you must desire to save your soul just as strongly as you were just wishing for air to save your life. This must be your only goal, for which you must fight in your life. This must be your only aspiration, both day and night. If you work on yourself for the sake of saving your soul with the same fervor as you have now been fighting underwater for your life, you will definitely become wise and save yourself." Having said these words, he started to come out of the water, in which the young man, who began to see clearly after the sage's words, was still standing, no longer noticing either the cold or the piercing wind. The sage, after reaching the bank, looked back and said, "As for the common man with the load, I helped him only because today he was the only one out of everybody who was really searching exactly for what he was asking about." Anastasia. It's a marvelous parable, and it describes very accurately both secret desires of many people who only dream of the spiritual path and the state of a person who truly craves spiritual salvation and does much for it. Rigdon. The journey of attaining inner freedom always begins with the first step. At the initial stages of gaining knowledge, a person is indeed full of many banal earthly desires, which are so tempting that without having practical spiritual experience, it is difficult for him to maintain that only aspiration which comes from the spiritual nature. The mistake of many is that at the first stages, they do not even notice that they treat the spiritual not as their main path, but as some addition to their lives, which in a sense have already been formed according to habits, certain patterns of thinking, and so on. There is a big difference here. It is one thing to really change yourself and your habits, and another to wish to acquire greater importance in this world with the help of this knowledge without changing yourself. When a human knows nothing about his spiritual, each day he is filled drop by drop like a jug with evil thoughts, defective feelings, and empty wishes. As a result, this mass of material dirt reshapes his further destiny, whereas when a person walks the spiritual path, he observes, figuratively speaking, purity of his thoughts' droplets, with which he fills his consciousness daily, giving attention to them and confirming his choice. Over time, his consciousness gets into the habit of concentrating only on kind thoughts and feelings. The personality becomes like a young green sprout at dawn, which gathers for itself life-giving crystal-clear dewdrops, which nourish it with moisture and stimulate its rapid growth and eventually allow it to become an independent plant. Daily work on yourself makes it possible to acquire spiritual experience in the invisible world, which gives an understanding of your past. For example, why states of depression, dissatisfaction with life, etc. took place. It becomes clear why man, wishing to be better, at the same time feels a nearly animal fear about anything that may threaten to change his usual way of life. With the help of spiritual tools, a person learns to control his thoughts and control his main four essences. Developing spiritually, he begins to understand the visible and the invisible worlds through the deepest feelings, already not from the perspective of his mind limited in matter, but from the perspective of the spiritual, intuitive knowledge, which covers a wider range of information about the world. and makes it possible to maintain a constant connection with the soul, the portal to the world of God. Man's intentions in the attainment of the spiritual path become like a solid rock which cannot be moved by winds of doubt. Anastasia. Yes, daily practice helps to recognize and adjust yourself in the process of your spiritual journey. If you content yourself only with theory, this is like marking time, wasting life's valuable moments. As the ancients used to say, the one who soars towards spiritual summits gets ahead of the one who walks the path. The one who walks gets ahead of the one who crawls along the way of knowledge, and the one crawling gets ahead of the one who stands still. To make the first step means to start moving forward towards knowing yourself. Rigton. Quite true. The very first steps in spiritual direction have been described in your previous books, and before telling the readers about the next stage of more in-depth work on yourself, which is the pyramid meditation, I should first talk about a simple but useful meditation intended for knowing your four essences. Different peoples called it differently at different times. For example, in ancient times, the Slavs, long before the advent of Christianity and introduction of this religion into the consciousness of this nation, called it Chetverik, and it was one of the basic initial practices in the process of self-perfection on a person's spiritual path. Anastasia. Do you mean the meditation intended for conscious perception of one's four essences? This is indeed a rather effective meditation which is aimed at knowing yourself, revealing particular qualities of daily work of one's essences and their influence on consciousness through thoughts and emotional states. Rigton. This simple meditation is in fact the first step towards getting consciously acquainted with your essences. While mastering it, a person learns not only to control his emotional states, but also to understand the real cause of their emergence. As a rule, in usual life, the person does not notice or keep track of why he is suddenly overwhelmed by various, changeable like the weather, moods and emotions, anger or aggression and slyness accompanied by selfishness or fear or sudden memories of the past with their burden of negativity, and so on. At best, a person identifies such states in himself as an evident manifestation of the animal nature which has already fully captured his consciousness. He begins to suffer from this vicious circle of thoughts and emotions, at the same time strengthening them with his attention. In other words, he does not trace the initial provocation from the lateral essences, whereas this meditation helps to develop skills which make it possible not only to track this process, but also to stop it in time, that is, to terminate it before the state completely engulfs a person. So this meditation is not only very effective, but what is equally important, especially for beginners, it is easy to learn, since it is similar to a psycho technique. The purpose of this meditation is to learn to understand the moments of activation of each of the four essences, feel them deeply, identify emotional surges accompanying this activation, and also to understand the nature of manifestation of various thoughts which have been caused by this process and which subsequently affect the change of mood. The meditation is done in the standing position. The meditator imagines himself standing in the center of the base of a small four-sided pyramid. That is, he is located in the median center of the space, divided in the form of a diagonal cross, and each part of that space will, in fact, represent a field of one of the four essences. I shall make some clarifications. The square base of the pyramid is conditionally divided with diagonal lines, that is, in the form of the letter X, by a diagonal cross into four equal parts. The meditator is located at the center of the intersection of the lines of the cross, which conditionally divides the space around the person into four parts that have volume. In short, in front of the meditator, as well as behind and on each side of him, there are triangular-like spaces. This is approximately how the fields of the four essences will look in the human understanding. Now I shall specify the location of the center of each essence. The centers of these essences in these triangular spaces are located approximately at a distance a little further than an arm stretched out in the horizontal direction towards each of the four sides. The energy center of each essence conditionally represents a kind of a bundle, let us say, which resembles a ball or a small sphere in form and in consistency. Figuratively speaking, something like a gas planet. A small sphere is the symbolic representation of the center of each essence. To better learn and easily understand this meditation. Actually, this is a complex structure. Such a figurative comparison with a sphere is similar to perceiving the human structure in the first dimension when it looks like a dot. But from the higher dimensions, the human structure is already perceived in all its multidimensionality as a complex energy structure. It is the same thing with the centers of these four essences. They are spheres conditionally for the resident of a three-dimensional world's understanding. So we calm our thoughts and emotions and immerse ourselves into a meditative state. Breathing is regular and easy. We open the hand chakrans, which are located in the center of the palms. We breathe in, letting in the ki, energy, the energy of air, through the hand chakrans, and raise it along the arms to the shoulder level. When we exhale, we move the ki, air energy, from shoulders down along the lateral meridians, located approximately at the sides of the body, and join the two flaws in the hara chakran, located approximately 3 fingers widths below the navel, filling our lower abdomen with this energy like a bowl with water. Then, after filling it, some people will imagine it mentally at the first stages, while others will have a sensation of slight heaviness in the lower abdomen. We move the accumulated energy from the lower abdomen up along the spine into the head, particularly into the hypothalamic region of the between brain, diencephalon, the ancient structures of the brain which are located almost in the center of the head. This place, the center of the head, will be a kind of a median center to which the meditator will be constantly returning in this meditation. Anastasia. Here, I would like to mention 2 interesting points which you once told us about. First, it is no coincidence that filling the hara chakran is often associated with filling a bowl with water. When translated from Japanese, the word hara means stomach, while the earlier Sanskrit word hara, as you said, represented in ancient Indian treatises one of the names of the supreme creating power of the feminine principle, the goddess Shakti. Water and a bowl, in the context of the primordial knowledge about man, had an allegorical meaning which indicated the powers and processes acting in spiritual practices. Secondly, regarding this meditation in particular, back then you drew our attention to the fact that the meditator concentrates on breathing only in the beginning as everyday process that is usual to him, before filling the lower abdomen with energy. However, later he simply shifts his attention to the energy moving along the spine and to tracking the subsequent process of the meditation, while breathing already takes place naturally, automatically. At the time, these clarifications helped me to understand the first steps related to mastering this meditation. Rigdon: correct. During the meditation, breathing must be relaxed and natural, and all the attention must be focused on the processes that are happening at this moment. So naturally, at the beginning, just like in any other meditation, all feelings must be in balance, in a state of peace. Accordingly, all four essences of a person will also be in the neutral, unexcited state. The meditator senses them as if simultaneously. The centers of the essences are like big balls, suns, planets, and so forth. You can imagine all this whichever way you like at the beginning. Over time, while practicing this meditation, the person will learn to feel how they work according to his own inner sensations. And once he's gained his own relevant experience, it will no longer be necessary for him to have these images, for another stage of knowing oneself will then begin. Anastasia: yes, I've noticed such a peculiarity based on my initial experience of mastering spiritual practices. When you listen for the first time how to do a new meditation, 1,000 questions come from the mind about how exactly to do it. Now I understand why you always give such diverse associative comparisons and clarifications while explaining a new meditation. These are clarifications for the mind, so that the material brain could at least understand something at first and simply grasp a general outline of the meditation. In other words, this is an attempt to explain to a person whose consciousness is currently operating in the mode of perception of three-dimensional space, those phenomena which will take place during the meditation when his consciousness switches to the mode of perceiving other dimensions, or rather the parts of his structure which are located in other dimensions. After all, when you do the meditation itself, everything turns out to be very simple and clear because you do it with your deepest feelings. Moreover, in an altered state of consciousness, when you have an expanded perception of the world, while typical self-analysis of a resident of the third dimension is switched off. Rigdon: undoubtedly, all the dimensions are interconnected and influence one another. This is also true for the 6 dimensions in which the multi-layer human energy structure is located. In order to understand the phenomena that take place in dimensions higher than the third, a person needs meditative experience and real changes shall we say at least in his basic worldview and daily work on himself. Only then will he be able to understand what the world really is and what secrets it hides in itself. When man gets his own experience, he will no longer need thousands of words or different explanations from the mind, hinting at a manifestation of this or that phenomenon will be enough for him to identify it and understand what happens and how. By the way, I shall note another piece of information as food for thought regarding the structures of the brain that are involved in this meditation. The between brain is kind of collector of all types of sensitivities. It participates directly in the processes of regulating memory, sleep, instinctive behavior, psychical reactions, correction of different kinds of sensitivity, and so on. For instance, what does the hypothalamus represent, which is a part of the between brain, weighing only about 5 grams? The hypothalamus contains the most important centers of the vegetative nervous system. In general, it is there that the coordination of functions of the sympathetic and the parasympathetic centers of the vegetative nervous system takes place, on which one can say the whole body is based. The hypothalamus controls main processes of homeostasis. That is, it supports the dynamic equilibrium of the internal environment during changes of external conditions by means of coordinated reactions. Moreover, medulla oblongata, among other things, also contains the center of the main nerve of the parasympathetic nervous system, the longest of all the cranial nerves, the vagus nerve, nervus vagus, the branches of which participate in the formation of the solar plexus as well. But let us get back to the meditation. It is from the center of the brain, the conditional median center, from the above-mentioned hypothalamic area of the between brain, and further through certain points of his head, that the meditator carries the energy which he had accumulated in hara and moved along the spine to the brain, to the center of each essence. So a person artificially activates his essences, thus generating in himself different initial emotional surges, and studies them at the same time. The task of the meditator is to learn to recognize the work of each of his essences, the result of which is manifested in daily life as certain emotional surges and thoughts. Let us take a closer look at the process of a person's interaction with each of his main essences during the meditation. At first, the meditator works with the right essence. In the process of the meditation, the key energy goes from the hypothalamic area of the between brain through the right amygdaloid nucleus located deep inside the temporal lobe of the brain. Next, through the point located above the right ear, the energy goes directly to the sphere center of the right essence. For those who do not know the structure of their brain, I shall note that the human brain contains 2 amygdaloid nuclei located on the right and on the left sides. This is a very interesting subcortical brain structure which is related to the formation of various kinds of emotions. Anastasia. Yes, as of today, science is already aware of the fact that amygdaloid nuclei are responsible for the human ability to read information from faces of surrounding people. Thus, a person subconsciously understands how these people feel at the moment. But the information reading mechanism itself is still not entirely clear to scientists. Rigdon. Understandably, since this reading, like many other functions of the amygdaloid nuclei, is connected to the work of the lateral essences of human in his energy structure. In the physical body, the functions of amygdaloid nuclei are related to vegetative emotional reactions, provision of defensive behavior, and motivation of conditional reflex behavior. Moreover, as of today, it has been established scientifically that damaging the amygdaloid nucleus can cause partial disappearance of the structures responsible for rage and aggression, as well as for the memory of danger. In other words, this may lead to a partial disappearance of fear in a person, which will expose him to constant danger of which he will be unaware. Medicine has even known attempts of treating fears and uncontrolled surges of aggression by means of surgical destruction of the amygdaloid nucleus. I want to note that the end does not always justify the means of achieving it. Victory over oneself is much more important than any surgical intervention, especially since a person still won't be able to get rid of all his fears and manifestations of the animal nature. Actually, the human body has no extra parts, so one should not remove anything from it unless it is absolutely necessary. And a couple more words about the point above the ear. This area also has the structures which are connected to the human structure at the level of energy that take part in the process of perception by a person in an altered state of consciousness of spatial correlations, or more precisely, of his orientation in the spaces of different dimensions. The four essences are also involved in this process, although a certain phenomenon is present here. For these essences, space and time do not exist in the way in which they are perceived by the resident of three-dimensional space. Yet it is thanks to the work of the essences that a person conceives an intuitively accurate sense of orientation in time and space. Of course, in the past, people did not know such details about the connection between the human energy structure and physical structures of the brain. Nevertheless, those who practiced this meditation in ancient times did it just as successfully. Ancient people simply imagined a breath of wind at this stage of meditation pass first through the center of the head, then through its external points to specific places in space, thanks to which certain actions took place there. For instance, in the ancient Russian spiritual practices, this process was presented as spinning of a vortex, as a contact with the masters of the four winds that were endowed with properties of the four seasons: winter, summer, autumn, and spring. The last one, endowed with characteristics of the front essence, was revered the most by the ancient Slavs. Anastasia. Are you saying this means that a person doesn't have to know the structure of the brain thoroughly in order to do this meditation well? Rigdon. Yes, but for overall intellectual development, this knowledge is useful. Afterwards, practical experience of doing this meditation can simply be used in everyday life to observe in yourself the initial processes of origin of negative thoughts and emotions, and consequently to prevent their undesirable development in time. Eventually, this process of work on yourself becomes a habit, for instance like walking. After all, at first person learns to keep his balance, then to move legs, and then this process becomes a part of a daily habit. As a result, he no longer pays attention to how he moves in space. He simply uses the result of his earlier work to do certain everyday tasks. The same applies to the experience of practicing this meditation. By controlling the emergence or surge of his emotional states in each day, a person preserves his attention and life energy unspent for more significant spiritual tasks, and without such control, he usually unconsciously wastes this energy on programs and the will of the animal mind, allowing negative thoughts and emotions to dominate in his consciousness. So here's how the inner work with the center of the right essence happens. Usually, in his everyday life, a person does not notice any of his essences activate, though he certainly feels the result of such activation. When the lateral essences start working, the person's mood can suddenly change. Moreover, for no apparent reason, a person becomes depressed, or the feeling of fear, disappointment, grief, and apathy washes over him, or on the contrary, aggression and long-standing grudges begin to emerge, and so on. Why does this happen? Because the lateral essences activate. In this case, it is the right essence. Then the essence triggers the formation of thoughts that correspond to this emotional surge and captures person's attention with them. Like a skillful manipulator, it catches him at the point of hypersensitivity, so to speak, offering him a choice of different versions of thoughts, though in one and the same emotional tone. In other words, when animal nature dominates in a person, the lateral essences in their usual mode of operation provoke such emotional surges in the personality. And what do such surges mean for the human brain? They're basically a sort of a code which activates certain blocks of memory which store the once gained experience of such mental worries, emotions, and states. Having opened the memory storerooms and captured the person's attention with their contents, the lateral essences thus pull the person into a negative state. Then the process of strengthening the mood in this direction ensues, sort of looping on those same thoughts. As a result, the person himself, by his choice of applying the power of attention, wastes vital energy on thoughts of the animal nature, thus feeding one or another essence that provokes these emotional outbursts. And the essence, for its part, strengthens its influence on the person through his own resource of attention. So even though the person seems to want to escape such, for example, depressive or aggressive state, however, in reality, he's just not able to get rid of it. Why? Because he has already allowed this state inside himself with his own choice, by mulling over these thoughts which kept him looped in this state. And he cannot abandon it, because he does not actually want to give up these negative thoughts, ignore them in his consciousness, and avoid them in the future, for they deeply affect his pride, megalomania, the feeling of his own significance, or other toolkit from the standard repertoire of the animal nature. When the animal nature dominates in human consciousness, the lateral essences constantly try to distract the personality's attention from the main thing, focusing on spiritual liberation. And if we take this frequently recurring process on the scale of the entire life, then it turns out that such trifles of psychological excessive self-blame constantly draw man's attention away from attaining the main goal of his life. Moreover, they contribute to the fact that a person falls into an illusion of existence and does not understand the real reason of why he is actually living here and now in these conditions, why he is imprisoned in this temporary mortal body. Unfortunately, it often happens that life flies by very quickly, and a person does not even have time to understand why he was actually born, what the power of his attention has been spent on, and on what trifles and trinkets, empty desires, arguments, struggle for leadership, and so on, he has wasted his precious reserve of life energy. Anastasia. Yes, previously I would also often experience such a looping of thoughts and worries in this regard, such an unnoticeable, or rather usual for me, focus of attention on some empty little things of life, resentments, disappointments, aggression, or satisfaction of feeling of self-significance, which at that point of time seemed very important to me. But later I realized that the main thing for me was to know myself and my nature in order to understand at the right time what exactly is happening to me and how to prevent or adjust this process. As you once advised, in practice what helps to abandon this pettiness of existence is the global view from the perspective of your observer from the spiritual nature, a real understanding of the transience of life and of the priority of certain questions for your true self, that is for your spiritual nature. Rigdon. To put it simply, an expanded state of consciousness. That is right. And a narrowed state of consciousness is exactly typical for the work of the animal nature, so to speak, of materialization of one's consciousness. For example, why does depression arise? Because of active work of the right essence. In such cases, a person tries to isolate himself, to run away from society. As they say, he whimpers alone. And if such stereotypical influence continues long enough, it can even drive a person to suicide, which, by the way, is what the conducts make use of. And no antidepressants will help here. How can the situation be helped by chemical substances which influence only the processes of the coarse matter of three-dimensional world, if the whole point is about a similar influence taking place at the level of subtle energies? On the other hand, it is quite within the power of each person to stop these phenomena in himself, and it is not that difficult to do, if of course one knows how. But let us get back to the meditation technique itself. So the meditator takes a breath, and upon exhalation, the energy goes from the center of the head, the ancient structures of the brain, through the point located above the right ear to the spherical center of his right essence. The spherical center of the right essence starts rotating counterclockwise. Let me emphasize that the movement of the centers of the right and the left essences happens namely counterclockwise. This is simply physics. Person's notion that they're rotating clockwise is already a game of his imagination. At first, Spinning the sphere counterclockwise occurs at the level of imagination, but subsequently the meditator begins to feel both the rotation of this center and a clear sense of the sphere of the right essence as dense and hot. Thus, a person artificially activates the center of the right essence. The latter starts its usual work, the one that takes place when the animal nature dominates in an individual's consciousness. Each person has had moments in life when, while experiencing fear or great concern, he felt feverish, or the opposite, he felt too cold. Physiologists attribute this to a reaction of the vegetative system, but the nature of this phenomenon lies much deeper, at the level of the physics of the invisible world. So the objective of the meditator is to feel various emotional surges which are typical for the work of this essence in order to recognize them later on in everyday sensations and to stop them at the very beginning of their emergence. During this meditation, a person, on the one hand, kind of relives this full range of sensations anew, and on the other hand, he observes the situation in its initial stages as an observer from the spiritual nature. That is, he sees the animal nature's activation, which is hidden from him in the usual daily routine. So to speak, he sees preparation for an offensive, for an attack. In other words, the meditator keeps track of the situation. What particular emotional surges trigger the emergence of an oppressive state of consciousness? What feelings arise then? What thoughts awaken anger and aggression? What life episodes and associations come up in this connection? And so on. All this takes place through reliving this negative state. Of course, sensations will hardly be pleasant. At first, a sense of mild anxiety will appear. Then anger, aggression, or fear may arise, or a state of oppression, or a sense of past resentment. The more energy, the key during breathing, the person will put into the center of the right essence, the more heat he will sense from the sphere, and the stronger the negative feelings will become. Anastasia. It should be mentioned that the people who do this meditation for the first time often make the following mistakes. Knowing what kind of unpleasant emotions are expected to manifest, and everyone is usually aware of their skeletons in the closet. At the first stages of learning this meditation, they can block themselves from such emotions consciously or subconsciously. As a result, at their first attempts, people practically do not sense anything, or at best they sense warmth or cold from the sphere centers themselves during their rotation. Rigdon. That is correct. It is just that when a person understands that he is about to experience an unpleasant state, the person may subconsciously block himself from the manifestation of these sensations. The animal nature does not like to give up its key positions. The meditator should be aware of this and try to do the meditation as diligently as possible and not engage in passing the time by lulling himself into a false sense of security with the thoughts like, probably I'm such a good, highly spiritual individual and nothing negative happens to me. This meditation is performed in order for a person to actually feel those states at the physical and psychological levels, feel those emotional surges that each of his essences generates. Thus, he will learn to recognize The very instant of the beginning of an attack of his animal nature, the emergence of these emotional surges, their influence and manifestation in everyday life, he will begin to understand where the root of all evil and the negative state which has suddenly washed over him come from. He will learn to detect and identify this state in himself, and most importantly, to control and prevent such attacks, as well as the situation going from bad to worse. And if while learning this meditation in practice, instead of really working on himself, a person is going to be lazy, or will simply find comfort in the illusion of his megalomania, then it will be very difficult for him in his daily life, because the animal nature will be fully prepared to use its entire secret arsenal, while the person will not know how to resist it. Many people in such cases attribute all these attacks to their external circumstances or to other people, thus only intensifying the uncontrolled activity of their animal nature. But time passes, people and circumstances change in their lives, while attacks remain the same. Why? Because all the problems are inside the person. As man gets to know himself, he gets rid of his mental problems. The cause is not in the outer, but in the inner. While studying yourself, you need to learn to understand people around you as well, be kind, and therefore learn Anastasia. It is an irrefutable fact. When you yourself change, your attitude towards the world around you changes too. Yes, there is a big difference between what a person expects in his ideas coming from the mind at the beginning of practicing meditation techniques and what happens in reality. This is like in the example with a lemon. If a person imagines a lemon, this can at best cause increased salivation in him. But if he tastes it, he will have a whole range of sensations. Rigden: that is right. It is the same thing here. One should not just imagine a hypothetical presence of these emotions, but really feel them. But let us go back to the meditation itself. After the meditator has felt the influence of his right essence, he calms his thoughts and feelings once again. There is a very important point that needs to be learned. The person mentally stops the movement of this rotating spherical center of the right essence. At the first stages of learning, he can imagine this process as he likes. For instance, that he mentally stops the spinning of the sphere with a hand or by a thought command. Then the meditator, as the observer, returns to the conditional median center in his head. There, he once again feels the state of peace and quiet, the neutral position of all four essences simultaneously. At this time, residual phenomena may still be felt, which will manifest themselves both at the physical level as unpleasant heat from the right sphere, as if from fire, and at the level of sensory emotional surges, such as for instance anger and irritation. This background, after some time, quickly fades away as soon as the person purposefully switches attention to the subsequent processes of the meditation. Anastasia: yes, it is one thing to conscientiously spin the sphere, but it's more important to learn to stop it. I know from practical experience that in everyday life, until a person masters and starts noticing the beginning of the animal nature's attack, it is important for him to at least learn to prevent its further development. That is, once you notice already an obvious manifestation of the animal nature, then at least you shouldn't focus your attention on strengthening obsessive emotions, feelings, and thoughts. In other words, one must not get involved in this process stimulated by the animal nature or participate in this battle against yourself at the expense of your own power and resources. Rigdon: that is true. Any battle begins on the battlefield of the human mind. One who can tame his anger is like a sage who has won his battle before it even began. So, the next stage of the meditation. After the meditator has restored the state of inner calm, he once again switches his attention to breathing and repeats the scheme of the beginning of the meditation. That is, he fills Hara, lower abdomen, with ki energy through the chakrams of his hands. Then he once again moves this energy along the spine to the ancient center of the brain, the conditional median center. But now he directs the energy from this center to the left amygdaloid nucleus through the point located above the left ear to the spherical center of the left essence. And then he begins to work with his left essence, artificially rotating the center of the left essence counterclockwise by means of focusing his attention and thought. The task is to feel the beginning of activation of this essence, what emotional surges it generates, which create the corresponding mood. As a rule, the person gets the following range of surges: a sense of pridefulness, self-love, temptation, increased libido, a desire to have secret power over others, and so on. There may appear corresponding images related to these feelings, to megalomania, lack of restraint, sexual desires from the perspective of domination of the alpha male or the alpha female, of the so-called lust based on egocentrism, greed, the desire to possess someone or something, while during the rotation of the center of the right essence, a sensation of heat is felt. During the rotation of the spherical center of the left essence, one will be able to feel an increasing sensation of cold coming from it. After experiencing all the emotional surges of his left essence, the meditator calms his emotions once again. He mentally stops the rotation of the spherical center of this essence. Then he returns as an observer to the conditional median center of his consciousness, to the neutral position. He focuses on the state of calm and silence and feels the neutral position of all four essences simultaneously. The physiological sensation of coldness, residual unpleasant emotions and feelings generated by the activity of the left essence may continue to be felt for some time. After this, the meditator proceeds to studying the emotional surges generated by the back essence. To do this, he first switches his attention to breathing and focuses on the process of filling Hara. Then he turns his attention to the movement of ki energy from Hara along the spine into the ancient center of the brain, the conditional median center. However, now he directs ki energy already through the occipital area to the spherical center of the back essence, activating this center. I draw your attention to the fact that the spherical center of the back essence can rotate in different directions, both to the right, clockwise, and to the left, counterclockwise. This depends on the feelings that appear, which arise in one's memory or which dominate at that moment. They're usually connected with some past experience, a significant emotional surge during the domination of this or that essence. And this experience directly links to the activation of a certain essence at that moment, most often the left or the right, in which case the rotation of the spherical center of the back essence will be counterclockwise, or the front essence. In this case, the spherical center of the back essence will rotate clockwise. These can be feelings from the person's past or present, or various visions, depending on the power of emotional surges of the past. Sensations coming from the center of the back essence may also be different, from deadly cold to a range of warm, pleasant sensations. By the way, upon intensive spinning of the spherical center of the back essence in counterclockwise direction, what is created is, let us put it this way, favorable conditions for domination of the material thinking. This is merely physics of the multidimensional human structure. The counterclockwise rotation of the spherical center of the back essence almost always produces a feeling of longing, hopelessness, worthlessness, and skepticism, generates thoughts along the line of "you're nobody, and you'll remain such until your death," of the transience of time and doom. However, if the spherical center of the back essence starts spinning clockwise, this, as a rule, activates the experience of emotional surges generated by the front essence. The latter, in turn, is connected to the soul and the spiritual development of a human. In this case, entirely different sensations arise from the back essence. Quite often, when the meditator practices this meditation while in such an elevated state, he is as if ejected from the back essence to the front essence, and the meditation continues with a totally different quality. But for now, we're talking about the standard scheme, according to which, after working with the back essence, the person stops the spinning of the spherical center also, and returns with his consciousness to his conditional median center of the head. Again, he calms his thoughts and emotions, restores the state of peace, quiet, and the neutral sensation of all four essences simultaneously. Then the meditator proceeds to working with the front essence. This is the most pleasant part of the meditation. At first, as usual, we switch our attention to breathing, repeating the scheme of filling Hara with ki energy through hand chakrams and the subsequent movement of this energy along the spine into the ancient center of the brain, the conditional median center. Only now, ki energy goes from the center of the ancient brain through the point located in the center between the eyebrows into the spherical center of the front essence. We concentrate on the spherical center of the front essence, rotating it clockwise. At this time, one will sense a clear interconnection with the solar plexus area, or rather with the center of the human energy structure, the soul. As for feelings, there will be a surge of energy, a sensation of comfort, pleasant warmth, joy, detachment from the material world, and contact with the spiritual world. The more the center of the front essence spins, the more one will be filled with these feelings. It is like a kind of an emotional outlet for a person. In this meditation, it is important to work with the front essence after all the others in order to acquire the state of stability, balancing of mood, and generation of a spiritual surge. It is with this comprehensive, blissful state of expanded perception that the meditator not only leaves this meditation, but also preserves it in his usual state of consciousness. In this meditation, just like in life, it is important not only to stop the negative activation of the back and lateral essences, but also to learn to activate your front essence and to switch to the positive state of consciousness and thinking in a timely manner. The meditator ends this meditation as usual with a self-command to himself. Inhale, exhale, clench, unclench fists with force. This meditation takes 20 to 30 minutes. At the first stages, it may take a little longer for some people. It can be done in the morning and in the evening, or during the day, whichever is convenient. It helps one to control the flow of thoughts and feelings and understand yourself and your emotional states. It is important not only to learn the technique itself, but also to recognize your spontaneously arising emotional surges throughout a regular day. While practicing this meditation, a person will be able to see its effectiveness in everyday life after he learns to understand which of his essences triggers one or another emotional and sensory surge. After all, he will then be able to disrupt in time a negative flow by stopping the activation of the centers of the back and the lateral essences and to switch to the front essence, to a positive emotional surge and the corresponding mood and thinking. This meditation is like a step to subsequent development and attainment of more significant spiritual goals. It is only a tool in order for a person to learn to control himself instead of being controlled by the animal nature. Thanks to this meditation, man learns to easily orientate himself in his sensations and emotional surges, just like a good musician for whom it is enough to only see sheet music in order to understand what the melody is and how it will sound. In daily life, such control helps one to maintain the dominance of the spiritual nature and the habit of living like a human being according to one's conscience. Generally speaking, as they say, to always be in good shape. Anastasia: that was well said about always being in good shape. But what's interesting is that people usually associate the phrase to always be in shape with sports, or rather with athlete training before competitions. For example, I remember that when we were just beginning to practice this meditation in our group, guys started comparing it to sports. They said that any coach is well aware of the fact that by artificially creating conditions for his mentee that are as close to reality as possible, he thus increases his chances of winning the next competition. A good athlete also knows that despite all the difficulties of training, despite all the bruises and scratches, thanks to overcoming these obstacles, He gains experience and skills. In time, the athlete gets used to the increased daily demands towards himself. It is only from the outside that overcoming such different educational obstacles may appear as something complex and even unnecessary for the main competition. The sportsman himself is completely absorbed in the work on improving his skills. He is well aware that self-pity in training and attempts to wriggle out of the workload will definitely lead to defeat in the competition. The guys came to the conclusion that this is probably just like in this meditation for the activation of the back and lateral essences and then tracking them in everyday life when a person artificially creates all sorts of obstacles for himself and learns to overcome them, with the possible exception of one difference. Here, unlike in sports, the person is his own coach, and so he sets for himself increased requirements for his vigilance. The success of such work on yourself, just like in sports, depends directly on how conscientiously the person treats it. The example is certainly clear for those who begin to practice this meditation, but what I've noticed is that in this case, people used set stereotypical patterns accepted as positive in society. Sport here is regarded as work on and victory over yourself, and is associatively compared to spiritual work. But if we look at the root of the meaning of these processes, they're far from being the same concepts. Rigdon. Right. These are the substitutions which few people notice at the beginning of their sports career, but which are felt quite clearly at its end. It is considered in society that if a person goes in for sports, especially professional sports, this means that he wins first of all over himself, meaning overcoming negative qualities and laziness, learns discipline, and so on. This is even regarded as a condition for harmonious development of personality. And victories in the professional sport are generally presented as the summit of human labor in self-perfection. But few people notice what global substitutions are hidden in these concepts. What do the majority of people usually associate sports with? First of all, with a game where the main thing is to win by any means. Secondly, with stadiums where a great number of sports fans gather. This crowd focuses all its attention on the game, which triggers a great surge of emotions in it. Besides, mind you, this surge of emotions is quite expected and planned, regardless of the result of the game. Intelligent people should stop and think about this, about who actually does this and for what purpose. After all, human emotions are powerful energy. A person nourishes the animal nature with his negative emotions, while masses of people nourish the animal mind with them. And generally speaking, how did the professional sport appear? How did sports competitions emerge as mass entertainment? Quite often, people do not analyze even that information which they're presented in the media, not to mention an independent search for the cause of a phenomenon. The press often gives an example that the first Olympic competitions were organized as far back as the times of ancient Greece. But what was the reason for their origin? Few people know that such peaceful entertainment competitions were the consequence of constant wars. The better athletically prepared the warriors of a certain side were, the better was the outcome of wars for their organizers. And this incentive of the animal nature is still reflected in the realities of the sports today. Preparing for competitions and also the very goal of becoming a champion are in fact based on the constant stimulation in an athlete of megalomania, egoism, and the spirit of competition. After all, the more ambitions an athlete has, the more he will practice. And this is not a matter of winning over yourself as it is advertised everywhere. Actually, all of the personality's attention is focused on the development of skills to control its body at the necessary moment, including the use of the body's reserves and phenomenal abilities. This is just a small victory over flesh within the framework of the dominant thinking from animal nature. And for what does an athlete sacrifice himself, the time of his life and his health, for the sake of his personal glory, and at the same time for the glorification of the country, which provides him with various benefits and privileges in exchange for victory? But what lies behind the organization of such competitions and emotional participation in them of millions of people? What do they stimulate in people? Few people stop and think about it. And what is the end result of that same champion's career? Does he really conquer himself? No. His result is former glory, a wounded sense of pride that he has been left underappreciated by his country, and inner emptiness. For as soon as he starts having health problems or stops winning competitions, nobody needs him, which is a common occurrence in professional sport. It is inner emptiness that triggers all these negative surges, because to win over yourself means to overcome the animal nature in yourself. This is where the attainment of spiritual harmony lies, and not in mastering to perfection some skills of controlling your physical body. Engaging in sports is wonderful, but only for the purpose of keeping your body in a healthy state, so as not to have major problems from the animal nature. However, it is much more important for a person to concentrate on his spiritual component. That is the point. Anastasia: You're right. This is a problem of society, but it begins with each person. Even regarding this meditation, when a person is focused on serious daily work on himself, on his own spiritual development, in general, if he learns to be on a qualitatively different wave of perception, then his essences will begin to work differently. They will simply be switching more often to a new mode of operation of this dominant perception, manifesting in fact their other qualities and abilities, including the so-called phenomenal abilities of man. As they wrote in ancient Indian treatises, act but renounce the fruits of your labor, that is, act unselfishly and not out of self-love. This meditation, in my view, contains a very important aspect of understanding the nature of man and his complex structure. The meditation makes it possible to understand from personal experience the mysterious process of emergence of emotional surges and human thoughts. After all, chemical and physical processes in the brain are already a consequence of the primary azoosmos, that is, of the initial impetus of energy. I remember you making an excellent associative comparison of the function of between brain with a kind of receiver which converts energy fluctuations, signals coming from the essences, into the subtle matter of feelings and emotions. Rigdon: If the associations related to technology are more appropriate for comprehending this process, then I can surely give such examples as well. For ease of understanding, the function of the ancient structures of the brain may be figuratively compared to a television set. By the way, the word television is derived from the Greek word tele, meaning far, and the Latin word visor, which stands for observer, and viso, meaning I look, vision. Or rather, it may be compared to a cathode ray tube, kinescope, in the TV set, which converts the electric and light signals that are invisible to the human eye into visible images in the frequency range perceived by us. In the between brain, just like in the main blocks of the analog kinescope TV set, there is, figuratively speaking, its own signal receiver. By its functions, it is conditionally similar to another device on the TV set, the channel selector, which not only amplifies, but also singles out the signal of the corresponding necessary channel and then converts it to a standard intermediate frequency. Besides, there are, associatively speaking, a certain signal decoding unit, a sound and video signal detector, an intermediate frequency amplifier, an audio power amplifier, and a cathode ray tube. That is the same physics, but at the level of subtle energy processes which take place in the human microcosm and its complex structure. The between brain is one of converters of energies into coarse matter, and the essences may be compared to television towers that broadcast their programs on various channels with the help of their transmission antennas. Let us take, for instance, the left, the right, and the back essences. For them, a person's attention to their programs is, speaking in technical language, a power supply unit, voltage amplifier of vertical and horizontal deflection, an amplifier of image channels in the form of illusions imposed upon the person, and the remote control unit of managing the person and his mood. So either a thriller about his own pride appears in the person's head, or a horror movie made of his own fears, or a melodrama titled The Wailing Wall about the lost past. That is, these essences will very skillfully draw any plausible illusion, make a mountain out of a molehill, and force the person to deeply experience various negative emotions while using that which is so valuable for his spiritual development, his attention. However, if the person switches to perceiving the television broadcasting of his front essence, he will be able to see and feel an entirely different perception of the world, one that is useful for his spiritual growth. For example, a documentary about real life and about the inner spiritual world, which is reflected in the outer. Thanks to such contact and empathy, the personality receives a powerful positive charge, which allows it to concentrate all its attention in the spiritual direction. The truth is that after such a film, the regular human life will seem sheer acting. So it only depends on the person what he will give attention to in his head and which signals he will receive and amplify. Figuratively speaking, the person holds in his own hands not only the remote control of his TV set, but also the opportunity to control all the television towers along with their TV and radio companies. Moreover, thanks to this meditation technique, a person will be able to understand both himself and other people. When you are able to clearly identify in yourself the moments connected with activation of one or another essence, it will be easy for you to also feel a hidden influence upon you by other people. How? For example, you're talking to a person or listening to certain information on television or radio. At the moment of the conversation or receiving information from an external source, you simply focus on your neutral median position as an observer surrounded by your four essences, or rather you enter into the state of the observer that is detached from circumstances and trace in yourself which of your essences is activated by this information. After all, besides verbal exchange of information between people, there is also an interaction of their essences. Thanks to such tracking of the influence of this information on you, you will understand what has been the original emotional foundation of it and for what actual hidden purpose it is being communicated to you. For example, if your interlocutor is lying or being deceitful, your left essence will definitely be activated. If he provokes aggression in you, the center of your right essence will start spinning. While if he awakens in you a surge of positive emotions, love and good, then your front essence activates. Thus, you can follow the real situation and not that illusion which is being constantly imposed upon you from the visible and the invisible worlds for the purpose of controlling your consciousness. Anastasia. Yes, if many people master this meditation technique, the need to lie and control each other will disappear in society. There will be no point in it, for everyone will know the truth about each other. Rigdon. That is so, but this will happen only if the majority of people in society want to change for the better. Then humanity will have a chance to follow an entirely different, qualitatively new way of civilized spiritual development. But what will modern mankind choose? That is the question. After all, this meditation technique had been given to people previously. Moreover, it was brought into the life of society at different times. I would not say it was given in such detail, but it was quite understandable for the thinking of people of those days. But people are people, and many of them unfortunately enjoy modernizing and complicating the pure knowledge and the simple truth. Nevertheless, echoes of this practice can still be found in the secret knowledge of different nations of the world. Only today it has been camouflaged to the point of absurdity into the rituals that are accompanied by singing, dancing, and fancy shows with tambourines and drums. And all this is done for the purpose of switching into an altered state of consciousness for a disciple or a priest, and listening to a talking spirit from the right or the left side, and so on. Although while doing this practice in its pure form, such complexities are not needed. This is all human and superficial. Here, at first stages, you simply learn to reconfigure the perception of consciousness and track and control your state, and later there are simply working moments. Generally speaking, I should note that since ancient times, such basic spiritual practices related to the fundamental knowledge and human spiritual growth have, as a rule, been recorded in certain signs and symbols. Anastasia. Signs and symbols are a special topic. If possible, it would be desirable to hear about them from you personally in more detail, and to provide this valuable information to the readers. Since ancient times, the history of mankind has nearly always been surrounded by signs and symbols. But after extensively searching for information about them in the libraries of different cities and on the internet, I came to a disappointing conclusion that signs and symbols are present in every historical epoch, but the knowledge about them has either been lost or the deciphering of their meaning has been so grossly distorted that hardly any truth has remained. There is no primordial spiritual knowledge about signs which you have communicated. What is available to ordinary people nowadays? At best, there are dictionaries of symbols, books of dubious content given in the interpretation of Freemasons about the paraphernalia of occult teachings. Scientists dissociate themselves from such interpretations because they understand what lies at the root of such publications. At the same time, science has already accumulated very rich material about graphical symbols and signs specific to ancient archaeological cultures of various continents and times. Many of the magical ritual signs which were considered important in the spiritual culture of different nations are identical, but so far, scientists have been unable to decipher them fully. Now I understand why. Even what you told us in this respect gave me an entirely different understanding of the picture of the world and the knowledge about the human being. While reading works about graphical symbols of archaeological cultures, articles on ethnography, folklore, mythology, and cosmogony in the representation of different nations, I came to the conclusion that scientists are lacking exactly this link. That very key to deciphering signs in order to connect, understand, and read this unique information, which is spiritual wealth of mankind. Rigdon. Yes, unfortunately, despite the abundance of ancient signs and symbols in modern society, much of the knowledge about them has really been lost by people. That is a fact. But this is not surprising. The problem is in people, in the society itself, starting with an individual and his dominant desires and ending with priorities of the human society. Just look at the history of mankind. Continuous wars, a constant struggle for religious and political power, and worst of all, withholding from the majority of people the true spiritual knowledge which leads to real freedom of the personality and liberation of the soul. Why was the primordial knowledge concealed from the majority? Why was it distorted beyond recognition and then also interpreted from one's own mind, mired in the materialistic thinking? Why has this information been eradicated from the consciousness of new generations and buried in oblivion for millennia? Simply because this primordial knowledge made it possible for people to develop themselves spiritually on their own, independent of those same politicians and priests who to this day call themselves intermediaries between people and gods. This knowledge made people free, independent of the structures of political and religious power. It allowed nations to unite independently. After all, it is very difficult to control spiritually free people, even more so to try to impose on them discord, fear, aggression, and other mindsets from the animal mind. Anastasia. I totally agree with you that the problem is indeed in people themselves and in the society they form, as well as in the prevalence of disunity and fragmentation in relationships between people. even if we take details. For instance, while looking into scientific research regarding ancient science, even a superficial study of the problems set forth in these works makes you wonder at the wall of artificial obstacles which have to be faced by those who try to get to the heart of the truth today. Under what conditions do scientists have to do their work, say in ethnology, ethnography, archaeology, and ancient history? Everything is done on sheer enthusiasm and for meager wages. At that, in their work, they're faced with numerous bureaucratic or financial obstacles, lack of organization and coordination in attracting specialists from related disciplines for a more in-depth, complex study of various matters. Or often, they simply face the conspiracy of silence, the so-called in the world scientific taboo on certain topics or findings. Not to mention the situation on the global scale, when in many cases obstacles are created artificially to prevent access to certain information or unique archaeological findings, which in fact are being hidden from people. Naturally, all this happens not without the involvement of certain interested parties. Such information is either not brought to the attention of a wider scientific community, being left in depositories to collect dust, or significant artifacts end up in private collections, or they're even completely removed by secret services and disappear into thin air. Probably, someone is very afraid that this information will shake the ideology and the foundation of somebody's power, which is profitable for controlling the contemporary nations. So all honor to those scientists who, in spite of all the obstacles, continue to work selflessly in this field of science and to inform nations about significant findings which destroy the illusion of savagery of the ancient peoples and which often testify to the priority of spiritual values and knowledge in those distant times. But with all this, still the question arises, why does the society itself remain silent? After all, it is first and foremost society that should be interested in its spiritual past in order to understand and correctly determine the vector of its future. Rigdon. It is silent because the consciousness of the majority of people has been so conditioned by the stereotypes of consumeristic material thinking that even the very formulation of this question is incomprehensible to an ordinary person. When his thinking is blinded by such attitudes and patterns, he simply does not understand why, as a matter of fact, these scientific professions should have a greater priority for society and the state than, for instance, the profession of nanotechnologist who deals with research at the atomic and molecular level, or of financial analyst or physicist dealing with new types of weapons. But the rub is that apart from addressing current scientific issues, all the researchers you mentioned above from those professions that are disrespected in many countries and which are related to studying antiquity and the culture of different peoples made it a priority for themselves the super objective of nothing less than reconstructing all the sides of the spiritual life of society. And who among those in power will like this? After all, if the masses know for certain what the ordinary people just like themselves sought millennia ago, what world outlook and sacred spiritual knowledge they had, how they perfected themselves, and what they devoted their lives to, then the question will arise, Where is modern mankind heading to? And why has this knowledge been concealed from the majority for millennia? After all, how is the human of today different from the human of the past? The difference is only in a slight change of external conditions of existence, but the internal problems, the struggle between the spiritual nature and the animal nature, have remained the same. Moreover, such large-scale scientific work on the reconstruction of the spiritual side of society's life implies decryption of the core sacred meanings and key symbolic motifs in different cultures and worldviews, and that means that it entails obtaining scientific evidence of the importance of the role that practically the same signs and symbols played for different peoples of the world. In different periods of social formations, regardless of geographic remoteness and isolated habitation of such nations on different continents, signs and symbols have existed in the human society from the very beginning. They're still present now in the modern world, regardless of the fact that most people do not understand their meaning and the power of influence they exert. You yourself already know perfectly well, thanks to meditative experience, how some signs and symbols affect the physics of the visible and the invisible worlds. Signs and symbols are the keys to the spiritual treasury of the human society. This is a code to the complex processes which reveals secrets of controlling advanced physics as well as new horizons of scientific knowledge. Anastasia. Yes, knowing this, one is able to understand what powers each human being possesses by achieving certain levels of self-improvement. However, this imposes a great responsibility as well. Rigdon. Undoubtedly. But people remain people. Even having the knowledge about the power and the significance of signs and symbols, they distorted it with time, added something, and complicated it at their own discretion. As a result, what some people knew at the beginning of a millennium and others at its end was clearly different in meaning and qualitatively different in content. But from time to time, this knowledge was renewed in the human society. Some cultures had vanished, taking the sacred secrets to their grave, while others, on the contrary, had formed and blossomed out of the remains of previous generations' knowledge. So the presence of this knowledge in its primordial form has always been relevant for any peoples living in different parts of the globe, for it would not simply give a key to the knowledge of their ancestors, but also considerably expand their own cognition in the field of spiritual self-development. In the modern world, one can find entire systems of their own traditional symbols and signs with any nation. However, the primordial knowledge about them has been lost. Even the very names of symbols and signs are no longer connected in the semantic interpretation with the secret knowledge about the human being. They mostly represent a notion of a certain value in science, and also have an everyday conditional meaning which characterizes one or another manifestation of the material world. Anastasia. In general, signs are present today and continue to work, but people lack knowledge about them. Rigdon. Perfectly true. This is the result mankind has arrived at. It is not only the knowledge that has been lost, but even the semantic meaning of the words that certain symbols and signs meant as a complex. Here is a simple example. Let us consider, for instance, the word symbol, which is currently used in everyday life by the Russian-speaking population. It is borrowed from the Greek language. But how did it appear in ancient Greece? In ancient Greece, there existed such a word as shma, meaning a sign, a banner, a heavenly sign. It should be noted that the ancient cultures of the Aegean region, even before Greece appeared, especially after those peoples came into contact with the Eastern peoples, for instance, with the inhabitants of Anatolia, now the territory of Turkey, and with the ancient Egyptians, who had developed sacred writings and occult knowledge. Much of the knowledge of the invisible world was explained by means of the allegories understandable to the inhabitants of a certain region. For example, the process and the results of a joint meditation of a group of people who were working with signs, or for a specific setting of a working sign that influenced the masses, were explained to the initiate newcomers simply by using associations they could easily understand. The area of influence the sign covered was associatively compared to casting a net into the sea by fishermen, for the profession of a fisherman was very popular in those times. They were told that if the sign was set in a certain place, for instance in a room, temple, or in the square, it would influence the people within this space. Roughly speaking, like a net set in a certain part of the sea during fishing. In short, in ancient times they used such allegories which the people of that era could understand. Today, of course, all this can be explained to people using modern examples. For instance, the influence of certain signs and symbols can be compared to the radio receiver that operates at a predetermined frequency and distributes radio waves to certain distances, or to the light of the street lamp which illuminates a certain part of the street. And even then, these will still be allegories, because modern people are also very far from understanding the phenomena related to the processes taking place in other dimensions. So then, it is precisely due to such associative comparison, which was common in secret societies, that the word to symbolon appeared in everyday lexicon of people who, as the Russian proverb says, heard the song but got it wrong, and this word started to mean a group practice of several fishermen casting nets when fishing. Well, it's the same old story. Those who know nothing about the spiritual side of the matter always equate the meaning of the knowledge they have heard to objects and phenomena of the material world, based on their material understanding. But at the same time, this word to symbolon continued to be used by people initiated into the knowledge. As a result, along with the more ancient word shma, meaning a sign, a banner, a heavenly sign, the word symbol came to be used in the following meanings: joining the invisible with the visible, locating the invisible reality through a visible sign, the secret meaning of which is understood only by a certain group of people. And later on, symbol totally replaced this ancient word. It is also important to know how the archons react to the growing popularity among people of knowledge that came from secret spiritual societies. I shall once again use the word symbol as an example. When this word began to gain significance among the population precisely in its primordial meaning, the Freemasons interfered in this matter. They began to establish on the territory of Greece their different guilds, corporations, societies, religions, parties, and to place their signs and symbols as public signs of distinction of these organizations. They began to soil the word symbol with the semantic meaning of ordinary human matters, use it in various aspects of everyday life, as diplomatic agreements, as tickets to the theater, as names of signet rings of the Athenian judges, and as the name of a share of monetary membership contribution. As a result, the primordial meaning of the word symbol came to be forgotten and began to disappear from everyday use. However, interestingly enough, the word symbol came into the Russian language exactly in the meaning of sign, and the word sign, znak, originated in the Russian language from the Old Slavonic word to know and to have information about something, the Old Russian and Ukrainian word znati, the Slovenian znati, the Old Czech znati, the Polish znać, and so on. That is, the word znat, to know, was clear to any Slav, regardless of the existing differences in languages. As a matter of fact, in some sense, it reflected exactly the original meaning of the Greek word symbol. So this is just one of the many examples of transformation of the word that means sign and symbol. Actually, every nationality had their own definitions of a sign and a symbol, but not every nation today remembers their original meanings. If people had known these original meanings, they would be surprised how identical in meaning they are among the different peoples which in the ancient times lived at considerable distances from each other and were separated by oceans. Clearly, it is difficult for people to advance in cognizing the issue of symbols and signs without having the primary basis of the knowledge, thanks to which one can view the overall situation over millennia, but this can be corrected. Thus, there exist several working signs which have constantly been present in human society, regardless of whether the current generation of people knows about them or not. There is also basic knowledge of other signs and symbolism. From the earliest times, the latter were the bearers of certain encoded knowledge about the human being, his energy structure, and also his abilities in the invisible world, including the main one, spiritual liberation. Since ancient times, the basic signs and symbols have been placed according to specific purposes, depending on their use. In some cases, this was a transfer of knowledge, while in others, they were placed as an element of direct influence upon the one looking at them. When the goal was to pass on the knowledge, signs and symbols were drawn by the type of seal. I shall explain using a simple example. When a person looks at his photograph, the right side of the photograph corresponds to his left hand, whereas the left side of the photograph corresponds to his right hand. It is the same thing on the seal when you look at the original and compare it with its impression. The same applies to the signs related to transfer of the knowledge, especially the ones designating the right and the left essences. Whereas if signs and symbols were intended for exerting a certain influence on the person looking at them, they were placed strictly according to the actual sides. For example, if it was necessary to activate the right essence of man, then the corresponding sign or symbol was placed in front of the right side of the person looking at them, and so on. There were many other nuances on how to read these signs, which were already invented by people, from left to right or from right to left, from top to bottom, or vice versa. But this is already specificity related to the local traditions of different ancient peoples, although it too, in its turn, was based on certain information. But we're not talking about that now. Let us consider the basic knowledge about the four essences of a human and the soul, which has been known to people since ancient times. Originally, designation of an ordinary human being was in the form of an equilateral cross with a circle in the center. A simplified version was simply an equilateral cross. The horizontal line of the cross designated connection with matter, while the vertical line meant the connection with the spiritual world. Or rather, it indicated the presence of elements from the spiritual world in a human and the possibility of spiritual elevation. That is why, as a matter of fact, different peoples subsequently associated the horizontal line with the element of earth, with the material, earthly world, inward movement, and also with time, as movement from the past to the future, a vector, west-east, and with the line separating heaven and earth, while the vertical line was associated with the elements of fire and air and their initial upward direction from the material sphere to the spiritual one. The four-pointed structure of an equilateral cross and a circle inside it, the four main essences and the soul, denoted the principal elements in the human structure, which embodied the main plan, creation of conditions for a personality's choice between the material and the spiritual world. The circle is an ancient symbol of the soul, or of a manifestation from the spiritual world, including a spiritual being, a symbol of God's presence, a designation of the sacred sound of Ra. This is a circumference which symbolically bound and contained within itself a part of the great void. Given that the soul is true antimatter, that is a force coming from the spiritual world, then in the understanding of the material thinking, it is nothing. Sometimes it was depicted as a dot in the center of a circle, as a symbol of concentrated energy from the spiritual world. In some cases, this was the designation for the initial stage of spiritual development or awakening, and the circle itself symbolized spiritual powers, a characteristic of the soul in the meaning of perfection, wholeness, constancy, eternity, a designation of the spiritual world, an existence which has neither beginning nor end. There is another remarkable fact. In the human structure, the soul is surrounded by information shells, subpersonalities, but all this is also enclosed in a shell consisting of life energy of a human, prana. It is prana that is a kind of an interlayer between the energy of the soul and the material world. In the mythology of the peoples of the world, especially where such sacred spiritual knowledge about man was reflected, an associative parallel was often drawn between the energy of prana and fire characteristics of the sun, hence designation of the soul as a solar disk. The circle also denoted demarcation of the two spheres, the material and the spiritual. When it came to the knowledge about a human, this pointed to information about the soul being, so to speak, in the intermediate state. Sometimes, together with the circle, elements were depicted that gave it dynamics. For instance, wings, lotus petals, rays, winding snakes, or tongues of flame. Such images can be found in the sacred symbols of Tripilia, ancient Indian, ancient Egyptian, ancient Mexican, Sumerian, and ancient Russian cultures. This meant the spiritual growth of man, or indicated spiritual knowledge, teaching, introduced into this world by a being from the spiritual world. It also showed the direction of movement from the inside to the outside, which is a characteristic of the power of the soul that pushes the personality towards a choice and the search of spiritual ways for liberation from the captivity of matter. Often in cosmological myths, the ancients enclosed the general scheme of the world in a circle. In such a case, this pointed to creation, formation of the material world by the spiritual world. Anastasia. Yes, knowledge about the sacred meaning of the circle is recorded in the symbols and signs not only of rock drawings and frescoes on house walls, but also of archaeological objects, sacred sculptures, ritual clothing, ceramics, and so on. They have also been preserved in the architecture of ancient temple buildings and simple dwellings, marquees and yurts. Traditional ritual acts of certain beliefs also reflect this knowledge. For instance, ritual walking in a circle around a certain territory or a building, performance of circular dances, ritual circle dances around an invisible center or fire, a sacred place, spinning of shamans and dervishes, and solemn sitting of sages in a circle to communicate, where the center of the circle was empty, not filled with anything, as a symbol of the spiritual nature. Rigdon. By the way, in ancient times, people would build their towns similarly. That is, they would place buildings in them exactly in a circle, leaving the center of the town also empty, not built up, in the form of a round square. First and foremost, such a building plan had deep sacred meaning. Anastasia. Modern cities obviously lack this, although archaeological examples of such ancient buildings are in existence today. For example, thousands of years ago, such a principle was used for building settlements of the Tripolian civilization in the Danube and Dnieper interfluve. In the same way, cities were built based on the prototype of Archaim in the ancient Urals. For instance, the so-called by archaeologists Sintashta culture, the country of towns, which was discovered by archaeologists on the territory of Russia, Chelyabinsk Oblast, Orenburg Oblast, Bashkortostan, and northern Kazakhstan. Rigden. Exactly so. But let us go back to the ancient symbol of a human being, an equilateral cross with a circle in the center. The lines of the cross represent the four essences of a human. The lateral essences, the horizontal lines coming from the center, the back essence, the vertical line going down from the center, and the front essence, the vertical line going up from the center. As I have already said, in associative comparisons, the characteristics of these essences were attributed to certain forces in space. For example, the four elements, the four seasonal winds, and also the four cardinal directions. At that, three forces were usually closely interconnected with each other or had negative characteristics of the back and the lateral essences. And the fourth was the leading one, very special in its properties, and had positive characteristics of the front essence. All these forces were also designated with a cross, which is the sacred symbol of a human being, as one whose structure combines spirit and matter. The vertical line of the cross was associated with the solstice, the movement towards the spiritual world, with the human's aspiration for the spiritual nature to prevail in him. That is why on the head of sacred gods in the religious traditions of the ancient peoples of the world, a solar disk was often depicted as a symbol of supremacy of the spiritual nature and of knowledge introduced from the spiritual world. The horizontal line, indicating the lateral essences, was allegorically called the axis of equinox, associating it with the movement of the sun. When the sun crosses the celestial equator at the vernal and autumnal equinoxes. Anastasia. Yes, this can be traced even now by monuments of the ancient culture. For example, a very interesting bas-relief has been preserved in the ancient Persian city of Persepolis. There also exists its more ancient name, which when translated from the Persian language means the throne of Jamshid. It depicts a symbol of the Zoroastrian New Year holiday Navruz, which the Persian, Iranian, and the Turkic people celebrate in accordance with the solar calendar. So the most interesting thing is that this symbol is a bull, the right essence, and a lion, the left essence, eternally fighting each other. In ancient times, it was believed that on certain days of the year, their powers became equal. Rigden. That is right. This is exactly why later on people began to link these symbols to days of the solar equinox in nature, although all this has a different underlying message. The secret meaning of the knowledge about the four essences of a human also went into the notions that were equivalent to the cross. Anastasia. Majority of modern people associate the cross only with one world religion, Christianity. In turn, ministers of this religion do their utmost to prevent people from being interested in anything greater. After all, the cross is a very ancient symbol, and it had appeared long before the emergence of this religion. Images of crosses and their modifications have been known since the Paleolithic period. For example, a symbol of the cross was found on the monuments dated to the time of the primitive society. Let us take, for instance, images of the Chauvet Cave, France, which are 20,000 years old and which have been very well preserved thanks to the microclimate of the cave. Rigdon. And even then, it should be mentioned that these discoveries have been made relatively recently. And how many more of such places exist which are still unknown to mankind as of today? But such artifacts are valuable only when people understand the primordial meaning of symbols, and not just admire the amazing art of the ancients, linking these designations with concepts from the human mind, which are imposed by modern religions. Different variations of the cross symbolically indicated additional information to its main interpretation. For example, if the tips of the cross had 3 spheres, that indicated the 3-dimensionality of the world where the human being resided, or it represented a numerical characteristic of the phenomena that were denoted in the form of an additional sign on the cross. If the lower part of a cross, which corresponded to the back essence, was elongated, the so-called long or Latin cross, that meant focus of attention, concentration on the back essence, continuous suffering, a reminder of the past that burdened the soul, stimulation of the sense of guilt and resentment. As you already understand, if a person is in the state of the animal nature, such an activation of the back essence is in fact constant stimulation of depression, fear, and self-blame. Anastasia. At that, Christian believers are imposed upon to wear this particular form of a cross, supposedly as a symbol of Christ's sufferings. So does this mean that instead of love for God, people are indirectly looped on the thoughts about their suffering, the past, and death? In other words, with this symbol, they subconsciously activate in people negativity related to nothing else but their own past? So this is actually nothing more than a stimulation of the activation of the back essence. Rigdon. This is exactly one of the elements we have already discussed. I mean manipulations with signs in temples. And in this case, not only the back essence has been emphasized. As a rule, the reverse of such a cross has the following inscription in the Latin letters: INRI, Jesus Nazarenus Rex Judaeum, which means Jesus of Nazareth, the King of Judea. Anastasia. I see they even hammer into the subconscious of believers the supremacy of a certain people over them. And why is there no symbol of the soul here, of love for God? Rigdon with a smile. Well, as you see, when a person has knowledge, he starts asking questions that are inconvenient for the priests in power. How can they place such a symbol if the aims and objectives, according to their big books, are entirely different? They speak of soul salvation only in theory meant for the masses, but in reality you see for yourself what is going on. Anastasia. Yes, unfortunately, in practice, in contrast to theory, nobody has abolished slavery. They have simply perfected and camouflaged it well as democratic liberty, having thus created a mere illusion of freedom and equality. Rigdon. I will say even more. As I have already mentioned, the Latin cross as a symbol of Christianity was introduced in the 4th century AD, when the teaching of Jesus had been transformed into a religion, and the religion gained national status. Incidentally, in genealogy, The Latin cross usually marks the end of a person, the date of death. So in Christianity, besides this four-pointed long cross intended for believers to wear, there also exists six-pointed and eight-pointed, so-called patriarchal crosses with two or three additional bars, which as a rule cross out the front essence. They're worn by archbishops and cardinals. The general concept of this religion interprets the presence of this upper bar as a board, plate for the aforementioned title of Jesus in the Latin abbreviation INRI, and if the sign also had a lower slanting bar, it was simply explained to a believer in the material context of the religious interpretation that this was supposedly a bar for Jesus's feet. Now let us consider concealment of the interpretation of symbolism of the cross from the masses, which had existed long before the emergence of the Christian religion. For example, in ancient Egypt, such designations of the crosses, which are currently known as the Tau cross and the Ankh cross, were popular. In the secret knowledge, the Tau cross meant, using the modern language, the human life in the material world, a manifestation of the emotions and thoughts initiated by the back and the lateral essences, whereas the Ankh cross already combined two different elements, the dominant circle and a Tau cross hanging from it. The Ankh cross symbolized the perfect human, with the spiritual nature dominating in him, the prevalence of the front essence over the other three essences, and domination of the spiritual over the material. This is why the Ankh cross was placed in the hands of the supreme ancient Egyptian gods as a spiritual symbol, a sign of immortality, of eternal life. The Ankh cross is also known as the key of life, the key to energy, the key to revival, of spiritual transformation. Such meanings were related to the symbolism of a certain stage of spiritual practices when a person's self-unfolding took place, a qualitative transformation of a person into an entirely different spiritual being. Moreover, knowledge about this cross and its symbolism existed not only in ancient Egypt, Africa, but also in ancient Europe, Asia, and America. So when an equilateral cross was placed on the Tau cross, that meant the power of man over the essences in the three-dimensional world, while human qualities, the animal nature, dominated in him. In ancient times, such a symbol was usually used in magic, divination, fortune-telling, healing, and so on. If an equilateral cross was enclosed in a circle and placed above the Tau cross, it meant the death of a person dominated by the material, animal nature during his life. Simply put, this symbol meant leaving for reincarnation. However, other meanings of it existed as well. Anastasia. So it means that the patriarchal cross is in fact an equilateral cross above the Tau cross, a symbol of power over the material world through magic. This is also crossing out of the front essence. So that means it is rejection of the spiritual in favor of the material. Rigdon. Quite right. While a bar in the lower part of the cross means refusal of your human past and devoting yourself to service, only the question remains unanswered. Service to whom? The answer to it is found in the meaning of the dominant sign in this symbol. As for the long cross with an indication of 3 bars as stairs leading upwards, which today is called the papal cross, since ancient times such a sign has been used to indicate the one who sought power over the 3-dimensional world when the symbolism of an individual person was involved. However, such delicate details are naturally never disclosed to believers. This happens partly because the hierarchical top group of people conceals them, and partly because ordinary religious ministers who adhere to the traditional interpretation of this religion are unaware of this information, and the latter was invented during formation of the main concept of a given religion to somehow explain this ancient symbol to the masses. Perhaps I shall give a simple example for a better understanding. If we ask a believer who wears a cross next to the skin what he feels when he remembers about it, sees its reflection in the mirror on his body, or touches it, we may then hear the answer, which is quite standard in such cases. The person will say that at this moment he recalls the suffering of Jesus Christ during the crucifixion, and that he feels a sense of guilt and his own sinfulness. Such an answer is typical of almost all the believers of this religion. Note that at this moment they do not recall the teaching of Christ, his sermons and guidance, do not think about the salvation of their soul, about love for God, but instead they feel a sense of guilt and suffering and experience fear. Why? Because the back and the right essences become active in their energy structures. This is a telling example of how signs and symbols work, influence at the subconscious level, and how priests use them in their systems to control the masses. It is no wonder they conceal the primordial knowledge from people. Otherwise, if people knew about it, they would start asking questions that are awkward for the religious leaders. For example, why they, the believers, are wearing a symbol that imputes a sense of guilt in them, leads them into depression at the subconscious level, stimulates suffering and negative memories about their past, while religious ministers are wearing a symbol of power over the material world. After all, by definition, both of them in their faith should be striving for love of God, the salvation of the soul, and for the spiritual world. Anastasia. Yes, when you begin to comprehend what kind of signs and symbols they surround you with from all sides, understanding comes why the material mind dominates the society, even in places where people try to find a spiritual outlet for themselves. Rigdon. I have already said this many times, and I shall also repeat now. It is in the hands of people themselves to change the situation. Everything depends on the dominant choice of each person. But let us get back to the topic of the signs of the 4 essences. While the equilateral cross was a symbol of a regular person, the diagonal cross, a turned cross, and its variations, often with a circle in the center, refer to a personality which is moving along the path of knowledge and which is aware of sacred information about the human being and meditative practices related to the 4 essences. I emphasize, to a person who has knowledge, how he uses it with which dominant in his consciousness is his personal choice. But most often in the sacred texts, the symbol of the diagonal cross or its variations pointed at the knowledge about the energy structure of a human, his essences, and interconnection with dimensions. Dimensions were conditionally represented as a number of steps of a truncated pyramid or a staircase, parts of patterns, lotus buds or its petals, contours of mountains or zigzag lines, circles within a circle, little lines, grains, and points. As a rule, they were equal to 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in number. A number of 3 identical elements of a symbol usually indicated 3-dimensional space. 4, 3 dimensions plus the 4th one, time, and it could also serve as a symbol of the 4 essences. 5 represented 5-dimensional space, but generally this number was associated with a 5-pointed star as one of the symbols of the feminine principle, a sign of the manifested forces of Allatra in the 5th dimension. 6 stood for the 6th dimension, which is the highest possible one for the person with the material dominant, from which he can influence the material world in an altered state of consciousness. And presence of 7 identical elements in a pattern meant the 7th dimension, indicating a perfect person and the structure of the world up to the 7th dimension, or the concept of heaven, nirvana, and liberation of the soul. Sometimes 8, 9, 12, 13, and 33 or 72 conditional marks were depicted near the symbolic indication of the 7th dimension, pointing at the knowledge about the universe. Such sacred information was often recorded in patterns of ritual objects, garments, or sacred buildings. Variations of the diagonal cross were quite diverse. A diagonal cross in the form of 4 connected triangles with a circle in the center, circle centers of triangular spaces, clover crosses, narrow in the center and expanding out to the edges, snakes entwined in the form of a cross, and so on. If it was necessary to point at or emphasize the activation, dominance, or blocking of one of the essences, or specific work with these essences, then this was marked with an additional sign in the corresponding area of the diagonal cross. Anastasia. Perhaps it is worth emphasizing that we're talking about the sacred or magical symbols denoting the sacral knowledge of one or another nation. In general, one can say that the main symbols of the 4 essences are triangles and hemispheres, which touch each other, but practically do not intersect. Rigdon. Absolutely. At that, not simply triangles or just hemispheres. As a rule, these are equilateral triangles, the 3 sides of which point at 3-dimensionality of the space from which the observer, personality, begins his journey of spiritual development. 2 triangles lying horizontally, with peaks touching each other, symbolize the right and the left essences. This is a kind of an infinity sign, a constant return to the same tenets from the world of matter, the so-called variable stability. This is a stable domination of either the right or the left essence, a flow of equal force from one area of catching, or rather hunting for the attention of man, to another, if of course these 2 horizontal triangles are considered in the context of the life of a person who does not control his thoughts. But this is typical precisely of the usual work of the lateral essences when the personality chooses thoughts and emotions from the animal nature. But if a person reaches heights in his spiritual development, then the lateral essences change their usual working mode. They become helpers, that force which by its connection with other dimensions helps to know the invisible diversity, conditional infinity of this world. And the triangles pointing downwards and upwards are a special case which needs to be considered in more detail. Two vertically placed triangles that touch each other's vertices symbolize the front and the back essences. In the context of the original knowledge about the four essences of a human, the triangle pointing upward was a symbol of the back essence, the past, and the visible manifested material world. It is not coincidental that people would later associate a triangle of such a shape specifically with male principle. Its meaning is far from greatness or likeness to a mountain towering towards heaven, or to the three principles of construction of the universe, the symbol of God. The mountain is a separate image and symbol which is mainly associated with the concept of another dimension, and the symbol of God in the form of a triangle pointing upward signified the three principles of construction of the universe: God, the idea; Lotus, the plan; and Allat, implementation of the idea and the plan. An equilateral triangle pointing upwards, according to the primordial knowledge about the human being, signifies two things. Firstly, starting state of human, as an observer in the three-dimensional world prior to his independent spiritual development, as an object created in the image and likeness of God. The soul is initially enclosed in a person, and three conditions of his spiritual development are set: the spiritual idea, the plan, and an implementation of the idea. Secondly, if we're actually speaking already about the process of human spiritual development itself, the emphasis of which shifts to the front essence, that is to the upper triangle pointing downward, or on the contrary, if we are speaking about the person that is bogged down in matter and in whom the animal nature dominates, then the meaning of the lower triangle was quite different. In this case, the triangle pointing upwards symbolizes not only the back essence, but also aggression of the material world. That is why it was associated with the element of fire in some cases, movement of matter from expansion to contraction, from the outside to the inside, concentration on the will of the animal mind and its power over the pyramidal hierarchy of matter. In other words, the triangle pointing upwards means that which is based on the earthly, material, and temporal, and which strives for power. In the primordial knowledge, an equilateral triangle pointing downwards doesn't only denote the front essence, with the help of which the person grows and develops spiritually. Since ancient times, the symbol has meant the creating force of Allat, that is, movement of the spiritual from the primary point of implementation, from manifestation of the Creator's plan to constant creation and expansion, to perfect form contained in this plan. It is no coincidence that in ancient times a triangle pointing downwards was associated with symbols of the feminine principle, with supreme goddesses who, in the beliefs of different peoples, embodied the creating functions of the Great Mother as the progenitress of the whole world, and connection with the water environment, which was an association with the spiritual world. According to the sacred primordial knowledge about a human, when the personality chooses the spiritual nature, a manifestation of the creating power of Allah happens in it in the form of spiritual awakening, an expanded state of consciousness, and manifestation of the spiritual love. That is why during spiritual practices, a person experiences feelings of comprehension of everything, omniscience, and all-encompassing love for the whole world. This is precisely the work of his front essence and a manifestation of the powers of Allah, which restore and manifest the connection of the personality with the soul. Echoes of this knowledge are traced in the sacred treatises about the world and man, in mythological stories, images, and rituals of many peoples of the world. Anastasia. Incidentally, in the Trypillian civilization, for example, it was the symbols of two vertically placed triangles touching each other's vertices that were often depicted on ritual dishes, even with designation of the direction of energy movement during spiritual practices. Rigdon. Yes, these symbols are present everywhere. It is just that most people do not notice them. They're not interested in them, and they do not understand them due to the absence of the primordial knowledge. For example, in ancient India, a triangle pointing downwards was used as a symbol of goddess Shakti, whom I have already mentioned, an associative image of manifestation of the powers of Allah, and for god Shiva, one of the three deities in the Indian mythology that embodied also the destructive forces. It was a triangle pointing upwards. Here's another example. When the Greeks visited the banks of the triangle estuary of the great river of ancient Egypt, the Nile, they started calling it Delta. For ancient Egyptians, this estuary, which gave access to the sea, just like the life-sustaining river itself, was comparable to the sacred lotus, to a triangle pointing downwards which embodied the feminine principle. And the delta base, having multiple channels that lead out to the sea, the aquatic environment, was associated with spiritual paths which in the sacred interpretations of the ancient Egyptians were associated with a different world, the spiritual one. Many of the ancient Egyptian goddesses, endowed with functions of Allah, were mistresses of the aquatic environment or were connected to it and to a lotus. That is why, among the Greeks too, the delta became a symbol of the feminine principle, the door of life, despite the fact that the word itself is derived from the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet, the form of which is a triangle pointing upwards. All in all, it is worthwhile to look more closely at least at the known history of different cultures, and one can find a lot of interesting information. I'm not even mentioning the long-forgotten cultures which modern people do not remember, but the archaeological discoveries of which will shake the world in the future with their unique artifacts and spiritual knowledge, provided, of course, that humanity will have this future. And a few more words about a variation of the symbolism of overlaying of a triangle pointing downwards and a triangle pointing upwards over each other, which has been widespread among mystical, occult, and religious movements since ancient times. According to the primordial knowledge, if in this symbol, the top triangle pointing downwards is depicted in white color, the divine feminine principle, the forces of the spiritual world, and beneath it, you can see its edges. There is a triangle pointing upwards in black color, the masculine principle, forces of matter. Then this means supremacy of the spiritual world and of the creating forces of Allatra over the material world in six-dimensional space. And if the triangle pointing upwards overlaps the triangle pointing downwards, it means dominance of the animal mind, the material world over the spiritual one, a magical influence on matter from the sixth dimension with the dominance of the animal nature, man's use of the powers of Allatra not for spiritual liberation, but for gaining power in the material world. Such a sign, so to speak, with exactly the opposite meaning, as a rule was placed by people seeking secret power over the three-dimensional world and serving the will and aims of the animal mind. If the sign was depicted without indicating the dominating triangle, it was also called the reversed sign, because the triangles of the front and the back essences were interchanged in it, and the lateral essences were dominant, with indication of them as triangles located in the vertical. It also meant crossing out of the rhombus, one of the symbols of the spiritual transformation of man. In ancient times, this symbol was used mainly in black magic. Anastasia. This symbol, by the way, is now widely popularized all over the world under the name of the Star of David, naturally with a plausible interpretation for the broad masses of the perfect union of spirit and matter with the dominant triangle pointing upwards. And then people wonder why they live in such an unhappy world where there is a lot of anger and aggression. Rigdon. Well, who is to blame for people not being interested in more than what is being imposed on them by the material mind? In ancient times in the East, this sign was known as the ruler of jinns, a magical symbol of the person ruling over matter with help of powers intended for spiritual development. If one or more triangles pointing downwards were placed inside a large triangle pointing upwards, this meant man's use of his unique spiritual powers for other purposes, that is, for obtaining certain power in the material world. For example, if 3 triangles pointing downwards were placed inside a triangle pointing upwards, then this meant the use of the powers of Allatra by the material mind for its own purposes, as a rule for achieving temporary power in the three-dimensional world. Incidentally, 3 triangles pointing downwards symbolize the divine principles, the idea, the plan, and its implementation, the realization of this plan. In ancient images, one can see 3 triangles pointing downwards that are not restricted by anything. On top of them, a 4th large triangle pointing downwards is placed, which means man's movement towards spiritual liberation. In short, the right use by a person of his life force. Anastasia. Please tell the readers more about hemispheres. They're also quite common in patterns of sacred ritual objects and on ancient artifacts as a conditional designation of the 4 essences. Rigdon. Yes, for designation of the 4 essences, they also use the symbols of semicircle, crescent, and arc as a certain part of the whole. This being said, the lateral arcs, which were located vertically, were symbols of the lateral essences, The ark that resembled an overturned crescent or a bowl placed upside down symbolized the Bach essence, and that is why in the sacred symbolism of peoples it was associated with the past that was deprived of life, and it also meant a dead teaching oriented towards the material. However, the sign of an arc or a crescent with horns pointing upwards was originally used to designate the front essence as a symbol of manifestation of the powers of the spiritual world, Allatra. This, strictly speaking, gave rise to the appearance of designations of other essences precisely in the form of distinctive arcs and hemispheres. Thanks to such a depiction of the front essence and of the sign of Allatra, some peoples acquired associative symbol of a bowl as a spiritual container which is ready to be filled with creating powers of Allatra, or in the beliefs of the ancients with crystal clear water, which was an association with the spiritual world. Anastasia, you have mentioned the rhombus as one of the symbols of human spiritual transformation. Please tell, at least in general, about symbols of the square shapes, about the rhombus and the square itself. As of today, people often confuse the meaning of these symbols because they rely on modern interpretations of the ancient knowledge, which has already been largely distorted and interpreted at the level of the material worldview. Rigdon. The square in the symbolism of the primordial knowledge is a conditional base of the pyramidal-shaped human structure, which links all his main essences. Consequently, different peoples associated the square with the symbol of the earth, everything earthly, with the union of the four elements, of cardinal points, with the masculine principle, as opposed to the circle which served as a symbol of the feminine principle and the sky. This knowledge was reflected in the structure of many religious buildings of different nations of the world. For example, ziggurats, pyramids, temples, pagodas, churches, and other sacred buildings were built on a square base. At that, as a rule, the architecture of the building itself, in one way or another, reflected knowledge about the transformation of the square into a circle or a rhombus, which was a schematic representation of a cube set on one of its corners. That is, these symbols recorded the knowledge about energy transformation of the human structure during his spiritual liberation, the transition of the spiritual personality from the material world into the spiritual one. A rhombus was also often depicted in the form of an oval seed with slightly pointed top and bottom vertices, and was associated with the symbol of the feminine principle, life energy, and the fertility of the goddesses, who as a rule were endowed with functions of the Great Mother. It was designated with signs of fusion of two forces which formed a new shape in space. A rhombus drawn into a square, or a rhombus that goes beyond the limits of a square, forming 8 angles, an 8-pointed star. These are all symbols of the primordial knowledge about the spiritual liberation of man. These symbols were known to people as far back as the times of the Paleolithic Age. All these images and symbols were based on the knowledge of spiritual practices, particularities of awakening of the spiritual forces in human, a manifestation of the moment of fusion of the personality with its soul. Incidentally, the process of reaching such a spiritual fusion, enlightenment, and perception of the truth was designated in ancient times with a symbol that looked like a bug. Notably, it was originally placed in reference to a personality which has matured spiritually, regardless of whether it was a woman or a man. Often, the arms in this sign were depicted with the symbolic sign of Allatra, and the legs were in the form of two spirals twisted in different directions. Spirals in the sacred knowledge about the human being are as a rule conditional designations of either direction of energy movement in the process of spiritual practice or of the powers of Allatra, if it is connected with information about the origin of the world. A spiral twisted clockwise meant positive, creating spiritual forces, while a counterclockwise spiral referred to negative, destructive forces of the animal mind, which opposed the powers of Allatra. In the designation of spiritual practices, symbols of spirals were used in the meaning of energies or of their fusion. Also, the spiral of 3.5 turns designated the energy which in the East, as I have already mentioned, is still being called the sleeping Kundalini serpent, and which symbolizes the hidden energy potential of the human being. Later, instead of the above-mentioned sign that looks like a bug, female goddesses began to be depicted, thus designating the process of attainment of spiritual fusion with the soul and liberation of human from the material world. Thus, people recorded one of the original additional explanations that a human being can achieve such a state only with the participation of the creating powers of Allatra, the divine feminine principle. Also, indications that were similar in meaning were used in the form of two spiral snakes entwined with each other. If such a symbol was depicted together with an image of a person doing a spiritual practice, then it was usually indicated that the tails of the snakes were coming out of the person's first chakran, Muladhara. The bodies were entwined by 3.5 turns, and their heads were close to the 7th chakran, the 1,000-petal lotus. Thus, the path of movement of this energy in the human energy body was conditionally indicated. The Eastern treatises which narrate about spiritual practices still refer to the awakening of the Kundalini serpent as the attainment of the spiritual state of enlightenment, an escape into nirvana. By the way, thanks to such an associative symbol, previously connected with spiritual knowledge, some peoples still revere ordinary snakes, which are found in their localities, as sacred reptiles. Anastasia. Yes, thanks to the ancient artifacts discovered in different corners of the planet, there's already a lot of evidence attesting to people's special attitude towards this sign that looks like a bug and towards images of goddesses that are similar to it. However, strange things are happening in science today. The spiritual aspect of these artifacts is hardly ever considered, and most explanations amount to the material understanding, as if on purpose. The spiritual significance and the role of these symbols in cultures of different peoples are being belittled. For example, scientists are often faced with ancient artifacts in the form of goddesses with lines twisted into spirals or spread out in a semicircle in place of legs, or little snakes twisted in a spiral. But they attribute practically all these findings to a woman in labor in a frog position, or to anthropomorphic creatures in a frog position which are associated with the magic of fertility and represent a woman's pose, and so forth. In general, they connected to the material aspects of existence without the spiritual component. Rigdon: well, whatever worldview people have, so are their conclusions. If modern people paid more attention to true spiritual self-perfection, they would better understand the ancient people's concern about their spiritual development. Here is a simple example. In the 1960s, in the southern part of central Turkey, on Konya Plain, archaeologists discovered the city of Çatalhöyük, dated to the 7th millennium BC. And underneath it, there were 12 more layers, the building horizons of cultures that had existed before that time, in a manner of speaking. Anastasia: yes, it was a sensational discovery for the scientific world. Ancient buildings. An outside narrow entrance to the premises was made on the flat roof. Sanctuaries, plaques, figurines, crystalloids of geometric forms, and remains of polychrome wall paintings. According to the scientists' calculations, this ancient city could accommodate about 7,000 inhabitants simultaneously. Rigdon: quite right. In fact, almost every house there had a special room. Scientists provisionally called it the sanctuary, and putting it in our words, it was a room for spiritual practices. They tried to place it in the center of the dwelling. The walls of such a room, especially the eastern and the northern ones, were painted with frescoes, the length of which reached from 12 to 18 meters. But what is most interesting is what was portrayed on them: a goddess in the form of a woman, positioned in a pose of the said bog, or as scientists call it, in the frog pose, with animals and birds that characterize the four essences beside her, as well as symbols in the form of the Allatra sign, a crescent with horns pointing upwards, a rhombus, two vertically connected triangles in the form of an hourglass, two horizontally connected triangles in the form of wings of a butterfly, symbols in the form of honeycomb, seeds, and waves. At that, these symbols could be found in different combinations, on top of one another. Somewhere they doubled or tripled, multiplied, were depicted in terms of positivity and negativity. The goddess was drawn as a fish woman, a meditative immersion into an altered state of consciousness, as a serpent woman, a symbol of spiritual practices and the attainment of the state of spiritual enlightenment, and as the bird woman, connection with the spiritual world. These stories also had women carrying fishing nets, which in turn pointed at the placement of signs by a group that was doing spiritual practices. Furthermore, in order to paint these frescoes, they used colors inherent to the soul in a state of transition, blue and green. This paint was mined from the copper ore, dark and bright red from mercury oxide and red ochre, yellow from iron oxide, gray from galena, purple from manganese, and naturally white. All this, together with signs and symbols, indicates that people possessed the primordial knowledge. Incidentally, there was the following tradition even in more ancient times. A group of people performed spiritual practices together with their leader, an individual who worked on himself more thoroughly than the others, and therefore advanced faster on his spiritual path. On the walls of the meditation room, in symbols and signs, he kept a record of the spiritual work, the attainment of knowledge, and learning processes of this group. But once the leader reached spiritual liberation, the walls of the meditative room were covered with a white coating. The new group leader began a new painting, like from a clean slate. Subsequently, this tradition transferred to the human society, where the emphasis was already placed on human life and the events in it. Anastasia: yes, all this testifies yet once again that people really worked on themselves spiritually. Moreover, spiritual perfection was natural for the society's way of life. This was not a passing fancy or a part of an individual's private life that is better to be kept secret from others, which is what you can see with modern people nowadays. Spiritual development was the ancient people's meaning of life. Moreover, the very society in which they lived not only maintained but also contributed to this process. You mentioned that the ancient people had a sign in the form of a wave. Rigdon: yes, the wave is an ancient designation of energy and its characteristics, or as they would say today, of the energy field. If this referred to the spiritual sacred knowledge about the human being, then the number of wavy lines or wavy stripes indicated energies of the dimension with which the person was working in a spiritual practice, or into what dimension he makes a transition, or simply symbolized the work itself in the invisible world. The wavy line in everyday symbolism was used as a designation of water or rivers, and in the sacred knowledge about the universe, the water was a symbol of the other world, which was different from the earthly one. So this is why the connection with the spiritual world was also often indicated in this way. The proof of the fact that people possessed the spiritual knowledge already in the ancient times can be found now as well. The main symbols such as a circle, cross, diagonal cross, triangle, rhombus, square, spiral, star, pyramid, crescent with horns upwards, as well as their modifications, are found on many archaeological artifacts. For example, they are on rock inscriptions, on figurines of the Paleolithic era, on ritual plates and dishes dating back to the Neolithic times, on symbols of holy garments, things, objects, and jewelry found in burial places. All this points to the fact that people possess special magical sacred spiritual knowledge during their lifetime. For a person of knowledge, these symbols told a lot and were to him same as what an open book written in an understandable language is to us now. Ancient inscriptions left on stone blocks, rocks, caves' roofs, and so on, particularly those that included signs and symbols indicating specific spiritual practices, as a rule also designated the place where people worked on these practices. The place chosen for spiritual practices was special, often in remote caves or open areas. By the way, in the past, only a person of knowledge who had personal experience in such practices had the right to make such inscriptions on rocks. Today, these ancient people who left rock inscriptions are provisionally called Paleolithic shamans by scientists. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that even to this day, such places have been preserved where records of entire generations were made and where people came to learn for thousands of years. Anastasia: yes, such stone books carved on rocks, each the size of a football field, are still being discovered by scientists. For example, rock carvings, petroglyphs at the White Sea, Zalavruga City, Republic of Karelia, Russia, or the Swedish Namforsen in the Angermanland province, and Tanuma in Bohuslän, or in the foothills of the Central Alps in Valcamonica, Italy, or inscriptions of the African Bushmen in the Drakensberg Mountains, or drawings of the mountain plateau, Tassili Niger in the Sahara, and so on. Rigdon: quite right. Later, symbols started to be used more often in a more mobile version as amulets, a constant reminder of the human's dual nature and of priority of the spiritual, and it must be noted that they were drawn knowledgeably, in particular what symbol had to be placed where and why on pictorial ornaments, houses, ritual dishes, and sacred figurines, which were just as respected in those days as religious paraphernalia is honored in the modern world. These symbols were also placed on certain objects as information that was recorded in a special way in signs, including those events that were to take place in the future or as a guarantee that they will happen. Later, this was transformed into a kind of subject letter, for example on the staff of messengers, which had the corresponding notable signs. Thanks to this, a messenger from one nation or community of people confirmed, so to speak, his authority and the special commission entrusted to him before the representatives of another nation or community. Anastasia: yes, staffs of messengers were used in ancient Europe, ancient China, also by the ancient African and Australian peoples. But this is known perhaps only to the researchers who work on these matters, but for the majority of people, these are little-known facts. Yet the symbolic staff of Moses, the caduceus of Hermes, and so on, have been well hyped in the modern society's literature that is available to the masses. Rigdon: historical artifacts are little known because people themselves are not interested in these matters. Anastasia: that is so, and even for those who discover these artifacts with symbols and signs, the information there is not entirely clear, and that is why it is described at best as an ornament on ritual objects, as signs that are similar to certain sacred symbols of other peoples. Rigdon: usually such symbols were depicted on stone or on objects as a means of transferring spiritual experience to descendants. For those walking the spiritual path, these records of knowledge were spiritually significant. Anastasia: so spiritual knowledge was more important and more significant to those people who lived thousands of years ago than, for example, a map with an exact location of countless treasures or cash savings in a bank is to a modern human being with a consumerist format of thinking. Rigdon: quite right. Even about 10,000 years ago, spiritual knowledge was valued more than it is now. As they said in the East, knowledge is the real treasure which accompanies the one who possesses it everywhere. Anastasia: yes, what can be more important in human's life than spiritual development? This is the main purpose and the meaning of life. The history of mankind, recorded in signs and symbols, has demonstrated the importance of this issue even in such distant times, regardless of the conditions in which people lived. For them, spiritual development was the most important thing, and the material life was secondary. And now, even though compared to ancient people, the new generations live in more comfortable conditions, still more often they choose the priority of material values, burning through their life, wasting it, guided by the consumerist priorities of society. Rigdon: Unfortunately, that is so. By the way, the ancient people treated such inscriptions as transmittal of the most important information to the next generation, because everything in this life is transient, except for the spiritual. In ancient times, people had a better understanding that life in this world is too fleeting, and it ends very quickly for various reasons, including natural disasters. And to avoid losing knowledge, it was left on the eternal stone. Certainly, all of the above mentioned applies to sacred, holy ritual inscriptions, because in addition to these, the ancient people had, like in modern society, common, calendar, ancestral, historical, and other records. Some sacred working signs, those capable of influencing the physics of the invisible world, could also be used as a symbolic designation of a spiritual person who practiced this knowledge, had experience, and could share it with other people. Before, everything really was clear and simple. Those same signs and symbols, for instance, were drawn not just by whomever, and certainly not for the purpose of decorating your own beloved self as it is done now, usually without understanding the essence. In ancient times, it was done by the people in the know, who reached a certain level of spiritual development. It is now that people like monkeys hook adornments with different symbols and signs onto themselves without even realizing what they really mean and how they affect the unconscious. But the main thing for them is that it is cool, expensive, and that a neighbor is looking with envy. Nowadays, many irresponsible politicians and government officials place those symbols, which are often slipped to them by Freemasons, onto flags and emblems of cities and countries. They do not even stop and think why it is so important for Freemasons to put their sign or symbol in this region. Officials do not understand the difference between different signs and what trouble they are causing by this innocent act, condemning their people, including their families, to additional suffering. For such people, the subordinated to the material mind system has defined specific priorities, money, and an area of the conductor of its power, so that the person would not think about anything greater. It is now that leaders of different religions, imitating traditions of the past, clothe themselves in festive garments and decorate themselves with precious metals, stones, and emblems on which various symbols are depicted. Most of them have scarce information about the meaning of these patterns and signs, confining themselves only to the narrow limits of the concept of their religion, without even wondering about a more ancient use of these symbols in the spiritual culture of different peoples of the world and about their true purpose. On the whole, it is now that the outer is rich and the inner is empty, whereas before, only some 8 to 12,000 years ago, everything was different and had a meaning. Modest but with a lot of significance outer, sign or symbol, and rich spiritual inner. Generally, it should be noted that for people who lived in those times, knowledge of symbols was so important and natural for their society that they could not even imagine that such valuable information could be forgotten or lost. Anastasia, you once mentioned that much later, when society started to lean towards the material way of thinking, the simple started to be replaced with the complicated. People complicated signs and symbols by additional interpretation which came from the mind. Rigdon, that is really so. When due to some causes, natural disasters, epidemics, and so on, transfer of spiritual knowledge was interrupted, or its modernization from the human mind took place among the peoples, then the next generations would no longer understand it. People would interpret this information from their mind, literally from the perspective of their existing everyday experience. This is another factor that contributed to the subsequent distortion and misinterpretation of science. Anastasia, yes, no matter which way you look at it, it all starts with the material inclination of humans' consciousness. And if society loses or distorts the essence and the meaning of the original knowledge as the result of interference of the animal mind, this material inclination will only get worse in the consciousness of future generations. You know, pursuant to the information you told us, I found many interesting facts in the works dedicated to archaeological and ethnological matters. Of course, the research related to cultural layers of 12,000 BC is scarce, and most of the discoveries are accidental. But starting in the 11th to the 7th millennium BC, many artifacts have been discovered, especially those related to science. So then, while studying various cultural layers, one can easily trace in what period the phase of such an inclination towards matter was starting for this or that people. In the layers dating back to antiquity, scientists found more traces of peaceful life of people, a lack of signs of inequality among the inhabitants, and most importantly, evidence of priority of spiritual knowledge in society. Many artifacts with typical signs and symbols point to that. For example, remains of dwellings with rich murals graphics, steatite seals with signs, clay medallions with carved signs and symbols, fragments of ritual dishes with signs, pottery with rich ornamentation based on mythological stories, and women's clay figurines with sacred symbols on them. And already later on in the timeline, judging by the burials, there appear quite a lot of weapons and jewelry made of gold, silver, and precious stones. A significant stratification of the population takes place. There appear many poor burials, while very few rich ones. And then there are whole castes of priests and warriors buried in gold jewelry with weapons. Besides, if in the early days there was simply an exchange of goods among the population without much need for material hoarding, apparently the values were different. They were of the non-material nature. Later on, gold, money, and trade appear with focus on accumulation of the material wealth by individuals and the corresponding stratification of the population with the emergence of political and religious systems of government. In other words, you can trace inclination of the civilization in the direction of material thinking. I would say more precisely, towards domination of characteristics of the animal nature in society, the creation of nations on this basis, the emergence of slavery, and so on. Another thing that surprised me is the fact that the secondary school curricula of a variety of civilized countries mention information about the existence of the human society until the 5th millennium BC only in passing, referring to this period as prehistory and describing mainly everyday life and material living conditions of the so-called in science prehistoric people. And the spiritual side of life of the ancient people is portrayed as primitive beliefs in magic, spirits, in existence of the soul in a human, in otherworldly mythical realms and gods inhabiting them. But earlier, there had been many interesting and meaningful things too. Why is this being concealed? For example, in certain periods of time, different communities of people in parts of the globe that were located at a considerable distance from each other suddenly started to move on a massive scale to a more civilized level of existence, as scientists say, to a culture of productive economy, to settled agriculture, to production of pottery with the same basic sacred signs, to domestication of animals, construction of houses, including two-storied ones in some places, with a clear plan of building big cities, and so on. And the myths and legends of the peoples that were geographically unrelated to each other mention that the locals were taught all this by people from the sky, and that is the origin of the belief that nature and life of people are governed by special supreme beings. Often, it is during these periods that signs and symbols started to appear on ritual ceramic dishes on a large scale. At the same time, these signs, essentially the same ones, existed before that time in the communities of the people who lived on different continents, as evidenced by rock carvings, petroglyphs. The signs were found even in rock drawings painted 35,000 years ago. Rigdon: it is simply that, as I have already said, certain signs and symbols existed in society initially. Anastasia: yes, and this simple fact is being persistently ignored, probably due to lack of primordial knowledge in matters so crucial for the human civilization. So I found some interesting information in the libraries about those ancient archaeological cultures that you mentioned in the conversation about signs. These are ancient civilizations that existed in Europe and Asia, either well before the known Sumerian and Egyptian civilizations or during the same time period. For example, as you have already said, the Trypillian culture, which existed in the 4th to 3rd millennium BC in ancient Europe, the current territories of Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania. It is known in Romania as the Cucuten culture, by the name of the nearest settlement where the first archaeological findings associated with this culture were discovered on those territories. A lot of ceramics with sacred symbols had been found in the cultural layers of this period. At that, the dishes were of two types: ritual ones, with the ornament of signs and symbols, and common ones, simple, without drawings. I would like to mention another important fact that you once pointed out to us. In those settlements, many female figurines with carved sacred signs and ornaments were found, which indicates that these people honored the creating feminine principle. It is also noteworthy that during the excavation of other ancient cultures, not only an abundance of such signs on ceramics was found, but there were also many women's pieces of adornment with the same sacred symbols and female figurines with signs. The burials of women shamans who possessed the sacred knowledge during life were found nearby as well. The objects and many other features found in burial places pointed at that. This testifies that women took a very active part in the spiritual life of society as well as in the rituals, and that it is the feminine divine principle that was especially honored by people in ancient times. Rigdon. So it should be in a harmonious spiritually developed community, because the feminine principle in the spiritual aspect is precisely the manifestation of the creating power of Allatra. Anastasia. After you first touched on the subject of science many years ago, I found many examples of the presence of different signs and symbols in ancient cultures. For example, cultures of the Balkan-Danube region, which are a number of archaeological cultures of the Neolithic and the Chalcolithic ages in 5th to 3rd millennium BC, which occupied a large area of ancient Europe and the Balkans, a mountain range in the southeast of Europe. A rather rich ornament consisting of the main symbols can be seen on the artifacts. It includes circles, spirals, triangles, crosses, pyramids, rhombuses, and other signs. Furthermore, I would like to mention the archaeological culture Sesklo, 5th millennium BC, near the Volos city, located close to the major city of Larissa, the Greek coast, for which ornament of geometrical shape is typical. During the excavations, figurines and tableware which were painted with this ornament and often coated with red paint were unearthed there. Incidentally, pintadera were also found there. The Spanish word pintadera, from pintar, meaning to paint, depicts something. These are a kind of clay contour stamps, usually with an ornamental pattern. They were quite common in many cultures of the Neolithic period. It is believed that one of their functions was to apply some sort of tattoos in the form of signs and symbols with paint onto the human body before a sacred ritual or a ceremony. And of course, the Shigir culture, 5th to 4th millennium BC, the Middle Urals and Trans-Urals, modern Russia, may be especially noted. Its artifacts include a sculpture made of larch, which is the oldest wooden sculpture found in the world to date. It was named after the place where it was discovered, the Big Shigir idol. The torso of the statue is covered with carved geometric ornament from all sides. The sculpture itself dates back to the Mesolithic period, 9,500 years ago. Rigdon. By the way, on this idol, so-called by archaeologists, there is also information about the 7 dimensions in the form of 7 of his guises, schematic images of human faces, and the 7th dimension is represented as the upper 3-dimensional, double-sided, leading face, while 6 dimensions are represented in the form of 6 contour faces. The latter ones were cut on the broad planes of the idol's body. 3 were cut on the front, symbolizing the 3-dimensional world, and another 3 guises on the reverse side, symbolizing dimensions which are inaccessible to an ordinary person, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. Anastasia. The most interesting thing is that scientists are still arguing about what this could mean, and also about the meaning of the symbols and signs on it. Interestingly, in the first description of this idol by the museum worker who received this object then, it was mentioned that the idol had his legs crossed. and this points to the lotus position and cognition of the world in the process of meditation. But obviously, this part of the artifact was very inconvenient for someone, since it, at the very least, made people think about the connection with the East. So it is precisely this part that disappeared without a trace in the museum storeroom even before the revolution. That is what losing the key to the original knowledge means. The artifact was found, but nobody knows what to do with it and how to read the ancient signs and symbols. As a matter of fact, on the territory of modern Russia, they discovered many symbols of the ancient archaeological cultures that are highly interesting for the researcher. For example, the Upper Volga culture. It was located in the area of the Volga River, Upper Volga, in the Volga-Oka interfluve, on the present territory of the Moscow region, Russia, in the layers of which dishes with carved ornament and symbols were found, as well as clay medallions with carved signs, an ancient medallion, in essence the same tamga. And how informatively valuable are the artifacts, for example, of the Chebarkul culture, the southern part of the Ural Mountains, now Chelyabinsk region, Russia. As a matter of fact, the Urals region is very rich in symbols and signs. For instance, the Urals petroglyphs, rock carvings, of the Mesolithic, Neolithic, and Bronze Ages are priceless. Interestingly, they were mainly painted on the rocks which faced the water. And water, as we know, in the interpretation of ancient people, symbolized a different world, the spiritual one. If birds were depicted, then in most cases they were water birds. And traditionally, like with all ancient peoples of the world, spiritual knowledge was recorded in the form of geometric shapes, circles, polygons, waves, zigzags, diagonal and straight crosses, and rays, as well as anthropomorphic creatures and hoofed animals that designate mainly the four essences. But most importantly, with human figurines in form of the bug, with spread out arms and bent legs, on whose heads there were symbols of spiritual liberation or perfection, either the Allatra sign or the symbol of Allat, or several emanating rays were depicted. I'm not even mentioning the most ancient cultures of Siberia with their symbols and signs. By the way, I gleaned many interesting facts also from the research of the Eastern cultures dating back to the 7th to 6th millennium BC, and not only in the Urals, but also in Asia, in Near East and Central Asia. For example, the Hasslar culture of hunters and gatherers, which existed almost 9,000 years ago. It is characterized by rich paintings on house walls and tableware with graphic symbols dominated mainly by the solar, sun, circular, and rhombic symbols. Or, for example, the culture of Çatalhöyük, which you have mentioned in the conversation, that just like Hasslar, existed in the 7th millennium BC on the territory of modern Turkey. Its symbols were indeed dominated by many cross-shaped and rhombic images, and there was an obvious reverence for the divine feminine principle. All this points to the fact that ancient people possessed primordial knowledge about the soul, the four essences, and the related spiritual practices. Interestingly, judging by the burials, the ancient people of this culture did not even have signs of social stratification or any hint at inequality between men and women in the matters of leadership in the spiritual, social, or domestic areas of their community. In the sanctuaries discovered by scientists, there were many female figurines of Mother Goddess, and in addition to the paintings, there were relief images of Mother Goddess, ox heads, and lionesses. By the way, the best-known sculpture found in this layer is a female deity sitting on a cubic throne, the side arms of which are made in the form of two lionesses. The same can be observed also in ancient Egypt, same lions as symbols of the lateral essences, and the ox head as a peculiar ancient interpretation of the symbolism of this knowledge. Brigden. Yes, for the ancient peoples that revered the ox as a sacred animal, such an associative interpretation of this knowledge was typical indeed. More precisely, the bull, the cow, and the snake, as well as other representatives of the tangible animal world, whom I have already mentioned, were made holy by people only because at one time the invisible structure of the human being and the world was explained to the previous generations using them as an example. The same applies to the plant world. The animals themselves, reptiles or plants, have nothing to do with this. This is akin to taking an apple and comparing it with the shape of the soul in the transitional state. One can say that the soul is approximately the same, round in shape, that its shells have yellow and red colors. Just like an apple ripens in the sun as a fruit, so does the soul, figuratively speaking, ripen when a person develops spiritually. So then, if the spiritual component of this knowledge is lost, then for the next generations, the apple will become a sacred fruit which will be worshipped since it was written down in the sacred texts of their ancestors. That is how the animal mind materializes everything spiritual in the human system in order to establish its power. In earlier times, the basic spiritual practices were explained almost at the elementary level, essentially just like nowadays. In other words, they took common associative examples of the three-dimensional world, understandable to a person in everyday life. It was only necessary so that he could grasp the initial stages of spiritual work. With his further spiritual development, the need for this disappeared because the person got a personal experience of being on the invisible side of reality, the spiritual world. And that reality is impossible to explain in human words. That is why spiritual people understand each other without words, while those who do not know about the other side yet are fighting a losing battle, trying to grasp with logic that which can only be understood with feelings. It is for the latter that such coarse associations of the material world were given. So getting back to the sacred symbols of the image of the bull, in the associative interpretation of ancient people, the bull's eyes represented a conditional symbol of the lateral essences, an elongated nose with a mouth, speaking or rather mooing about the past, meant the back essence, and the top part of the head with arched horns stood for the front essence in the form of a crescent with horns pointing upwards, the sign of Allatra, and as a symbol of the possibility of leaving for the other world. On the bull's body they usually placed the sign of the circle, in which 6 lines were inscribed like a star with 6 rays. The latter is a symbol of 6 material dimensions ruled by the animal mind. And if the 6 rays of the star looked like a diagonal cross intersected with a horizontal line, then the 2 horizontal rays, the minuses, pointed also to the control by a person of his lateral essences, or conversely, to their activity, depending on additional signs. Incidentally, special emphasis was made on the bull's body, either on the abdomen as an associative image of the container of the animal world, or on the back in the associative understanding of the carrier, base of the material world. Appropriate signs were placed there. Later, when religion appeared as an institution of power and control, total destruction of the old beliefs began, and some priests turned the symbol of the bull into a sacred image to be worshipped by the masses, concealing the true knowledge, while other priests, fighting for their own power, started interpreting the bull as a negative image along with that knowledge that it embodied. Anastasia. Such a substitution of an associative image for a sacred one is also traced in modern beliefs nowadays. In such religions as Hinduism, Jainism, and Zoroastrianism, the cow is still revered as a sacred animal. In Hinduism, eating its meat is taboo, and earlier, in the first centuries of the Common Era, rulers of India regarded the killing of cows by any resident as a terrible crime, which was punishable by death. Not to mention the fact that all the products and waste of this animal in these religions are still considered to be sacred and cleansing, and panacea for all the spiritual and physical ailments. So what has remained of spiritual knowledge? Practically nothing, just general philosophy with the material inclination of worshipping an ordinary animal. As a result, entire generations of people, instead of actually working on themselves in a spiritual aspect, are appeasing a common ruminant, cloven-hoofed animal. Rigdon. Yes, the animal mind is strong in its substitutions. Anastasia. How quickly, after all, it implements its substitutions into the human consciousness, and how long they remain in the human society. All these ancient cultures that existed on the territory of ancient Eurasia and their echoes testify that people possessed spiritual knowledge, which was more important to them than everyday life. Apart from the above-mentioned cultures, there are many others that existed in the ancient times and had the same symbols and signs. For example, the Hassuna and Khalaf cultures, 5th millennium BC, the present Iraq territory, northern Mesopotamia, Syria, and Turkey. These cultures existed before emergence of the Sumerian civilization. The Zagros culture, settlements of the encampments Ganj Dareh and Ali Kosh, 7th to 6th millennium BC, in the Zagros Mountains, modern-day Iran. The MELODIES culture at the foothills of the Sulaymaniyah Mountains, 4th to 5th millennium BC, modern Pakistan territory. The Anau culture, 5th millennium BC, near the modern city of Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. And that's far from the entire list, which actually covers large territories of people's settlement in those days, from Europe to Siberia and from Africa to Asia. and everywhere you can find similar graphic symbols, one and the same geometrical signs which were richly painted on house walls and tableware. Rigdon: I shall say even more. Pay attention to the fact that an abundance of such signs is found exactly in the areas located close in proximity to those places that were important since ancient times in a spiritual sense. I mean those places where at some point in time spiritual people who had appropriate knowledge activated certain working signs, the power of influence of which was preserved for millennia. Anastasia: are you saying that these places are not anomalous zones of energy emission? That is, they're not of natural origin but of an artificial one? That they once were created thanks to the activation of certain working signs? Rigdon: yes. It is sufficient to follow the events, at least within the available historical data, especially in the spiritual aspect, which occurred in the places you listed, where at some point in time signs were activated. Anastasia: actually, yes. If, for example, we take the Tripolian civilization, modern city Kiev, for instance, is still being called an open chakran, a place of power. And if you consider that there was a lotus temple there in ancient times, and next to it there were settlements of the Tripolian civilization with an abundance of sacred signs and symbols known not only in ancient Europe, but also on other continents. Rigdon, smiling: but why are you saying that the Lotus Temple was? Anastasia: well, yes. In fact, if we continue comparing places of power, some interesting moments in the history of the civilization's spiritual life become visible. For example, if we consider the east coast of Greece near Larissa city, close to it there is also the mountainous peninsula Halkidiki, Holy Mount Athos. Indeed, today it is the world's largest concentration of the Orthodox monkhood, the spiritual dwelling which is revered by many people as the abode of the Holy Mother of God. There, for over 1,000 years, prayers have been uttered unceasingly, and everywhere there are ancient symbols and images of the Mother of God and Archangel Gabriel. It will just suffice to mention the Vadopedi Monastery, erected in honor of the Annunciation to the Blessed Virgin Mary, or the St. Panteleimon Monastery, Rossicon on Mount Athos. After all, back in the day, Agapit of Pechersk was directly involved in the spiritual activity of these ancient monasteries. Indeed, these are significant events in time which have remote consequences in the distant future. Rigdon: and it all began with the activation of signs. Anastasia: yes, Greece and signs are inseparable concepts. The Balkan Peninsula territory in the past, somewhere from the 3rd to the 2nd millennium BC, is an area of the Aegean expansion, or as it is also called, the Creto-Mycenaean culture. This is one of the mysterious cultures. Judging by the art monuments, the feminine principle was honored in it also, and the writing system was rich with signs and symbols. As far as I know, the Cypriot Minoan writing, from which the Cypriot writing system subsequently ensued, has not yet been deciphered, and the signs of the Cypriot writing are very similar to the signs of Tripolian and other ancient cultures. In other words, the signs have remained, but their original meaning has been lost. Rigdon. Everything once had one root. There was one language and same signs. But now the language is forgotten, although the signs have remained. Only people lost the spiritual component of the knowledge about these signs. But the memory of the power of the signs' influence has remained in the human being at the genetic level. If you look at the preferences of every personality, what symbols it intuitively pays attention to the most, and which comfortable for it ornament it surrounds itself with, even in everyday life, then we can see those same basic signs and symbols. It is enough to take a look at what patterns surround a person on everyday objects, what decorations are in the interior and exterior of the house, and even on personal things. At that, not only at home, but also at work, signs and symbols of businesses or companies, logos of different everyday items, internet sites, and so on. For people, this is so commonplace that they do not even question from where the root of their desire grows, of such subconscious preference for certain signs and symbols, why they surround themselves with them, and how this influences their lives. Anastasia. Yes, that's a fact. I had never really thought about it until I came across the knowledge given by you. I remember that after I first heard this information and turned my attention to my home environment, the realization of what surrounded me all along was a revelation for me. There were patterns and basic ornaments around, emphasizing what I subconsciously strived for in my life. Furthermore, some of them were working signs. So every day, seeing all of this before me, I unknowingly activated them with my attention, and thus my life was influenced entirely according to my choice, based on my personality's secret subconscious preferences. Rigdon. A close observation of oneself leads to interesting discoveries. A person finds in himself that which before at times he would easily notice only in others. Anastasia. Yes, this was a true revelation for me back then, which allowed me to adjust my life in this respect as well. And now you have intrigued me by the very idea of tracking the places of signs activation starting at times of high antiquity. If analyzed, then it all falls into place, just like parts of a jigsaw puzzle. For example, Russia, the southern part of the Ural Mountains. The southern Urals are rich not only in signs and symbols, but also in mysterious, anomalous places. Also there, near Chebarkul, archaeologists found that very country of towns with the one culture which we have already mentioned in our conversation. These are ancient cities which existed in the 4th to 3rd millennium BC on the territory of the present Chelyabinsk and Orenburg regions, Bashkortostan, Russia, and northern Kazakhstan. That is, there actually was an entire civilization during the period of ancient Egypt. These towns were originally well designed and had a complex architectural blueprint. Furthermore, in addition to rectangular forms, many of them had a distinct circular shape, while others were egg-shaped, semi-oval, apparently drawing a parallel with the cosmic egg which was known in the mythology of many ancient peoples. Generally, it should be noted that the ancient cultures of Siberia, which cover large areas of western Siberia, the southern Urals, and the western part of Central Asia, are very rich in symbols and signs. But on the other hand, this is not surprising. After all, the entrance to Shambhala is nearby. Rigdon: absolutely. The signs and symbols of those places are the richest and the most interesting for the researcher. But still, in order to have at least a general idea about them and see where the roots are growing out of, it is better to cover a larger area for comparing signs and symbols, from the western Siberia of Russia to the mountains of India, from the Iranian Zagros Mountains to the Mongolian Plateau. Anastasia: suffice it to mention Altai, with its unique archaeological findings and the presence of anomalous areas. The Zagros mountain range, modern Iran, is also quite mysterious, given the presence of many kilometers of limestone caves, which have retained not only their nature, but also human secrets, symbols, and signs for millennia. And if we consider the spiritual history of generations of the people who lived in those places, then we get rather interesting comparisons. To the west side of the Zagros Mountains, there are valleys of Mesopotamia, which is the location of the Sumerian city-states in the 4th to 3rd millennium BC. Again, the Sumerian culture is associated with the same main signs and symbols that other ancient peoples had. And some of their sacred legends, for example, about the flood and the Paradise Island, were later on borrowed by the Jewish priests as they were drafting the texts, which would subsequently be included in the Bible, but of course without referencing the Sumerian civilization as the source. Well, and of course, one must not forget to mention Prophet Zarathustra, who preached the teaching about Ahura Mazda on these territories of ancient Persia in the 1st millennium BC, which are located precisely in the Zagros Mountains. After all, the Holy Book Avesta and Zoroastrianism religion were created based on this teaching, and they had a significant impact on many people of subsequent generations, not only of those places. As far as I know, this ideological concept of Zoroastrianism was once very popular in the East and had an impact on the formation of such mass religions as Manichaeism, Mithraism, Judaism, and also the Christian sect of Cathars, who quickly spread their influence in Western Europe in the 11th to 13th centuries AD, and whose religious beliefs were considered as dangerous heresy by the Roman Catholic Church. Well, this chain of discoveries becomes more interesting every time. Next, the archaeological culture MELODIES at the foothills of the Sulaimania Mountains, modern Pakistan. Rigdon: the most ancient cultures of Hindustan in the Indus Valley? Yes, those were very interesting times in terms of activating signs. Anastasia: I remember you once told us about one of the global points of the junction, location of the world's largest plexus of mountains in Asia, the formation of the systems of the highest mountains of the planet, Pamir, Hindu Kush, and the Karakoram. And in the context of this story, you touched upon the subject of a highly developed culture that existed not far from those places 5,000 years ago, that is in the 3rd millennium BC. You had me so intrigued with this information that I made a more in-depth study of this issue. As of today, archaeologists conditionally call this culture the Indus Valley, or using another name, the Harappan civilization, which is named after an archaeological site in Harappa in the western part of South Asia, Pakistan, West Punjab. Actually, I was rather impressed by this quite developed civilization. It existed for thousands of years on a fairly large area, bigger than other ancient states of that time, had a centralized urban structure and also a stable culture which remained unchanged for millennia, despite the fact that people of different races and nationalities lived there, just like what we had in the Soviet Union. But unlike the Union, residents of the Harappan civilization seemed to possess spiritual knowledge, and this information was available to many people. The Harappan, Indus Valley civilization, as you then brought it to our attention, existed during the times of Sumer and ancient Egypt, before the arrival of the Aryans in those lands, and before the creation of the sacred Vedas. But it is just amazing what kind of knowledge people of this civilization had. Your information was like an eye-opener for me to many historical and archaeological messages, and it was quite surprising why archaeologists do not notice such obvious facts. During the excavations, just like in the Trypillian civilization of ancient Europe and Çatalhöyük of West Asia, many female figurines made of terracotta were found there, which points to the veneration of the mother goddess and the feminine principle, that is, of the creating forces of Allatra. In the places of existence of the Harappan civilization, archaeologists discovered several large altars with wells and clearings for ablutions. In essence, this proves that knowledge about special magical transformation with the help of water, when a person with spiritual faith performs an ablution during religious rituals, was known a long time ago. But the most amazing thing is, of course, the Harappan script, which has not yet been decrypted. Scientists find some similar signs in the Sumerian script and voice an opinion regarding proximity to the Hittite hieroglyphic writing. Furthermore, they have discovered that almost 50 characters of the Harappan culture are similar to the signs of Easter Island. Have a look at the location of the South Pacific, in fact of Easter Island itself, and India and Pakistan, which is the location of the ancient Harappan culture. They're separated by a distance of 13,000 kilometers and thousands of years' time. This points to the fact that these signs and symbols were known in different parts of the world at different times. Rigdon: that is so. I have already said that these signs and symbols, which contained basic knowledge about the world and the human being, were present on virtually all of the continents, despite the fact that local peoples gave their own coloring to their interpretation at different times. Anastasia: the importance of some signs, in my opinion, proves another fact of a kind of a hunt for them. Take, for instance, the story of Easter Island's ancient writing system. In that area, the knowledge about signs and symbols, as well as their use in written language, disappeared quite recently in the middle of the 19th century, when the island was invaded by the Western civilization, with people who had sailed on the Dutch and the Spanish ships. The world learned about the unusual writing system of the island from a Catholic missionary who visited the place. The locals of Easter Island kept records with special signs on wooden boards which were present in almost every home. But at the same time, after revealing the signs of Easter Island to the Europeans, this missionary and his followers did everything to destroy this writing system and burn it as pagan heresy. And what has remained of this culture which existed just recently? Several hundred huge head sculptures as high as multi-storied buildings, weighing from 20 tons and scattered around the whole of Easter Island, and also a couple dozen boards with literary texts which miraculously remained intact, as well as a staff and a breast ornament with writing. At that, the latter are scattered throughout different museums of the world. The impression is that the world's priests, having learned about these signs and symbols, did everything to destroy them, even despite the fact that these were already meager remnants of the once former knowledge. Rigdon: well, the archons are not sleeping, they act. Of all the people, they understand what signs are, and all the more so what an activated sign at work is. Anastasia: the saddest thing is that this is not an isolated case as far as the total destruction of the knowledge is concerned. At the beginning of the 20th century, one European anthropologist traveled to South Africa. While in the belt of the Drakensberg Mountains, the very same mountains where the Bushmen left their rock inscriptions, he came upon a village of the Basotho people. He was surprised at the fact that all the walls of the conically shaped mud houses with thatched roofs were painted with a different colored ornament, which the homeowners diligently looked after. It turns out that this was the writing system of that nation, in which each sign and symbolic detail of the ornament meant something. The ethnographer published his discovery in one of the specialized magazines to draw the attention of linguists, but in response there was, as they say, silence. And when many years later some specialist accidentally discovered this message, and a group of scientists headed to that area to explore this unusual writing system, it turned out that someone had already done some serious work to eradicate this ornamented language out of the consciousness of the Basotho people. Rigdon, smiling ironically: well, why someone? Immediately after the publication of that ethnographer, other specialists arrived in the region of the Drakensberg Mountains in short order. After all, during that time, the Basotho nation was under British protection. The British authorities, who were manipulated by the Freemasons, had not interfered much in the affairs of this nation before this case. Their forced guardianship over the African nation was related more to diamond mines, kimberlite pipes containing diamonds that had been discovered not far away from those places. But as soon as the information related to the sign and the ornamented script of this people appeared, the Freemasons reacted to it much faster than to the presence of diamonds in the same places of South Africa in its time. So these specialists, who arrived as Catholic missionaries, promptly created a new writing system, Sesotho, based on Latin for these peoples, opened schools, and began teaching the script and English language, forcibly weaning new generation away from the language and the writing of their ancestors. They filled people's heads so much that by the time the linguistic scholars came there, it turned out that even 70-year-old people no longer remembered the writing of their fathers because they had only been taught English and Sesotho. As a result, The local people now blindly copy the pattern of their ancestors without realizing its true meaning, modifying and simplifying it, painting on the house often for additional income based on attracting foreign tourists with such a unique culture of the local people. And they do not even understand the basis of the spiritual knowledge they were deprived of and why today they and their rulers are still being so easily controlled by foreigners by engineering unemployment, hunger, riots, and political upheavals in the country. Anastasia: Well, who could have thought this? It is clear why the Archon's mouthpieces tell people that signs are a primitive language and that there is nothing of value in them, that it is mere folklore. The more people will interpret them in their everyday meaning, the better it is for the Archons, so that no one could get to the essence. And the Archons themselves spare no expense on such projects in order to destroy spiritual knowledge and withdraw creating signs and symbols from the people's memory. Rigdon: Well, all is clear with the Archons, but the sad thing is that people themselves, the very majority, allow Archons to do things like that. Anastasia: A few more words about the Easter Island. The local population has preserved legends that the ceremonial platforms, ahu, on which some of the stone statues are situated, serve as the link between the visible and the invisible, the beyond worlds, and that the very stone statues, moai, contain the supernatural power of their ancestors. The latter, according to the beliefs, is supposedly capable of controlling natural phenomena and therefore of bringing about a favorable result, thriving of a nation. Rigdon: There is nothing supernatural there. It is just that at one time, those people lived there who knew how and for what purpose certain signs needed to be activated. Had their descendants not lost the knowledge which they were given, then the people living now on the island would understand themselves and the basic connection with other worlds better. Usually for the chronicle, as a way of passing on knowledge and legends to the descendants, knowledgeable people applied signs onto stone statues and often adorned themselves with corresponding tattoos, which had a special symbolic meaning. For uninformed people, those were drawings which meant absolutely nothing, but which instilled respect and fear of those who, in their opinion, probably knew something special. Later on, of course, commonplace imitation took place. Anastasia: Yes, but there are no signs on the stone heads and platforms located on the Easter Island. Rigdon: And who said that these heads do not have a continuation? Let them dig deeper in those places, and maybe then they will find what is hidden from their eyes. But that is not the point. Even if people discover something interesting through signs and symbols, what will they do with this? When material thinking dominates and there is a lack of knowledge, they will at best create a stir in the media in order to attract more tourists to the island and to earn money. That is it. The knowledge is valuable for the spiritual seeker only when it can be used to perfect oneself and provide spiritual help to other people. Anastasia: That is indisputable. Your words could not have come at a better time to confirm the data from archaeological excavations of the Harappan civilization, which I brought with me to this meeting. They did find what they had been looking for, signs, symbols, and unique artifacts, but their interpretation by modern people leaves much to be desired. I made drawings of the photos of the archaeological findings, including some artifacts from Mohenjo-Daro, conditional name of the ruins of once the largest city of the Harappan civilization, found in the Indus Valley in present-day Pakistan. For example, here's the steatite seal which you had told us about. A man is sitting in the lotus position on a dais. When I first saw this picture, I was of course struck by the fact that 5,000 years ago, people were doing the same spiritual practices as we are doing now. However, the museum description of this seal, as well as of other findings, once again made me smile with sadness, since in essence, this description reflects the worldview of the people who put it together. But probably, had I not known about the existence of this spiritual practice, in these scholars' shoes, I myself would then obviously have reasoned in the same way. Archaeologists describe this image in the following way. A naked male deity with 3 faces is sitting on a throne in yoga position. There are bracelets on his arms. On his head there is a sophisticated headdress, the top of which looks like a branch of a fig tree. Various conjectures are voiced, including those that since the man depicted on the seal has such vegetation over his head, then probably this symbolizes the power of this 3-faced deity over nature. Rigdon: I think if the person who made this seal heard such an interpretation by learned men from distant future, he would be as surprised as they were upon discovering it. How low in spiritual development the civilization has dropped in the far future for its best of the best, progressive-minded people, learned scholars, to reason like this. How could that which aids spiritual liberation of the human being, which is the main purpose of his life, be forgotten? So for the ancient master, such an interpretation by modern humans would be no less astonishing. And as far as the seal is concerned, these signs are like an open book for the person who is knowledgeable in the ancient secret writing of signs and symbols that indicate certain basic meditative techniques and spiritual practices which lead to spiritual liberation. It is clearly shown here that the person is sitting in the lotus position. This is not a nude male deity. This is an indication of the beginning of a meditation, activation of the lower chakra, a burst of energy, and its movement through the energy meridians. The throne on hooves simply indicates that the person is spiritually higher than his animal nature. The hooves symbolize the latter. Besides, in some cases, such a conditional graphical designation, a small hill on which the meditator is sitting, may indicate the group leader when the spiritual practice is done together. The 4 faces, 3 visible masks, and an invisible one point at the level of the spiritual practice in which the integrity of the 4 essences is already used to perceive the invisible world. Incidentally, in ancient times, they depicted 3-facedness, almost always implying 4 faces, the 4th invisible side, as evidenced, for example, by mythology and images of gods in the ancient Indian civilization. The sign over his head is far from a branch of a fig tree. This shows an outpouring of energy from the 1,000-petal lotus chakra, as well as activation of the indicated working sign during this meditation. Anastasia. Yes, even the sign itself here speaks of the spiritual level of this person, for whom it is within power to activate it. Rigdon. Certainly, this is not a simple sign. The upper inscription is a reference for a knowing person to this spiritual practice and its purpose. Anastasia. In fact, all the signs that identify this spiritual practice are present here. A diagonal cross as the symbol of the four essences with certain accents, the fish sign meaning submersion into an altered state of consciousness, the wave sign indicating a movement of energies. The sign of the powers of Allatra is stylized for writing. In essence, the same ones as in the ancient rock inscriptions. Here, even if people eventually trust these signs in their material understanding, the image itself will retain the basic spiritual information for the informed people of new generations. Rigdon. Quite right. Anastasia. You know, when I was searching for information about the Harappan civilization, I also unexpectedly discovered many other interesting facts. For example, take the steatite seal, which you have already mentioned. By the way, I think the readers will also be interested to know, like I was in my time, why seals were often made of steatite in ancient times. After all, this material was used as early as the Paleolithic era, as evidenced by the archaeologists' discoveries of female ritual figurines of Paleolithic Venuses made of this rock. Rigdon. This material was indeed widespread among the peoples in different times. It is precisely steatite that was used for magical figurines in ancient India and ancient Egypt. It was described in legends as a rock endowed with sacred properties. It was used in the Urals, Asia, and Americas. In the ancient times, it was also called firestone because it conquered flames and forced even the fiery firmament to follow its inner form. Sacred philosophy was seen in it. Well, and of course, this stone is not empty. Steatite has truly unique properties. Besides being easy to process, it contains talc, magnesite, and chlorite. It has high durability, high heat capacity and thermal conductivity, and resistance to chemical and acoustic effects. It does not resonate and does not conduct sound. In general, as they would say nowadays, soapstone, as it is now called by geologists, has good insulating properties and serves as a source of positive energy. In the heated state, it emits heat waves which coincide in frequency with the frequency of thermal radiation of a human himself and amount to 8 to 9 microns. It also has a number of properties which have a positive impact on the human health. This was known even in ancient times, so it was often used both in everyday life and in magic. Besides, thanks to such unique properties of this rock, steatite seals were impossible to burn. They were strong enough and lasted for thousands of years, which is why it was used for the transfer of such knowledge. Anastasia. And here is a copy of an image of the steatite imprint discovered in Mohenjo-Daro. You once told us about it. The knowledge about the fiery lotus group meditation technique is indeed reflected here. Judging by the print, the leading person in the meditation is a woman who has a connection with the spiritual world. The Allatra sign is positioned atop her head. Although this seal is described in scientific books as a sacrificial ritual procession of 7 figures, where a deity is positioned standing on the sacred fig tree, it is clear that when the foundations of spiritual knowledge, as well as the sacred symbols and signs, are lost in the human society, it is difficult to understand anything of the above mentioned from the perspective of the material worldview. For most people, even now, this picture will not go beyond their current perception of the world. Rigdon. Everyone carries his own baggage of personal experience through life. According to its contents, a person judges the world, but actually, his judgment is about himself. The material worldview grounds people, enslaving the soul even more, making the load even heavier, and forcing the person, like a convict, to drag these burdensome chains in his consciousness. The spiritual outlook lends wings to the soul. It perfects and helps to form personal baggage solely out of the values of the spiritual world, which do not get lost after the physical death of the body. Anastasia. I'm convinced yet again how important it is for man to have personal spiritual experience and knowledge, and treat his spiritual development with full responsibility. After all, life passes very quickly. In the Harappan civilization, people knew about this for certain, judging by the remains of their culture. Here's a picture of the seal print that you once mentioned as a symbolic outline of the meditation on the 4 essences. Again, it shows a 3-faced person sitting in lotus position. Above the head of the meditator, in the area of the 1,000-petal lotus chakran, there is a symbolic depiction of the lotus flower. The ancient Egyptians drew the flower the same way, and a schematic designation of the signs of Allatra. And next to it, there is an inscription in the form of symbols and signs, and on the sides of the central image are the 4 beasts. At that, what kind of beasts those are: an elephant, a tiger, a buffalo, and a 1-horned rhinoceros. The elephant is shown as walking away to the side. This is a symbol of the back essence, of human slow and strong past. The attacking tiger symbolizes the aggressive right essence. The howling buffalo is a symbol of the left essence if we consider the symbolism of ancient India and Southeast Asia, where buffalo symbolizes the supernatural power and the masculine principle. And the 1-horned rhinoceros, according to the mythology of the ancient peoples of Indus, is a symbol of strength, insight, happiness, and a fearless creature of which even the tiger is afraid. That is, it is endowed with characteristics of the front essence. And it is no coincidence that the symbolism of 1 horn is depicted here. By the way, I was surprised to discover that seals of the Harappan civilization had a common theme of a sacred mythical creature with 1 horn. Scientists named it a unicorn, depicted next to the sacred, spiritual symbols. For me, it was a very intriguing discovery, given all that you had told us earlier about this creature. Rigdon. The unicorn since ancient times has been one of the symbols of the front essence, which helps a spiritually pure person to connect with his soul and escape the circle of rebirths. It personified aspiration in only one direction, the spiritual one, and that is why it was endowed with qualities that are typical for a person in the course of his spiritual development: purity, honor, wisdom, strength, courage, and accomplishment of good deeds. It was also associated with powers of Allatra, divine purity of the feminine principle, myths about the virgin and the unicorn. If we trace the history of symbols, we will see that the Sumerians, for instance, placed the unicorn's image as a symbol associated with a circle, the soul, which is interpreted by researchers as a lunar symbol, as well as an attribute of goddesses in the meaning of spiritual purity. The Assyrians depicted the unicorn on bas-reliefs next to the tree of life, and the Egyptians put the best moral qualities into its image. The Persians, according to their sacred knowledge, considered the unicorn to be the perfection, a representative of the pure world among animals, originally the four animals, and its horn as the only force that is capable of defeating Ahriman. Let us take the old Slavic legends and epic tales recorded in the ancient Russian collection of spiritual songs called the Pigeon Book, the book that got banned by religious priests in the 13th century, in which the unicorn is referred to as Indric beast, Indra. It has the following lines: "Our Indric beast is the king of all beasts, and he goes the beast in the dungeons. He crosses all the mountains of white stone, and he clears all the creeks and streams. When this beast leaps in joy, then all the universe stirs up. All the other beasts bow to this one beast, and he never ever hurts anyone." Anastasia. Yes, I have come across these epic poems which describe the ancient people's worldview, including matters of cosmology, sociology, and spiritual knowledge, but I became interested in them after I'd started to understand their spiritual essence and learn how to separate the wheat from the chaff. For example, Indra is said to be living on the holy mountain. He eats and drinks from the blue sea, walks horn-like through the dungeons akin the sun in the skies. Considering that the holy mountain is the symbol of escape into another dimension, the water means the spiritual world, and the spiral-like horn with which Indra walks through the dungeon stands for astral travels by means of tunneling, where the tunnel is often twisted into a spiral. Then the book turns out to be quite fascinating. Rigdon. Had you seen the original version of these epic songs, which the ancestors of the Slavic people once possessed, you would be surprised at the simplicity of the truth and the spiritual knowledge that was contained in such symbols. But unfortunately, little of these tales has been left in the version that reached modern people, and it is not only because of the distortions that accumulated over the centuries of transfer of the knowledge. Unfortunately, these epic stories were altered considerably when Christianity began to be propagated, and the pagan, originally Slavic beliefs began to be destroyed. In some cases, information was replaced, while in others it was altered, and other times birch bark manuscripts with old Slavonic records were burned altogether. This is when significant substitutions occurred, with emphasis on the ideology of the Christian religion. For example, previously, one of the epithets of Indra was Far, which in Old Russian means a thoroughbred horse, jumper. Ministers of the Christian religion took advantage of this, and the unicorn in their legend began to live not on the holy mountain from the Russian epics, but on the holy Mount Tabor in Palestine, which in the Christian tradition is considered to be the place of Christ's transfiguration. But what I would like to say about the epithet far itself, the ancient Slavs used the word in the meaning of a stallion in relation to Indra, the unicorn, and this is also a human interpretation of the knowledge already. According to the original legend, which was once known not just on the territories inhabited by the ancestors of the Slavic people, but also in ancient India and ancient Iran, the Zagros Mountains, the front essence which was symbolically represented by the unicorn was linked with the Farno, or speaking in modern terms, the Grail. The Farno, Farn in the East, was defined as the shining principle, the divine fire that multiplies power, control, and might. It was mentioned that Farno helps the human soul to cross the bridge which leads to eternal life. And now put all this together with the knowledge that you already have. Anastasia. For me, this information, just like every meeting with you, is yet another discovery. Now it is clear, first of all, why they put two wooden horse heads with the large solar symbol, circle, on the ancient Russian huts and shrines. By the way, this tradition was widespread not only in Russia, but also among the ancient peoples of the Baltic and Europe. It turns out that besides the fact that it was a stylized Allatra sign, it was also one of the ways to interpret the ancient sacred legend about the unicorn and the Farno. Secondly, if the legend has a common Indo-European root, then its echoes, and consequently the remains of the knowledge, must be sought not only in the ancient Rus epic, but also among the literary monuments of ancient Iran and ancient India. Take ancient India, for example. The most popular Vedic character there was precisely god Indra. Translated from ancient Indian, the root of the word Indra means an indication of spiritual power. Interestingly, it is mentioned that the ability to have many forms is inherent to this god, and that it can turn into a horsehair. Indra himself appears in myths as the god of heaven who is connected with rain, water, who releases rivers and streams and pierces channels, just like the Slavic unicorn NOVYKH. He is the son of power, one who drinks soma, friendly, and always ready to come to aid. And most importantly, it is Indra, according to the legend, who fights alone and conquers dragon Vritra, the demon of chaos. And his victory is equated to the victory of the dynamic principle, the powers of Allatra, over stagnant chaos, the animal mind, and it leads to structuring of the Vedic world of white spaces. This battle is the central plot of the legend. If we consider that the ancient Indian Vritra literally translates as block or a barrier, and that Indra represents spiritual power, then in essence, it all means overcoming the animal nature, the spiritual victory of a human over himself, his liberation. Rigdon. Besides, Indra is believed to be the guardian of one of the four cardinal directions. There's also a reference related to the knowledge about the structure of the world, in particular, that Indra rules over Svarga, heaven. According to beliefs of the Hindus, it is a paradise located on the top of Mount Meru. And now recall that in the Slavic and Russian mythology, there was also god Svarog, the god of heaven, heavenly fire, the father of Dashbog and Svarozich. In the Old Russian chronicle of the beginning of the 12th century, the tale of bygone years, which was included in the Hypatian Codex, the following mentions of it have been preserved. For this cause he was called God Svarog, and his son under the name of the sun ruled over 7 kingdoms. He was named Dashbog, the king of the sun, Svarog's son. He is Dashbog. Approximate translation from the Church Slavonic language. Anastasia. That's right, it all has one and the same root. After all, even if allegorically, but it speaks of 7 dimensions and of man's spiritual work on himself. Svarog, for example, being the embodiment of heaven, according to the epics, in the darkness of thunderclouds, kindled the flame of the heavenly fire, lightning, and then, breaking rain clouds with thunderbolts, he kindled the lamp of the sun extinguished by the demons of darkness. If we take into account the fact that Svarog acts as the front essence here, the rain clouds are thoughts from the animal nature, and the lamp is the soul extinguished by the darkness of subpersonalities. The old Russian mythology turns out to be quite interesting. Rigdon. Quite so. Incidentally, the Pigeon Book, which explains the origin of the world, also mentions the Allatra stone. According to the legend, it is believed to have signs inscribed upon it that speak of the laws of Svarog, the god of heaven. According to the old Russian legends, it is from under the Allatra stone that the sources of living water begin and carry sustenance and healing, creation. It is beneath this stone that the power that has no end is hidden, and it is on the Allatra stone that fair maiden Dawn sits, who always wakes the world up from the night's sleep. Now put all this together with knowledge about the Allatra sign, of the power of the divine creating feminine principle, Allat, and of its important role both in the processes of the development of the universe and in the spiritual awakening of the personality and its fusion with the soul. Incidentally, in their spiritual tales from the old times, Allatra is what the Slavic ancestors called the power of Allat emanating from God, as well as the person who accumulated this power and increased it in himself with spiritual labor. Anastasia. Yes, many things become obvious when you possess spiritual knowledge. You begin to understand not only yourself, but also the single spiritual grain of different cultures. I feel sorry for the researchers who see only the material side of the issue, even in the already mentioned image of the Harappan civilization seal, which is so rich in symbols and knowledge. By the way, the image of this person sitting in the lotus position with the 4 animals on his sides denoting the 4 essences of the human being and a sign over his head is presented in the scientific literature as an image of a 3-faced god with flowers on top of his head and animals at his sides. And according to their own descriptions, researchers came to the conclusion that this is the patron god of cattle and animals. That's what it means to see the world from the material point of view, from the perspective of the will of the animal mind. Rigdon: well, it takes only a wish to switch the dominant of the observer and see the root of the issue. Knowledge recorded in symbols and signs has always existed, but it is only a spiritual seeker who can behold the truth behind the veil of secrecy. Anastasia: this copy has another interesting image. On the sides of the meditator are depicted the wild animals that are typical for those places. That is, they're clear examples to those people which glaringly represent the four essences. And under the throne with typical hooves, you can see domesticated animals, goats. In ancient India, the goat was a symbol of fertility, vitality, a guarantee of sustenance, meat, wool, and milk. The sacred Vedas mention that some Vedic gods ride on this animal. For example, Agni, the god of fire, sacrificial bonfire, and home hearth. But all that was already much later than the existence of the Harappan civilization culture. Given the spiritual symbolism depicted on the seal, as well as the location of the goats under the throne with hooves on which the person sits, all this symbolizes that the meditator is above the domestic earthly attachments and that his spiritual concern exceeds his worries about the material world. Rigdon: quite right. All these animals are merely associations, clear to the thinking of people of that time, which characterize peculiarities of spiritual knowledge, meditations, and the view of the world that is different from the three-dimensional world. It is nothing more than that. But people are prone to imitate. In the absence of primordial knowledge, experience, and practice of spiritual practices, or simply from misunderstanding them, they begin to perceive associations from the spiritual teachings as material reality. Moreover, from their material mind, people make these associative images sacred and begin to worship them in the material world, thinking that this way they will achieve enlightenment and attain the grace of heaven. That is why history knows of incidents when knowledge was distorted and interpreted from the perspective of the human mind. When spiritual teaching pointed out that in order to be a part of the divine, it is necessary to kill the beast in yourself, ignorant people took these words literally. As a result, bloody sacrifices of animals and people came about in the history of mankind, simply because of wrong or deliberately distorted interpretations of the remainder of bygone knowledge by those who controlled the religious policies or influenced the formation of beliefs of this or that people. Today, religions, together with their sacrifices, look somewhat primitive to eyes of the people of the technological civilization. Since subsistence and survival of the human society as a whole do not depend on their political plurality and the worship show to various gods. Now, the material god of the majority of the living people is money, the way it used to be the goat in the family. But some time will pass and the material priorities will change again, although they will not stop being material because of that. Look at what kind of associations must be used today to renew the lost spiritual truth, comparisons to generally comprehensible scientific information, bringing up associations to the operation of a computer, equipment, and so on. if the majority of people do not change now in the spiritual aspect, it is quite possible that in the future, if a future comes for this human society, all this knowledge will also be seen literally by people with a perversion of the spiritual meaning. Anastasia: I can imagine what kind of slogans technological priests may use. Sacrifice nanomolecules of the latest selective modification to gods, and you will atone for your sins for the whole month. Believe in the mind of the world's supercomputer, and you shall be saved. Rigdon: all this would be funny had it not been so sad. You may laugh at it, but people should give serious thought to this. The spiritual world is impossible to describe accurately. That world is completely different from the material world. But the spiritual world can really be felt by doing spiritual practices, overcoming your egocentrism, and opening a way to the eternal world inside of you. Anastasia: this is really so. The essence of the things you have said can be better appreciated only after you begin to discipline yourself, to work spiritually and practice daily, to conquer your animal nature and spiritually liberate yourself has been the actual goal of all spiritual teachings since the Paleolithic times. It is another matter how people recorded this knowledge in contrast to the modern understanding of information transmittal. Again, in the Harappan civilization, for instance, another interesting print on terracotta was found. One side of the plate depicts a person seated in the lotus position, the observer having the corresponding meditative symbol over his head, and next to him there is a person killing a buffalo, defeating his animal nature. Over the buffalo there is a lizard with 6 spikes on its tail. Of course, scientific books suggest that this is hunting, sacrifice, and so on. Rigdon: by the way, the lizard is also an ancient traditional symbolic designation of certain spiritual knowledge. It was considered to be a mystical creature just like the snake, but again, only because the life of this amphibian in the past was associatively compared to different spiritual processes. For example, its image was associated with the ancient past and the ancient structures of the brain, as well as with the connection with water, the other world, the fact of presence or immersion of the observer and his entering into an altered state of consciousness through it, and penetration, tunneling, symbol of the back essence. The image of the lizard was also portrayed as a sign of wisdom, a warning of danger, and a symbol of changes. Regarding this picture, it is not spikes that are shown on the lizard's tail, but merely a symbolic designation of mountains. It is in today's society that we're able to speak about dimensions, the multidimensionality of the world, and altered states of consciousness. In the distant past, however, this associative knowledge was expressed somewhat differently. For people who spent their whole lives surrounded by mountains, the difficult path of self-perfection and renunciation of their animal nature, worldly desires as well as self-centeredness, was compared to ascending the mountain, overcoming yourself, and passing dimensions in spiritual practices to surmounting the first mountain, and after it a second one, and so on. For many peoples, the mountain is a symbol of spiritual elevation, connection with the supreme worlds, an associative image of connection with different worlds, for example, the earth and the sky, the earth and the underworld, and respectively, the abode of beings of another world. Getting to the other world was only possible by overcoming yourself. But truth be told, because of such associations, when soulless, empty material imitation began, the mountain began to be depicted as a place of sacrifice because it is supposedly located closer to God's. Anastasia. The pattern on the other side of this terracotta form is also interesting. It shows a smiling woman who has seized two tigers, the lateral essences, by the throat and is standing above an elephant, symbol of slow, departing, strong past, the back essence. Her hair is like a symbolic image of 12 little rays, and over her head there is the sign of the diagonal cross in a circle with crossed out lateral essences that is a symbol of complete control over them. Researchers are at a loss as to interpreting the image because it is the only in this script that depicts, in their opinion, a spoked wheel above the head of a female deity. Rigdon. Ah, had there been more such wheels in the spiritual history of mankind, and not in theory but in practice, this humankind would then be priceless. Anastasia. Well, considering historical artifacts, the lateral essences were so tightly held by the throat and kept under control not only by the best representatives of the Proto-Indian civilization who once lived in Asia. Similar symbols are also present in the sacred symbolism of ancient Egyptians, Africa, Indians of ancient Peru, South America, Scythians, and Slavs, Europe. And incidentally, later you can see a clear transformation of this ancient associative symbol of the lateral essences into a corresponding separate symbol in the form of a staff. Rigdon. Yes, who could have imagined back then the scale this transformation coming from the human mind would take? The symbol that once personified spiritual control of the human being over his lateral essences, and consequently the possibility of spiritual development and liberation from the material world, came to be used as a symbol of power over people after loss of the spiritual component because of foolish human imitation. Priests of different religions, magicians, monarchs, kings, tsars, and emperors made a material symbol of their all-embracing power and rule over nations out of the staff and the scepter. By the way, the Greek word scepter, septron, and the Latin sceptrum mean a staff, support. No one remembers anymore why, in fact, this ordinary stick, for possession of which people would sometimes kill each other while striving for power, was endowed with such symbolism as an attribute of gods of heaven, an intermediary between God and people, kings and their subjects, the guarantor of peace and justice. Why was it considered to be a symbol of additional abilities for its bearer and of supreme power in the meaning of as you wish? Why did it serve for different peoples as an attribute of death and resurrection, victory, purification and rebirth, a symbol of heavenly patronage, an attribute of a bodhisattva, and an indicator of the path? Why did those ancestors who had this symbol depicted beside them have spiritual authority among people in the old days? Anastasia. That's true. After all, people in ancient Egypt seem to have still known about the spiritual meaning of symbols. The Egyptian triple scepter, for example, consisted of a whip which symbolized power over matter, the left essence, a rod with a hook meaning control of the senses, the right essence, and rings, the dominion over one's own thoughts. Of course, this understanding was lost also in Egypt over time, but still, information about the symbols which recorded the old knowledge has partially reached the present day. Even today, the artifacts of ancient Egypt astound by their informativeness in terms of spiritual knowledge. Take, for example, the serpent biting its own tail with 72 rings, body chains. Incidentally, I also brought with me drawings with images of adornment of the Harappan civilization, which were discovered by archaeologists. On the territory of the excavation site, they found many terracotta bracelets and rings made in the form of a snake biting its tail, so to speak, the Ouroboros of the Harappan civilization, which testifies to the antiquity of this symbol. Furthermore, another interesting thing was found, either a ritual belt or a necklace. But what is interesting is its description. It consists of 42 long beads of the carnelian gemstone, 72 bronze spherical beads, 6 bronze beads, 2 bronze crescent-shaped end beads, and 2 hollow cylindrical ends also of bronze, and 42 long beads of carnelian. Thinking back, the ancient Egyptians had exactly 42 moral commandments, of which the Jewish priests borrowed only 10 to create their religion. These are interesting comparisons. Obviously, this was common knowledge in the ancient world. It's just that at different times, every nation attributed these commandments to their gods. Apparently, the fact that these 42 beads were made of carnelian is not a mere coincidence either. In the Neolithic age, this precious stone was widely used to make various products. It was well known in the states of Mesopotamia, ancient India, ancient Egypt, and among the peoples of ancient Europe, ancient Asia, and ancient America. It was also known in Rus, and it was mentioned in the anthologies of Sviatoslav. A variety of ritual ornaments, amulets, talismans, and ritual objects were made of it. I read that in ancient Egypt, the carnelian was linked to different characters personifying a living soul and protection in the afterworld, and it was associated with the forehead chakra and clairvoyance. People also knew of its healing properties. But the most interesting thing in the Harappan ritual adornment is that there are exactly 72 spherical beads, 6 bronze beads, and 2 crescents. Given the knowledge of the 72 dimensions of the universe, the 6-dimensional structure of the material world in which the human energy structure is located, and also of the main signs of Allatra in the form of the crescent, it may be noted that there existed a rather interesting way of recording and transferring information even via such ritual adornments. When you possess spiritual knowledge, you really look at the world with a different, more global view and understand more than what is offered by the material system of values. After all, if you think about the question, why would a human being need such a complex structure with a multitude of adaptive mechanisms, interconnections, an amazing wave structure, and a unique brain capable of operating in different modes and altered states of consciousness? The answer is simple like any truth, because a human has a prospect of spiritual development. Otherwise, he would be no different from any other animal. Rigdon. The greatest value is not in the material acquisitions, but rather spiritual knowledge, thanks to which both human and the society can perfect themselves, developing overall. Spiritual knowledge was present in human society from the beginning. It is just that before, just like nowadays, conditions for the human choice remained. Some people delved more deeply into them because they strived to liberate their soul, while others did less since they could not cope with their animal nature and chose the temporary instead of the eternal. Naturally, this knowledge had to be renewed from time to time in the human society and adapted for different peoples by taking into account associations that were understandable to them. That is why we have such a variety of legends containing one and the same original information. But I repeat, the knowledge about the tools for human spiritual perfection was present from the beginning. This can be traced by the most ancient symbols and signs which have already been mentioned in the conversation. Anastasia. This is an undeniable fact. It is enough to just look at the main ancient signs which symbolize the spiritual world and man's complete spiritual liberation. Rigdon. In this regard, I would draw special attention of the modern mankind to the Allatra sign. Its original portrayal is an empty circle which is edged underneath by a crescent with horns pointing upwards. It is one of the 18 original most ancient working signs. The name of this sign, Allatra, speaks of the quality of its power. The fact is that at the dawn of mankind, thanks to the primordial knowledge, people knew about the One, of the One who created everything, denoting his manifestations by the sound Ra. The creating power of Ra, the divine feminine principle, the mother of all, was initially called Allat. Hence, the people initiated into the spiritual knowledge started calling this original sign Allatra a symbol of the creating power of the One who created everything. By the way, in the ancient times, this information about the sacred primordial sound was attributed to the sacred knowledge about the world order of the universe in the context of information about the human being as a complex object of this world who is also unstable in his choice. But the modern people, at best, associate the sound Ra only with ancient Egyptian myths about god Ra. Nevertheless, the Allatra sign as a conductor of the creating power of God has been used by people since ancient times. It remains constantly active and interacts with the visible and the invisible world and influences the human energy structure regardless of whether the person understands this or not. Still, the main effect of the sign rests on the human choice. If spiritual nature dominates in a person, this sign affects him as additional spiritual power. That is, the sign enters into sort of a resonance and enhances the creating spiritual power of a person. Whereas if the animal nature predominates in a person, this sign remains neutral in relation to him. A negative person is usually fueled by entirely different signs which work to activate the material animal nature. The Allatra sign manifests its influence, the creating spiritual power, the most in a group of people who really work on themselves in each day and join forces in collective spiritual practices, prayers, meditations, and so on. Giliars. or as they were allegorically called, for example, in the Middle Ages, the true warriors of light of the Lord's army, have always tried to introduce this sign to the masses, thus providing help for centuries to the people of new generations who truly followed the spiritual path. In the ancient times, religion was the best way to promote this sign. Even though it was an institute of the priestly power invented by people, it was founded on the grains of true spiritual knowledge, which had once been given to all in its entirety, as well as on the people who truly walked the spiritual path. The latter were not that many, but it was they who introduced the spiritual symbols and active working signs into the images and attributes of different revered gods. However, those who served the animal mind introduced negative signs which activated the material into the masses through religion just as diligently. I have already said that the circle is a symbol of the soul and also one of the symbols of manifestation of a spiritual being from the world of God, and the symbolic sign of the crescent with its horns pointing upwards is a symbol of the person who liberated himself spiritually already during his lifetime. The Allatra sign was also used to describe the one who has come from the spiritual world, the other, the Supreme One, into this material world, renewing the lost primordial knowledge. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the Allatra sign is a working one, pure, exactly in this form, that is an empty circle over an empty crescent with horns pointing upwards. If any images or conditional signs were placed inside the circle or the crescent, the sign ceased to be working, pure, and became only an informative symbol, just like any book where you can read general information. Why did the sign cease to be working in this case? Here it is pure physics. It is just that upon filling the emptiness with anything, with any image, quantum interactions of the sign with the world get disrupted. Let's put it this way. More specifically, a sign with a filled-in circle or a crescent interacting with other dimensions out of its second dimension while transitioning through exoosmos will already be perceived in other dimensions, including the third one, as nothing more than a picture carrying information, a symbol. Anastasia. In other words, in this case, it will serve only as a symbol and not as a working sign. Rigdon. Correct. Perhaps I shall try to clarify for people the difference between a working sign and a simple symbol. A working sign, figuratively speaking, can be compared to an empty bucket which the observer lowers into the well, activates the sign, gets water, power, out of it with the bucket, and then drinks it himself, fills himself, or gives it to others to drink, empowers, or waters his garden, activates a geographical location, which in the future will bring the corresponding fruit, spiritual activation of personalities who will stay in those places even in the distant future. But if the bucket which he lowers into the well is not empty but is filled, an informative symbol, not a working sign, then it becomes meaningless because you will not get water with it. I would even say that it is the same thing as if this bucket would have no bottom. In other words, what you lower down is what you take out without any result. Anastasia. Perhaps it should also be noted that the working Allatra sign is one of the most powerful signs, and it has often been used by people who walk the spiritual path. Most interestingly, one cannot obtain power from it unless the personality is in the position of the observer from the spiritual nature, in contrast, for example, to the star sign. Rigdon. The Allatra sign works in dimensions above the 6, and this puts it in line with those few unique working signs accessible to a person in this world. So the Allatra sign is a truly powerful sign which allows you to save and multiply the powers of Allot in yourself, the power that comes from God Himself and is directed at actual creation, that is, to the implementation of His plan. That is why, in the sacred sense, this sign is considered to be the embodiment of the power of God through Allot. Anastasia. Allatra, both as a working sign and as a symbol with a filled-in circle and additional notations indicating specific knowledge, has been used as cryptography about spiritual practices or teachings at different times by different peoples. Examples of this can be found if one familiarizes himself with the corresponding archaeological artifacts, monuments of art, writing systems of the already mentioned ancient cultures of India, the Harappan civilization, the Trypillian civilization, the Sumerian civilization, ancient Egyptian, original cultures of the ancient peoples of Siberia, and so on. Archaeologists find these symbols in rock inscriptions, on ancient prints, stelae, clay tablets, amulets, ritual utensils, clothing, and in the frescoes of ancient sanctuaries. Rigdon. This simply points to the fact that at all times there have been people who possess sacred knowledge about the original working signs. Anastasia. Moreover, you can clearly trace where an Allatra symbol was placed and where it was namely the working sign. Rigdon. Speaking of symbols, there were different symbols based on the interpretation of the Allatra sign. Some of them indicated additional explanations that were understood by people initiated into this knowledge, while other symbols are variations from the people who tried to strengthen that which was already strong or to additionally highlight certain significant points. Examples of such symbols based on the Allatra sign are crescent with horns pointing up, over which stands either a circle with a cross inside it, or a star, or a symbolic representation of a face, and so on. The people who had no idea about the true meaning of these symbols would associate them with the sun or the moon, and regard them simply as an attribute of this or that deity. But for people armed with knowledge, these symbols were like a hint, a clear message from the past, from those who had applied these symbols. For example, let us take the symbol of the crescent with horns pointing upwards, above which a small circle is inscribed into a larger one, and the small circle has a cross with an empty circle in the center of it. This was a symbolic representation of spiritual teaching introduced into this world by a being from the spiritual world. The symbol of the latter is the Allatra sign. The small circle enclosed in the large one symbolizes people who are united by this teaching, a circle of followers. The equilateral cross is a symbol of the human being, and the empty circle in the center of the cross, in this case, coupled with the overall symbol, indicates not just the personality. This indicates a human being who has attained spiritual liberation, the fusion of his personality with the soul through this teaching, yet one who had stayed to help other people who are walking the spiritual path. Anastasia: yes, this is a real spiritual feat, to achieve spiritual liberation, but have the courage to stay here in this harsh material world in order to serve as the conductor of the powers of Allatra. There is another interesting point related to the above-mentioned symbols. The Allatra symbol, as a rule, was a characteristic of female goddesses. Among the most well-known ones is, for example, the sign of goddess Allatra, the mother of gods, who was revered by the ancient Arabs in the pre-Islamic times. Back in those days, a crescent with horns pointing upwards, indicating a connection with the spiritual world, as well as the circle, which people interpreted as a symbol of the moon, was placed above her symbolic image. Sometimes the crescent would be painted with sun rays, as a symbol of movement in the spiritual direction. Rigdon: it is not surprising that the Allatra symbol was connected precisely with female goddesses. The fact is that throughout the history of mankind, so far only women have become such spiritual guides, perhaps because they have a maternal instinct in the sense of spiritual care and love for people, although both women and men can be guides. It is just that men, once they attained spiritual liberation, and as soon as the supreme realms were opened to them, quickly left this material world, as they say, without delay and empathy for the fate of the people left here. Anastasia: it is funny how even in such matters women will be women and men will be men. I wanted to share some other findings related to Allatra. In the knowledge which you told us about and which I recorded in the Sensei 4 book, you mentioned the fundamental importance of the Allatra time, which lasts 12 minutes, or to be more precise, 11 minutes and 56.74 seconds. I stumbled upon information about a temple of the reign of Pharaoh Ramses II, which was carved out of a cliff in Egypt near the Nile River. In the 1960s, due to the construction of a dam, it was relocated 65 meters higher than the previous location on the same cliff. So then twice a year, the following optical phenomenon can be observed there. On February 22nd and October 22nd, at exactly 6 a.m., the first ray of the sun enters the temple through the common entrance and reaches the cold niche of the sanctuary. Then the beam lingers on the statue of god Amun-Ra for 6 minutes and illuminates the statue of Ramses II all of 12 minutes. Notably, on February 22nd, the light falls on his chest, and on October 22nd, on his crown. Rigdon: people love to record their significance even in a piece of stone and to use spiritual knowledge to satisfy their pride. Anastasia: unfortunately. So then, regarding the symbols, a crescent, as you have mentioned, was often painted with a star instead of a circle, but the star could be 5-pointed, 7-pointed, or 8-pointed, which was drawn as either a geometric figure with pointed projections or simply as rays radiating from the center. Rigdon: in essence, a star over a crescent is strengthening of what is already strong. This is Allatra in Allatra. However, such designation is also used as an additional indication of one of the powers of Allatra. Since ancient times, Many types of pointed stars have also had their own peculiarities in the interpretation of their symbolism. The seven-pointed star is a symbol of the seventh dimension. The eight-pointed star is a symbol of that very rhombus, a cube set on one of its vertices as a symbol of a person's transformation into a spiritual being, exit to the spiritual world. As for the five-pointed star, it is a working sign associated with the powers of Allatra, manifested at the level of the fifth dimension. It belongs to the group of positively working signs. But such subtleties are only understood by people who work with signs in the invisible world. The five-pointed star sign activates a sense of justice and hope for the future in a person at the subconscious level, and also encourages people to unite. But unfortunately, these unique qualities of the sign have often been used and continue to be exploited by people serving the animal mind. This is of course a weak force compared to the Allatra sign, but nevertheless, upon its massive use, it gives a certain result connected with a particular influence on people and a change of events in the three-dimensional world. In the case of a five-pointed star, no matter if it is pointing up or down, it will still be a sign of one of the creating powers of Allatra. The only question is what this additional power is spent on, or rather where it is redirected by people who get it. Anastasia. Indeed, the five-pointed star has been used since ancient times in different forms of rotation. Its oldest image, if we speak about the artifacts known to this date, is thousands of years old, and it was found in Asia Minor in the culture of which we have already spoken. In the Neolithic era, the sign of the five-pointed star was placed above the head of the great goddess as her symbol, and among the ancient Egyptians, the five-ray star stood for a deity. Images of the five-pointed star above the head of a bull as a sacred animal are known in some ancient beliefs. At that, the sign of this star was used both with the top pointing down as a positive spiritual symbol containing elements of the sign of Allatra, the central triangle pointing down as a symbol of the divine creating feminine principle, and with the top pointing up in the same semantic interpretation. Since ancient times, the star has served as the symbol of victory of the spiritual nature over the material one. In mythology, it was used to designate the union of heaven and earth. This sign was popular among the peoples of ancient Europe, Asia, especially the Sumerians and the Persians, Americas, the Aboriginals, the American Indians, and others. Moreover, judging by the magic rituals of one or another people, it was one of the most commonly used symbols. The sign of the five-pointed star was painted on amulets to protect against the forces of evil. Thanks to the Greek language, this star is known today as the pentagram. In the modern world, the five-pointed star appears as a symbol of many states. Obviously, because the knowledge was lost, its image began to be interpreted from the human mind in esoterics, and this star with the top pointing up is considered as a sign of the white magician, while a star pointing down as a sign of the black magician. Rigdon. Such a differentiation is truly an interpretation from the human mind, but it appeared because the creating power of Allatra, which is accessible through this sign, was used for negative purposes. The sign of the star only gives a positive impetus, a surge of energy to some change. As for where people later direct it, it's a matter of human choice. Here's a simple example. Throughout history, the sign of the five-pointed star was often used to achieve revolutions and coups. The star encouraged a positive surge in the masses. It gave motivation and inspired to action while stimulating a yearning for the better in people in terms of their inner disposition. That is why people went for these transformations in society with faith, a positive attitude, a hope for a better life and future, with a desire to find the long-awaited freedom. This is exactly the manifested effect of this sign on the masses. But where to, and with help of what directives, was all this power redirected by the leaders of such coups? Naturally, towards the power of the animal mind, which substitutes the notions of people's spiritual aspirations with the implementation of its material programs. So it happens that in coups and revolutions, people try to overthrow one tyrant in the hopes of gaining their own freedom, but instead, they elect another tyrant without realizing that nothing of what they expect will change in their lives, and that there will be no freedom of which every soul dreams. Such substitutions from the animal mind are not understood even by those who stage these mass shows by making use of tremendous human resources, power. People waste their unique power of attention and time, ultimately to strengthen the power of the animal mind in the material world in which they are to live, even if for a short time. And the greater the power of the animal nature, the more they forget about their spiritual nature, losing true understanding of real freedom and the meaning of their lives. Anastasia. Yes, when the original spiritual knowledge is lost, there is no understanding of what we're doing and what we create for ourselves with our choices. Rigdon. People should take a closer look at history and the world around them. First and foremost, to understand the mistakes of the past and the present, and therefore not to make them in the future, to determine the vector of their lives and approach this issue with an already in-depth understanding of themselves and society in which they live. Anastasia. It is for good reason that they say that knowledge is power. In this regard, I would like to come back to the conversation about the primordial spiritual practices. In particular, I would be very grateful to you if you told the readers about the pyramid meditation, which is classified among the fundamental spiritual practices. I hope this meditation will help people, just like it helped us in our time, to comprehend reality, get a personal spiritual experience in knowing your own soul, and thanks to the deepest feelings, reach an understanding of what true freedom really is. Rigdon. Certainly. Anastasia. But before you proceed with the technique of doing this unique meditation, I would like to clarify with you some significant moments for the readers. First of all, the ones related to understanding what an altered state of consciousness during meditation is. You know, I came across such instances when people, even after reading the books, did meditations, to put it mildly, simply with imagination. Upon a detailed discussion, it turned out that they just did not understand what a meditation really was, what an altered state of consciousness in practice was, although they had read a lot about it. In some cases, people thinking that they were meditating in fact, remained practically in the awake state, which is typical for them during the day, without bothering to switch to a different state of consciousness. That is why they often had thoughts about everyday matters, about their current work, everyday life, experiences during the day, and so on. That is, they had various distracting thoughts during the simulated exercise. Naturally, such a meditation, as a theory, happened only in their imagination. In other cases, people simply fell asleep instead of meditating. Generally, it happened after they were exhausted during the workday and then sat down to meditate. Sleep, as it is known, is also one of the altered states of consciousness. So they mistook it for meditation, and that is why, while making such an effort of will, in the sense of forcing themselves to meditate, despite being tired after a workday, they, in fact, did not see any results. Rigdon. These people need to understand what altered states of consciousness are, what kind they can be, and what the difference between them is. These altered states of consciousness, for instance, that vary sleep or meditation, are characterized by complete relaxation of the body, mental calmness, and drowsiness. But this is only an indicator of the beginning of an altered state of consciousness. The division comes later. Some people get immersed in meditation, a conscious control of the subtle processes of the invisible world, while others fall asleep, the unconscious state. Anastasia. I've been saying just that. In other words, people lack real practical understanding of what a true meditation is and how it really takes place. Rigdon. I would advise these people, first of all, to understand what an elementary autogenic training is, learn to relax the body, control their thoughts, practice keeping their attention focused on one thing for long periods of time, and then to proceed to practicing meditation, that is, to a deeper immersion into an altered state of consciousness, to learn the basic meditation techniques that you described in the first book Sensei and in the other books in the series, and only then to begin to master the fundamental spiritual practices. Anastasia. I agree with you. People are different, and while some grasp the essence quickly, others need time to figure everything out in more detail. But more often, people simply lack basic knowledge about themselves and the general mechanisms of the brain's function in different states of consciousness. I know that you possess unique knowledge in the field of neurophysiology and functioning of the human brain. Could you elaborate on the topic of altered states of consciousness, or at least orient the readers in publicly accessible information, or share knowledge that can be made public? Rigdon. Well, perhaps solely within the limits of the modern scientific understanding of the functioning of the brain, so that it might be clearer to people what is meant and in which direction one should conduct one's research. As it is known, the functioning of the brain is associated with electromagnetic waves. The brain can operate in different modes, each of which is characterized by a certain psychic and physiological state of consciousness. The human being as a personality, thanks to concentrating his attention, can control several such states of consciousness. In everyday life, he is most often in one of the states which in the scientific circles is called the awake state. Scientists, while measuring the brain's electrical activity over time, conditionally indicate the state of active wakefulness as beta rhythm. Its frequency range is from 14 to 35 Hz, and the voltage is 10 to 30 MkV. Beta waves are regarded as fast waves, and they're low amplitude vibrations of the overall total potential of the brain. On the EEG, the waveform resembles, relatively speaking, triangles with pointed tops. Beta rhythm is generally recorded during the functioning of the brain's frontal central regions. However, when the person pays attention to something new, unexpected, to any information that he hears, intensive mental activity, or a powerful emotional excitation, this rhythm grows and can spread to other parts of the brain. Beta rhythm is typical of the brain's functioning when the person works mentally, is emotionally stressed, and under the influence of various irritants. All in all, it should be noted that such a notion as fatigue is not typical for the brain. You must simply understand how it works, switch from one activity to another in time, and be able to change the quality of the states of consciousness at the right time. Everyday life constantly involves a person's psychological self-tuning, upon which, incidentally, also depends the overall condition of the body. Throughout the day, a person is influenced by different external factors, such as, for example, sound and light, not to mention the effects of the invisible world. All of them are everyday irritants which one way or another affect physiological and other biological processes of human life. Excessive anxiety, anger, irritability, and psychological fatigue are accompanied by tension of the muscles of the face, neck, arms, and so on. In its turn, a tense muscle also becomes a generator of excitation impulses. The task of the person performing an autogenic training or tuning up for a meditation is to limit the flow of excitatory signals. That is why he sits down in a comfortable position in silence, eliminates any sound stimuli, closes his eyes, eliminates the impact of the sources of visual stimuli, switches his attention from various everyday thoughts, experiences, and worries to inner peace and silence. That is, when possible, he eliminates the direct influence of the invisible world. Next, he focuses on relaxing his muscles, eliminates another channel of excitation, and then reaches the state of complete relaxation altogether. Thus, a person readjusts the working mode of his psyche and consequently of the nervous system. Thanks to such self-tuning, he can control himself through clear mental self-orders, auto-reports. Anastasia. Thought discipline opens great opportunities for a human being. In the state of meditation, he can control those mechanisms of his complex energy structure that are not accessible in other states, including the awake state. Naturally, when performing a meditative technique correctly, he observes a spiritual surge, insight, development of intuitive knowledge, as well as side effects of such work, a burst of energy, good mood, and increase in creativity, which in turn has a positive effect on the person's general state. Rigdon. Absolutely. All these mechanisms must be understood. Attention in a meditation is like electric current in the network. What you connect to it is what will work. Therefore, it is important to keep the focus on the main processes taking place during the meditation. Generally, the person doing a spiritual practice can be compared to a military pilot performing a combat mission in a supersonic fighter. Initially, the pilot practices to perfection all the actions on the aviation, aerobatic flight trainer, on the ground, simulating a plane flight. This can be compared to a person who has just started to learn the primary stages of meditation, namely the process of relaxation, disconnection from extraneous thoughts, immersion in a state of meditation, primary sensations at the level of the physical body, such as heat in the solar plexus, or a slight tingling in the area of chakrans, or energy movement along the arms, and so on. This stage can be conditionally called the primary one, from only theoretical ideas about meditation to acquiring the first practical skills. The second stage in learning meditative practices is similar, figuratively speaking, to a pilot getting practical experience actually in the air when he gets into a fighting machine and trains in flight. Here he comes to understand that flying an airplane in the sky is not quite the same as performing the same exercises on a simulator and imitator on the ground. The significant difference is not in the technique, but in the sensations and the understanding of the flight process and life in a completely different space, the sky. Like the pilot, the meditator understands the substantial difference between theoretical and practical knowledge when he works on himself daily and controls his animal nature. The person begins to change. This is the important thing, because meditation is only a tool. In other words, he begins to control his thoughts in everyday life, to keep them pure, track his psychological reactions, and avoid negativity in his consciousness. When the person does not control his thoughts, he blames everyone for his troubles and wrongs. He condemns all, is unhappy with many things, preaches to everyone without practicing what he preaches, and so on. But when the person begins to work on himself, he turns his attention not to the external, but to his internal causes as to why he perceives and reacts to the surrounding world in this way, and not differently. The person begins to understand why he succumbs to these external provocations and how he should divert his attention from his multiple egocentric desires, instances of resentment and aggression of the animal nature, how to switch it to the front essence and the deepest feelings emanating from the soul, and abide on the spiritual wave. So when the person does such work on himself on a daily basis, without giving any concessions to his animal nature, then a completely new level of perception opens for him in meditations. He begins to understand what meditation is and to go deeply into this process unusual for him. The person learns to stay in a completely different state of consciousness, which is different from the awake state and sleep. That is, to sense in practice this difference between the states of consciousness, to understand the world through the deepest feelings and intuitive knowledge, which is not a product of logic. And finally, the third stage is when the military pilot performs a combat mission in flight on a supersonic fighter. He no longer thinks about the mechanisms of operation of the plane. He simply automatically starts them. He does not think about that unusual space in which he is. He already lives in this space. The pilot feels every movement of the aircraft and his attention is focused on the main thing, to carry out the combat mission. So it is with the person who is deeply engaged in spiritual practices. At this stage, he makes the habit of controlling his animal nature, automatically starts the meditation mechanisms with clear mental orders, and performs the meditation itself solely with his deepest feelings, without any thoughts. The mechanism of spiritual practices, assuming that an individual does serious work on himself in everyday life, brings the person to a completely different level of perception, including the fourth, the fifth, or the sixth dimension, from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. He begins to explore the familiar world of matter and the world of subtle energies only with his deepest feelings, not with logic and material thoughts. After all, thoughts are a product of matter, nothing more than that. However, the spiritual deepest feelings are a completely different quality of perception and a totally different comprehension of the all-encompassing knowledge. It is that which people call enlightenment. Anastasia. On that side, one gains an amazing clarity and precision of understanding the processes which take place there. However, after a meditation, when you try to explain to others what you experienced, you realize that it is impossible to accurately communicate what you felt on that side through familiar images and associations. Thanks to this, you realize that there is a significant difference in your daily life between the real processes and the mind's game, those associations with which logic operates from the perspective of the material perception of the world. Yes, when you start experiencing it all in practice and get in touch with the true reality, then you maturely realize why each day that you spend in the spiritual work is so important, and for what thoughts and deeds you squander the power of your attention each day. After all, everything has inevitable consequences first and foremost for your soul and your personality. Rigdon. Undoubtedly, that is so. The animal nature lulls the personality into different illusions, wrapping its consciousness with a thick, misty veil of the material existence. This fog can only be dispelled by the personal spiritual growth of the human being when he, thanks to the experience gained, begins to understand what the true reality is. Figuratively, the process of man's spiritual growth, his self-control and self-perfection, can be compared to creating conditions for the growth of a tree seed planted into the ground. The seed, as a part of a fruit that once matured in the atmospheric environment, the sky, is conditionally the soul. The earth is external earthly conditions for the soul, that is, our thoughts and actions in the material world. What conditions we create for ourselves, whether we have a drought, freeze it, let too much moisture into the soil, or create normal conditions for the seed to grow, let us put it this way, for our spiritual development, so the result will be. After all, if you do not look after the seed, it can die, and there will be no tree or fruits from it. While if you take care of the seed, it has a chance to sprout out of the ground, force its way into the open air, where it will experience the influence of another environment, which is completely different from the ground. But at the same time, it will still retain its roots in the ground, continuing to feel its effects, even though not as much as before, but in its new quality. In other words, during the person's life in three-dimensional space, The personality has the ability to develop spiritually and achieve fusion with the soul, therefore to escape into eternity. Of course, the seed, ground, tree, sky, perception, development, these are all words of human associations, because as you have rightly noted, in practice, when the person really starts getting to know and perceive the other world, he understands much more than can be expressed in words. So meditation is a tool with which the system of, figuratively speaking, the spiritual navigation of the complex human structure turns on. This helps to coordinate the direction of movement towards the ultimate goal, spiritual liberation, avoid various detours along the route, and achieve a better quality of motion. And since a human being is a living energy structure, it evolves as a result of use of such precise instruments, thanks to the spiritual development of the controlling operator itself, the personality. Anastasia. Yes, in contemporary science, there is still a lack of understanding of the importance of processes which occur in meditative state. Rigdon. Well, scientists are still considering meditation itself as a state of calm wakefulness. In the human brain, they observe a special frequency rhythm, alpha rhythm, which is apparent primarily in the back part of the head. The area near epiphysis, the pineal gland, using the technology available to them today. Conditionally, it is assumed that alpha rhythm corresponds to the rhythmic oscillations of the potential with the frequency of 8 Hz to 13 Hz, the average amplitude of 30 to 70 mkV, although in reality this range spans from 7 Hz to 13 Hz in meditation. We must also understand that when a person has thoughts and pays attention to them, this rhythm reduces the amplitude of oscillation, that is, it weakens or disappears and is replaced by a different rhythm. Anastasia. From 7 to 13. These numbers are quite interesting, especially if you make certain comparisons. Interestingly, 7 and 13 are significant numbers in mythology of many peoples. In the symbolism of the secret knowledge, number 7 points at the 7th dimension, which is spiritually important for humans. In mythology, it was associated with the description of the idea of the universe. It was used as the main numerical value for describing the world tree, the complete number of divine pantheons, and the universal characteristic of almost all that is counted in the mythological space among different peoples of the world. Interestingly, while doing certain spiritual practices, sometimes the meditator will observe the processes and phenomena which are reflected as associations in the basis of certain myths. Apparently, in the ancient times, in order to somehow convey their spiritual experiences to future generations, people would capture the most important moments through associative images in myths, legends, and parables. Rigdon. You have absolutely correctly pointed out that in certain meditations, let us put it this way, an unusual structure of this world opens up to people. How can it be explained to those who do not know about the existence of processes in the invisible world? Only through the associations which listeners can understand. Ultimately, the world's mythology is an attempt by people to record the knowledge of the visible and the invisible worlds, information about the past, and the spiritual experience of mankind in associative forms which are clear to future generations. Anastasia. And number 13? Besides the fact that it stands for a full circle of power, 12 plus 1, it also serves as a special number, for example, in space geometry. You once mentioned the direct connection of geometry with physics in the course of a conversation about the spatial geometry of the universe. Back then, you mentioned the knowledge of geometry that was once given to people a long time ago, including the knowledge about semi-regular polyhedra in three-dimensional space. Among these are the so-called nowadays 13 Archimedean bodies. You know, surprisingly, we studied this topic a long time ago while still at school. I vividly remember this definition. Semi-regular polyhedra are the polyhedra, all the facets of which are regular polygons, while the polyhedral angles at the vertices are symmetric. But only many years later did I start looking at this knowledge after your story from a completely different angle, with an interest of a researcher. I still can't help thinking about in what a complex sequence, harmonious in the sacred meaning, you then placed the 13 Archimedean bodies. After all the basic symbols and signs are observed in this order, as well as the outline of the general figure in the form of the diagonal cross consisting of the bodies themselves. Moreover, the four essences and the center are marked. There is an evolution from simple forms to more complex ones. People, on the other hand, place these semi-regular polyhedra in a slightly different manner, referring to the fact that they were mentioned in the works of ancient Greek scholar Archimedes. But today it is no secret that the discovery of this knowledge is only attributed to his name. As a rule, there is a link typical for such cases, saying that the evidence of the given ancient scholar on this issue is lost. I became interested. How did he find out about these 13 figures? Archimedes came from a noble family and independently studied different sciences, including geometry. In the largest cultural center of that time, the Egyptian city of Alexandria, which was then under the dominion of the Greeks, as is known, the famous library of Alexandria, Museion at Alexandria, had already been founded by that time. It was a higher educational institution of international importance, and unique ancient books, scrolls from different countries were kept there. It is known that Archimedes worked there afterwards. I did some research in historical sources where such knowledge about polyhedra and spatial figures was mentioned in those days and earlier. As you recommended, I looked into the written records of the Hittites, the Indo-European people who lived in the central part of Asia Minor in the 2nd millennium BC. The Hittites received the mathematical knowledge from the Babylonians. That is, roughly speaking, 15 centuries before ancient Greek mathematicians, Pythagoras, Euclid, and Archimedes. People had already known of such concepts as, for example, raising a number to a power, tables of square and cube roots, formula for calculating the area of the triangle, trapezium, circle, volume of the cube, parallelepiped, cone, an ordinary and truncated pyramid, as well as other dimensional figures. Indeed, people possessed all this knowledge since ancient times. Judging by monumental building, it was also used by the ancient Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Indians, inhabitants of Mesoamerica, and other ancient peoples. I also read again the information about the star polyhedra, in particular the Kepler-Poinsot polyhedra, about the stellated octahedron, which was rediscovered for the modern mankind by the famous scientist Leonardo da Vinci. It is believed that the forms were suggested to people by nature itself. But you're right, what kind of forms are they? These are really symbols and signs. Take the example of the triangle, pyramid, cube, star, and so on. Now I understand better not only the principle of influence through working signs, but also why and how particular symbols were used for a more accurate transfer of a certain meditative technique. Now people have an opportunity to expand their knowledge both in the field of macro and microcosm, explore nature at the level of the structure of molecules, atoms, and more subtle organization of microcosm. Surprisingly, everything is physics. All is wave establishing a specific form of existence. Take crystals of ice or rock crystal, quartz. They often resemble a sharpened pencil that is the form of a hexagonal prism with the apex in the form of a hexagonal pyramid. Everything in the material world has a certain spatial position. Once I became interested in the information about experiments on the effect of sound waves on small particles, in particular on dry sand placed upon the surface of a vibrating plate. Amazingly, the sand starts to line up into different geometrically regular shaped patterns under vibration, and their form directly depends on the sound frequency. I will clarify for those readers who do not know that such patterns are called Chladni figures, named after their discoverer, German scientist who worked in the field of experimental acoustics in the late 18th, early 19th centuries. Today, the results of his research are used to study the natural frequencies of phone diaphragms, loudspeakers, and microphones. Rigdon. Sound and geometrically regular shaped signs are the realm of pure physics, and therefore the first indicator of comprehending the mystery of the global sound and the working signs by mankind. In fact, these are scientifically based discoveries of what has been known to people since ancient times and has been recorded in the legends of different peoples. Anastasia. Yes, this reminds me of that unique information about the primordial sound which you mentioned as you were telling us about the Grail, a kind of a pass into spiritual world, the world of God. I recorded it in the book Sensei 4. You said that the formula of the primordial sound consists of certain working signs. Their activation leads to the manifestation of a superpower, a combination of the primordial lotus and Allatra. When one thinks about it from the perspective of the already known knowledge, for instance in physics, the geometry of space, global time, and the structured information, fundamental information building blocks, one better understands the depth of the knowledge which you have given to the world. Rigdon. The one who fearlessly penetrates the depth sooner or later knows the truth. While being on the surface, one can only observe a distorted reflection of what is hidden in the depth. Anastasia. Yes, in order to know the truth, it is necessary to penetrate its depth, which is possible only from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. As sages had said, in order to know the truth, one must forget about oneself. I also wanted to say a few words about fractals in nature. From the Latin word fractus, meaning fractured. These geometric figures that are self-similar inside, which you mentioned in one of the conversations. Fractals really represent an entirely wonderful world of unexpected spatial structures and forms, beauty and harmony. I expanded my knowledge also on these topics. It turns out there are so many things I don't know about the world yet, and how fascinating and useful the very process of cognition is. A fractal is a geometric shape in which one and the same motif is repeated on a consecutively decreasing scale. Indeed, a pattern that has one and the same structure is repeated quite frequently in nature. One can see this by enlarging or reducing the object of study by any number of times. Self-similarity as a property of fractals can be found in many objects, systems, and natural structures. For example, in snowflakes, clouds, flame, turbulent flow of water, tree crowns, DNA, human blood circulatory system, and so on. Fractals are found in many natural phenomena and processes. This is like another level of complexity of geometry of space, but as I understand, this is far from the most complex one, taking into consideration what you once told us. As you advised, I inquired also about modern scientific achievements in the field of fractal geometry. It turns out that the fractal model is being very widely used in many areas of different sciences. For example, in chemical kinetics, from the Greek word kinetikos, meaning the moving one, taking into consideration that this area of physical chemistry is connected to biology and other areas of natural science, I can imagine what an enormous amount of study material it is, including in the field of medicine. Fractal models are also used to create antenna structures, and in computer science to improve traffic as well as to compress and store data in a highly compact form. Scientists consider them to be an alternative future of the modern Internet. Additionally, fractal models are used in nuclear physics and astronomy to study elementary particles, processes on the Sun, and the distribution of galaxies in the universe. Indeed, fractal properties are found also in the spiral energy movement to which you drew our attention back then. I found it in indirect evidence when physicists observed the behavior of fractal clusters in external electric and magnetic fields with the formation of a spiral as well as turbulent flows. Large vortices would give rise to smaller vortices there, while those to still smaller ones, and such a division of spiral energies was observed up to those visible limits which were technically available to scientists. Rigdon. When man searches, he actually finds more than he expected to find. The knowledge about fractals is more ancient than modern people imagine. It is just that in the human society, the usual process of borrowing, concealing, and renaming the knowledge occurs. The usual vanity games take place from generation to generation, from century to century. Anastasia. Yes, I've read about algebraic Newton fractals. Rigdon. Well, this is not the most interesting thing in history. Remember the Sierpinski triangle, the fractal proposed by the Polish mathematician in early 20th century. Anastasia. Is this the triangle in which one can observe the process of repetition of self-similar triangles in a closed system on a plane? Rigdon: That is absolutely right. The so-called recursion, from the Latin word recursio, meaning a return. Anastasia: Yes, I've read about it. I remember getting interested in your words about the Koch snowflake as you were explaining this mathematical process from the perspective of advanced physics. I then started searching for information about the snowflake, and I simultaneously discovered other information, including about this self-similar triangle. It became a really interesting discovery for me when I'd compared all these natural geometric shapes of the material world with the primordial knowledge about the working signs, processes related to human spiritual development, and also with the signs and symbols that I discovered when I was exploring mankind's archaeological past, including those which were painted by representatives of different cultures in ancient times onto rocks, ceramic dishes intended for magic and ritual ceremonies or sacred rites, and so on. Rigdon: There is nothing difficult here. If we take symbols and signs of, for example, the Cukotny, Trypillian, or ancient Egyptian civilizations, and match them with information about parallel worlds, tunneling, and the astral mirrors meditation. Anastasia: About tunneling and the astral mirrors meditation? Of course, recursion in physics. What is an astral tunnel? This is a classic example of endless recursion, only in another dimension. Two mirrors facing each other create two corridors out of fading reflections of mirrors. In physics, this is a known example of infinite repetition of the fractal, and considering that in many cases ornaments of ancient people actually repeat the geometry of spaces, it turns out that ancient people knew more about all these processes than we do, and in practice and not in theory at that. Rigdon: It is just that in the modern world, the majority of people have forgotten the main purpose for which they actually need this knowledge. So unfortunately, they direct everything into the material channel of understanding of the world. Why is it that even scientists, while working with the materials, processes, and phenomena which constitute a part of the single whole, are still asking themselves the question, what is the meaning of my life? After all, scientific work may eventually help a scientist to understand spiritual aspects, if, of course, the person will concern himself with the main work of his life, spiritual self-development. Many people who lived in ancient times, even without possessing such detailed information about the material world that the modern learned man has, but armed with spiritual knowledge, understood the most important thing, what this earthly world is, and how to conduct oneself in order to go beyond its boundaries, to reach the spiritual world. Mirror reflections and deepenings towards both the macrocosm and the microcosm of the material world lead to interpenetration, which begets in a person, as an observer inside the system, a sensation of infinite similarity of a part to the whole. But these sensations are illusory, for matter is temporary and limited in its manifestation. The real eternity for a human is concealed only inside his soul, in this infinitely small something, which has a gateway to infinitely large something, which forms areas of mutual attraction and interpenetration at its intersections. This is the true infinite similarity of a part to the whole. Anastasia: Yes, there is the gist of truth in your words. An inner feeling has come over me just now, a kind of a deep understanding that it is in this that the main laws of creation are contained. It's an interesting state. I clearly understand it, but this realization comes as if from the soul. The feeling is that it's impossible to grasp all its immensity with logic. Rigdon. Well, such things can be understood only with the deepest feelings coming from the spiritual nature. It will not work otherwise. After all, the structure of man in 6 dimensions has been created as the most convenient form for the new personality to know the world, so that it has the opportunity to mature spiritually and unite with its soul. I emphasize that the structure has been made precisely for knowing the world, and not for an eternal life in the material body. Our physical body is in fact only a part of the structure located in 3 dimensions. It is just that it is from this structure that the new personality begins its learning process. So one can say that each person has potential beginnings of a scientist. It is simply important to, first of all, learn to understand this world from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. And then, seminal discoveries will not keep themselves waiting. Today, people do not see and do not understand much, even having modern devices. They're unable to comprehend many processes with their material thinking, since they try to observe and judge phenomena while being inside very limited systems of the 3rd dimension, of their physical bodies, the earth, and so on, and not outside of them. Although everyone has such an opportunity to know the world from the perspective of the observer from spiritual nature, the work of the brain's ancient structures while doing spiritual practices, coming in contact with the spiritual world, and understanding the mysteries of creation cannot be replaced with any technology. Anastasia. That is true. Indeed, each person is a research scientist in a way, regardless of his or her profession. After all, what is the most important thing in any profession? To be human here and now, in any regard, and to first of all work on oneself. Then, the results of such inner quality work will be reflected on the outside of the person's life in his help to other people. And if such people are the majority in society, then society will become different, for each part is a carrier of the properties of the whole. Rigdon. Undoubtedly. But let us get back to the topic of meditation as an altered state of consciousness. The variety of frequency ranges of the brain, as well as of the surrounding world, is far from having been mastered, even though today science already has some understanding of this matter. A human being has his own energy field, which emits certain radiation. Even if one studies the human structure in 3D, one may discover many interesting peculiarities. The skull, for example, is a good resonator of various frequencies. By the way, human lives on planet Earth, which also has its own energy field. The air atmosphere, or more precisely, the ionosphere, upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere, located above 50 kilometers, is a huge spherical resonator, a wave duct, which has electrical conductivity where processes of ionization and recombination from the Latin prefix re, meaning continuation, repetition of action, and combinatio, meaning combination, are constantly taking place. The human being lives in the cavity of this three-dimensional resonator, which of course influences his energy structure in one way or another. As you remember, the external border of the ionosphere is also an external part of the Earth magnetosphere, of that very screen which protects the planet from cosmic radiation. Thanks to the ionosphere, radio waves, for example, travel over long distances by reflecting off it multiple times. The lightning, which generates low-frequency oscillations when it resonates with molecules of the atmosphere, can give rise to continuous oscillations of a certain nature in the ionosphere, which travel around the planet many times. Anastasia. Just like person's thoughts when the animal nature dominates, these electrical discharges can at times resonate in such a way that continuous undamped oscillations then go round in circles in the head all day long. Rigdon. Well, what is resonance? The word resonance is derived from the Latin word resono, meaning I sound in reply, I respond. This is a response. The phenomenon of resonance is not simple. It influences the sound, electrical, mechanical, and other oscillating processes. Remember I once told you that Nikola Tesla constructed a device known today as the Tesla coil, Tesla resonant transformer, by using which he had demonstrated his body glow in high-frequency current? The Soviet inventor Semyon Kirlian subsequently improved upon his development. Thanks to this, today people can observe the so-called Kirlian effect, which makes it possible to capture a glow, a kind of halo, around various biological inorganic objects placed in alternating electric field of high frequency. Anastasia. Of course, I remember you telling us back then about another interesting experiment. Researchers cut off a part of a leaf which had been freshly picked from a tree. The leaf itself was placed in this field. In the picture, they saw a phantom image of the removed part of the leaf appear. In essence, using our language, the information structure about the whole leaf was preserved, although its physical part had been removed. Later, I expanded my knowledge on these issues as well. Frankly speaking, I discovered many interesting things, including information about an ongoing study of the possibilities of using this phenomenon to diagnose diseases and different psychophysiological states of a person, since it has been noted that the nature of this glow depends on the state of the object of study. Rigdon. The fact that it is being studied today is wonderful. It is just that a significant step in this regard will be made when scientists have at least a general idea about the human energy structure. That is when they will gain an understanding of the most promising directions of their research. So, as it is known, resonant oscillations are most clearly pronounced close to the initiators of these oscillations. What do these oscillations represent? This is a change of the state of the environment, disturbances that carry energy. In other words, this is a change of the environment which occurs because information enters it. The same is true as far as human thoughts are concerned. When thoughts come and you put your attention into them, this activates certain emotions in you. When this information program, thoughts, resonates with the emotions which have appeared due to those thoughts, then continuous oscillations appear which loop a person's attention on them. This often happens when lateral essences attack the personality. But all this is a consequence, first of all, of human choice, because the person practically does not track this process and the reasons for it. For example, in the morning he can be visited by some thought to which he had paid attention. Then, during the day or in the evening, he can get overwhelmed with emotions that correspond to this information program, although the person himself has already forgotten about this thought. But the program has already entered him thanks to the power of his attention to it. And it is this program that triggers thoughts that resonate with emotions, causing, as you say, constant continuous oscillations. It doesn't come as a surprise that they then keep running around in circles the whole day. Everything in the world is interconnected and leaves a trace. For instance, in the giant ionospheric resonator, the so-called stationary waves appear under the influence of progressing waves of equal frequency and intensity, which move in the opposite direction. The Chladni patterns experiment can serve as an example of the stationary wave vibration. This is when a bow is moved across the edge of a metallic disc which has sand on it. The resulting sound stimulates stationary waves in the disc, the vibration of which creates a certain geometric pattern. An example of stationary waves in nature are oscillations in the ionospheric resonator, known today as the Schumann waves, and the resonance effect they produce is known as the Schumann resonance. Today, scientists have calculated that the frequency of the Schumann resonance is 7.83 Hz, and concluded that the waves resonate in a frequency range that is similar to the human brain, including the alpha rhythm frequencies. Generally speaking, this frequency range is not as simple as people assume, but as they say, all it takes is just a wish to study it comprehensively. Because even now, there is already an understanding that the alpha rhythm is characterized by various modulations, an alternation of increase or decrease of the amplitude of waves, spindles, and spontaneous changes. By the way, I would like to note that in such altered states of consciousness, for example, in the state of sleep, during which delta rhythm with a frequency of 1 to 4 Hz appears, spindles are generated in the nuclei of the thalamus, optic thalamus, the main part of the between brain, and more precisely in its reticular cells. Anastasia. In other words, in the midbrain. Yes, taking into account what you have recently said about midbrain while explaining the meditation on the 4 essences, the comparison looks very interesting. After all, the thalamus, being the between brain's primary part, is the main subcortical center into which impulses from all the sensitivity types come, and where basically their analysis and synthesis and later their redistribution to various parts of the brain takes place. For example, the thalamic reticular nucleus is connected with the new, old, and ancient cerebral cortex and with other thalamic nuclei. The name is also special. Thalamus, from the Greek word thalamos, meaning a bed chamber, a room. They named it as if they had known in advance about a place in the brain where one condition changes to another, so to say, where subtle energies are transformed into a coarse wave. Well, the reticular formation in general, from the Latin word reticulum, meaning matting, and formatio, formation, is quite a universal system. It is called a brain within a brain for a reason. It is connected with both the cerebrum and the spinal cord. Rigdon. Moreover, other rhythms are being studied which operate at the same frequency as the alpha rhythm, but which have a different waveform. They are observed in other areas of the brain. For example, the frequency range of the so-called by scientists mu rhythm is 7 to 11 Hz. The waveform in the electroencephalogram resembles the Greek letter mu. Interestingly, today's science is already considering the assumption that mu rhythm in a way reflects the activity of coordinated work of mirror neurons. Anastasia. Yes, I remember that memorable conversation with you in the mid-90s about mirror neurons. But no matter how hard I tried to find this information in libraries back then, it wasn't available. And only much later, after a few years, did the media report about those unique experiments which you had mentioned. This is when scientists use monkeys to study the work of command neurons, which activate when the animals did certain actions, and accidentally discovered the so-called mirror neurons, which also responded when the apes just visually saw a familiar action. In other words, mirror neurons activated as if the monkey itself would, for example, take a peanut off the table and eat it, although actually at this time, the monkey was just looking at another monkey performing these actions. Moreover, there was information not only about the results of similar experiments with animals, but also some information about subsequent experiments with people. I also got interested in your story about the nature of the origin of empathy, from the Greek word empathia, meaning compassion, empathy, human emotional responsiveness towards the feelings of another person, about the so-called by scientists mechanisms of understanding of the other's consciousness. And considering everything you said above, it just shows the missing pieces in the overall picture of this phenomenon. Your information is really unique, and it sets a vector of purposeful search to make wonderful individual and evolutionary discoveries of universal significance. Rigdon. Generally speaking, many interesting things are hidden in the topic of mirror neurons, but it will be fully available only when mankind gets to the fundamental concepts about the invisible human nature, the capabilities of expanded perception of information through altered states of consciousness, in particular through various spiritual practices and meditations aimed at spiritual development. Anastasia. This will be a serious evolutionary step in science development, which will lead to the understanding of mechanisms of telepathy, humans' quick adaptation to various conditions, including space environment, parallel worlds and other dimensions, mechanisms of prediction, and modeling of events and actions. Rigdon. Mirror neurons are just a little step of science along the way which in the future may lead to the understanding of the workings of real mechanisms of the overall human structure. How exactly one person reads information, feelings, and emotions of another person, even before verbal or visual information about his interlocutor reaches him. Well, of course, provided that this humanity has a future. Anastasia. Yes, the human choice. Everything rests on it. Rigdon. The neural activity is only partly of electrical nature. People do not understand and see a lot of things in the brain's functioning, since they do not yet have such instruments which could detect thinner energies of other dimensions. Although, of course, if we speak about the best tool in reference to knowing the invisible world, then it is definitely the human being himself who is endowed with the ability to penetrate other worlds and dimensions. Anastasia. In other words, a person can set a task and receive a ready answer or a result without realizing all the particularities and subtleties of the phenomena that accompany this process and its mechanisms. That is, speaking the language of scientists, he can get a practical result while bypassing theoretical calculations. Although for scientists themselves, many of whom consider themselves to be materialists, it will obviously sound like nonsense. Rigdon. Well, this is equivalent to getting an understanding of what faith is, an antonym or a synonym of the word knowledge. After all, faith without knowledge raises doubts. Doubts make it impossible to understand the truth. Incomprehension of the truth makes faith meaningless and empty. Knowledge eliminates doubts as it gives an understanding of the truth. Understanding the truth fills faith with knowledge, and only faith that is filled with knowledge is true faith. Anastasia. So it happens in life. In practice, I have already more than once come across cases when the person tries to do a whole range of different meditations, but doesn't want to change himself, remaining egocentric in nature and wishing to satisfy his own significance in everything and to gain personal power over everything. Such people are often visited by doubts, pride, and incomprehension of simple truth. But I've also seen other people who try to work on themselves each day, and they get an entirely different result from the same meditations. While aspiring to be human in each day, developing themselves, and doing spiritual practices, they begin to understand the silent knowledge, gaining true faith. For such people who have spiritual diligence, I would appreciate it if you could tell us about one of the fundamental meditations, the pyramid. Rigdon. In this respect, there is an ancient Eastern wisdom. If one man during his life has defeated many people many times in battles, and another man has conquered only himself, the latter has won a greater victory than the first one, because it is much more important for a person to conquer himself rather than all the other people. I hope that in view of the already available knowledge, people will better understand the meditation pyramid. So, as I have mentioned before, from the perspective of the observer of a higher dimension, the human structure does not look the same as it looks in the three-dimensional world, with arms, legs, a head, and a torso. It looks like a complex shape which more than anything resembles a four-sided truncated pyramid with its top detached. This is, of course, if we pick the closest association understandable for the thinking of a resident of a three-dimensional world. Thanks to the pyramid meditation, a person can feel his energy structure, which is connected to the four essences, expand his perception, and most importantly, feel his soul. It is advisable to do the pyramid meditation while sitting in the lotus position, or simply in a cross-legged position, Indian style, with your hands on your knees, palms down. However, if for some reason a person is unable to sit in such a position for a long time, This meditation can be done, for example, while sitting on a chair. The main thing is the inner, spiritual processes taking place in a person. So we close our eyes, tune in, calm down, relax the body, and free our mind from all worries, thoughts, and emotional surges. In general, we fully enter into an altered state of consciousness, a meditation. While in the state of meditation, we start examining our energy structure, which is connected to the four essences. That is to say, it is necessary from the perspective of the observer located inside the truncated pyramid to feel the right, left, back, and front essences as life sides of the truncated pyramid. These sides are located approximately at an arm's length from the physical body of the person. Anastasia. Figuratively speaking, in front of the meditating person at an arm's length, there is a life energy field, conditionally in the form of the front wall of a truncated pyramid. It's the same on both sides and in the back. These fields form a quadrangle base, in the middle of which there is a meditating person sitting in the lotus position. Rigdon. Yes, these four essences are like frontier guards of our energy field, or in other words, of our personal space. What is personal space? Between the physical body and the four essences, there is space ranging from the critical 7 centimeters up to 1 meter. Personal space looks like an oval with a blurred outline, as it was called in the ancient times, an egg or a fish bubble, which in volume is larger than the human body. As a rule, in the secret writing of signs and symbols, it is conditionally designated with the symbol of an oval. I will just say that the personal space of each individual is unstable. It constantly varies within certain limits of its volume. This depends on many factors, even on the change of an individual's mood. But usually people do not notice this, they do not understand, and what is more, they do not see it with their physical sight, let alone control it, and consequently control their states. But this is not our topic now. It is worth noting that the distribution of energies in the human pyramidal structure is slightly different from how a person would perceive it from the perspective of the observer of the third or the fourth dimensions, through the energy meridians of the body, arms, and legs. Here, energies are distributed on the cross-sections of the pyramid according to the physics and the geometry of spaces of higher dimensions. So the conditional sides of the truncated pyramid are our four essences. The soul is confined in the middle of this structure in a kind of light cocoon. It is located approximately in the lower third part of the structure, and if one uses the physical body as a reference point, then it is at the level of the solar plexus and the upper part of the abdomen. By the way, in the East, since ancient times, the soul in a cocoon has been symbolically depicted as a pearl in a shell. It was a symbol of a person's spiritual development which is hidden from the eye and occurs within his structure. It was a miracle of rebirth. Its nacreous whiteness symbolized spiritual purity, wisdom, perfection, and sacred knowledge. It should be noted that this associative comparison of the soul with the pearl can be traced in all the religions of the world. For Hindus and Buddhists, the pearl is an image of spiritual enlightenment. Christians combine the priceless pearl from the waters of baptism with the concept of the soul and the Mother of God and her spiritual purity. Islam has a legend that the pearl is one of the names of God, and that in the other world it is pearls that form spheres around holy souls. Such associations are partly related to spiritual vision because the meditating person during certain spiritual practices sometimes sees processes taking place in the area where the soul is located, which he associates with a shining, a play of bright light coming from the soul, which looks like the glitter and sparkling of the pearl's nacre in the sunlight. Anastasia. Once you gave another good association when you were describing the shell of the soul during reincarnation, that it looks like an iridescent film on a soap bubble. I wrote this knowledge down in the book as Osmos. Rigdon. That is right. Now that we have described the human structure as a truncated pyramid, let us move on to its top, which is detached from the base. It is in this place, in the pyramid's conditional top, which is located above human's head, that his thoughts are born. That is approximately half a meter from the top of the head. The distance is approximate because it is individual. That is what the energy structure of an ordinary person looks like in the understanding of a citizen of the three-dimensional world. It looks like a four-sided truncated pyramid with a conditionally detached top. But let us get back to the technique of this meditation. So it is necessary to feel all the four essences. This feeling is like you're surrounded by four absolutely different people standing close to you. If you close your eyes and relax, you can feel their presence as certain pressure on your personal space. Once we have felt the four essences, we move to the top of the pyramid. There, we observe the primary process of formation of our various thoughts, which later get transformed through the Kakodemon and the Agathodemon centers, which you mentioned in the book Birds and the Stone. One might say they acquire material characteristics. How these energies appear, and ways of their movement, interaction, and blocking. We differentiate their impact. Simply put, we track all these processes and then we either calm them down or completely abstract our mind from them. Then we leave the top of the pyramid, move up higher, and reach the level of the observer that is detached from the material world. In other words, we rise above thoughts, above matter, and we reach the state of detachment from the earthly, from what in one way or another binds us as a personality to matter. Often in the early stages of mastering this meditation, it helps to imagine that the meditating person goes with his consciousness out of his pyramidal structure, hovering and observing it from the bird's eye view. Using modern associations, consciousness is kind of located at this height, as if in a vacuum, in zero gravity. This state of the observer from the spiritual nature helps to obtain complete inner stillness, an expanded state of consciousness, impartiality of the very process of observation of ongoing processes, helps to abstract the mind from the material body and thoughts and explore one's energy structure from the perspective of a new vision. Then, we remain in such a state of consciousness and observe our pyramidal structure and the soul enclosed in it from the outside. Next, the most important part of the meditation takes place. We make the best possible direct approach of consciousness, the personality, to the soul, and we do it at a level of the deepest feelings. That is, we immerse ourselves as an observer through the top of the pyramid, through the inner energy structure of the pyramid itself, into its very center, the soul. When one performs this stage of the meditation, the brain often gives an associative perception as if a person is diving into a depth, just like when diving into water, but without the pressure that is typical for this physical process. During such an immersion, people who are inherently very sensitive to energy processes, especially those with a well-developed intuitive perception, notice even phases of a gradual switching of the operation mode of their consciousness to new levels of perception through feelings which have previously been unknown to them. So one needs to come as close as possible to the glowing cocoon in the center of the pyramid, where this particle from the spiritual world is located, and then to touch it at the level of the deepest feelings. Of course, it is impossible for the person to fully feel the soul and comprehend its spiritual depth until he has spiritually matured and united with it. But even this contact of feelings begets the state which Buddhists, for example, call a touch of nirvana, and other people describe as a state of goodness, divine bliss, achieving harmony, and so on. Thanks to this meditation, it is possible to understand yourself and your complex multidimensional structure better, and to become aware of the fact that many thoughts appear and disappear not of our own will, but we can observe and influence them, abstract our mind from them, and block them. The most important thing is that with this meditation, a person as a personality will gain an experience of not only a sense of divine presence, but also of a connection with his soul, develop skills of constant contact with it, and realize in practice that the soul is the main and the most important part of the whole human structure. The soul is you, but the real you. The rest of the energy structure in 6 dimensions is built around it. In this meditation, the person acquires experience of an entirely different perception of his reality and learns to perceive himself from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. The duration of this meditation is individual, just like with any other spiritual practice. To begin with, I recommend doing it for 20 minutes. It could be done once a day or several times a day as you prefer. The main thing is to do it thoroughly. Later on, the time of the meditation can be increased, for example, up to 30 minutes. But again, the most important part of this process is not the duration, but precisely inner sensations and the development of a spiritual deep connection of feelings with the soul. Anastasia. This meditation is truly unique. I can say from personal experience that there is a significant difference in sensations when you're just starting to learn this spiritual practice and when you already have experience of doing it. At first, the technique itself seemed unusual to me because the understanding of how to do a spiritual practice, let's say in the geometry of space, was new to me. After all, it didn't involve any work with chakrams or a sensation of energy movement along the energy meridians of the body and so on, to which at that moment I was already used. But that's what makes it interesting. At first, everything happened for me only at the level of imagination, but probably that was because at that time I couldn't yet fully get into an altered state of consciousness. Later on, as I practiced this meditation at home every day, wonderful sensations appeared. For example, I started catching the moment of switching the state of consciousness, of a deep immersion, and unusual sensations of the soul's presence appeared, which are hard to describe with words. You're absolutely right. It is necessary to get a personal experience of the meditation in order to understand the whole inexpressible range of sensations. And I have several other observations about the sense of time during the process of meditation. Earlier, when we just started doing the first spiritual practices, it was quite challenging for me to sit in the meditation for 20 to 30 minutes. Now, I understand that you pay attention to the body during the process only when you're in the mode of usual thinking, when in fact you are in the waking state. In this state, you feel your body and the surrounding environment well, and stray thoughts appear in your head from time to time, which distract you from the meditation. The meditation itself is carried out nominally as your imagination is at work for the most part. Now, many years later, when I do the pyramid and really get into an altered state of consciousness, then time, space, and generally speaking, all the screwed reality of the three-dimensional world kind of cease to exist. You only start this process, go towards the soul, and you're kind of picked up from the other, the spiritual side. The front essence starts working actively. What happens already at this stage of work in this meditation is obviously incomparable to the results of the very first attempts of its exploration. Besides, there is no monotony in this spiritual work. Every time this spiritual practice gives one a new awareness, a richer range of sensations, and a clear understanding of the processes and changes taking place at the invisible level. You already live by this state, and when you finish the meditation, it seems that you leave something near and dear and wait again for that moment when you can feel it once more. Because of this, you get an urge and an active wish to practice it more, since you want to stay there longer. For in this wonderful state, you begin feeling something very dear and intimate, an extraordinary comfort. You clearly become aware of the deepest processes which are impossible for the brain to understand in the usual state of consciousness. Importantly, when you leave this meditation, you feel a significant difference between that subtle world and the world of matter of three dimensions. You start feeling many processes in our reality as the work of rough material energies. Surprisingly, in the state of meditation, you gain a clear and precise meaning of your existence, and many things which used to trouble you in worldly life appear to be empty and ridiculous. There, you fully realize that the real life values are values for the soul. This phenomenal experience, in a way, leaves a certain spiritual mark on your life in three dimensions. This, in its turn, allows you not to lose your spiritual and life's reference points, encourages you to work on yourself harder, track your thoughts and states, and ward off provocations from the animal nature. The spiritual experience helps to understand where the true happiness lies, which begets feelings of peace and comfort of the soul, and why you shouldn't chase after a ghostly illusion of this world. Most importantly, you gain an understanding of who you really are and what the meaning of your existence here in this world is. Rigdon. Space and time in this world have an intermittent, cascading nature. Everything material is intermittent and uneven. Everything is azoosmos. This material world is unstable and temporal. The world of God, however, the spiritual world, is stable and eternal. After this meditation, it is really possible, even in the usual state of consciousness, thanks to the experience gained, to feel these deepest feelings coming from the soul, the subtle connection with it, the feeling of boundless spiritual love, the feeling of native home, nirvana and eternity. A long time ago, this meditation was a commonly known technique of self-perfection in the human society, one of the basic techniques used to develop the deepest perception and the connection of the personality with the soul through feelings. However, gradually, as the process of materialization of society's consciousness developed, people started forgetting and losing this meditation technique, just like, by the way, many other grains of spiritual knowledge. Sometimes even mentions of it got deliberately destroyed. As long as true spiritual knowledge was present in society, it was passed to next generations in the form of symbols as the most important and obvious thing in a person's worldview. For example, the symbolic designation of the pyramid meditation, the full version of the symbol, was a square with a diagonal cross and an empty circle in its center. Anastasia. You know, as you were explaining this meditation to us for the first time and saying that energies are distributed along the sections of the pyramid, out of curiosity, I later looked into geometry textbooks and read, now with great interest, that which had slipped my attention at school. For example, that the plane which intersects the pyramid and is parallel to its base cuts off a similar pyramid. If one cuts a four-sided pyramid with several planes which are parallel to the base, and then projects these sections onto the same plane of the base, then as a result we'll get a series of squares inscribed in each other. And a square, as it is known, is a symbol of all that is material. Generally speaking, thanks to this additional information, I later started to understand more also about the processes taking place in the meditation. Still, it's important for a person to have all-around basic knowledge. Rigdon. The pyramid's geometry is closely linked to physics. Due to having such a structure and the necessary knowledge, it is possible to cause certain effects as a result of an interconnection among dimensions due to natural laws of physics. This was, in fact, known to the priests who possessed information about the primordial spiritual practices. It is sufficient to take a look at archaeological facts, ancient pyramidal structures, and people will come across the information that almost all of them had a very important worshipping, ritual, religious, and ideological meaning. They symbolized supernatural powers and embodied the manifestation of certain properties of the world, and that is why people deified them. Anastasia. Yes, today many people know about such long-standing monumental structures as pyramids of the ancient Egyptians in Africa and the truncated pyramids of the peoples of Central and Southern Americas. It is known that the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, Western Asia, also erected stepped structures, 3 to 7 tiers, shaped as truncated pyramids, ziggurats, at the top of which sacred temples were built. The whole complex symbolized for them a connection between heaven and earth, a mystical, sacral center. Rigdon. What is more, the symbolism of the pyramid was also linked to people's destinies after their death. For instance, by the Sumerians, Egyptians, Babylonians, or in the burial traditions of Syria, Palestine, China, Korea, the North Caucasus, Siberia, and so on. Anastasia. Undoubtedly, these burial places usually have a stepped pyramidal roof, ideally up to 6 steps, which earlier obviously indicated the number of dimensions in which the human structure is located. At the top, as a rule, there was an elongated or hemisphere-shaped stone. It was a symbol of the other world, the 7th dimension. It signified spirituality, the omniscience of a deceased person, or a symbol of the departed soul. And there are even tombs themselves that are square-shaped in design. Rigdon. Many peoples simply made burial mounds which resembled the pyramid. Anastasia. Yes, this is the most common type of burial structures on the continents. It is worth mentioning the mounds in the steppes of Russia and Ukraine. For example, mounds of the Abashev archaeological culture, which was widespread in the 2nd millennium BC, on the territory from the Kaluga region to Ural, Russia. By the way, the cult of fire and the sun and ceramics richly decorated with geometric ornament were typical for it. Also, many women's adornments in the form of spirals, as well as pendants, plaques, and so on, were found in its layers. What about the burial mounds of the ancient burial places in Altai? For example, the archaeological finding Golden Man of Altai in Russia, or a similar finding in Kazakhstan, a Golden Man of Issyk. Earthen pyramidal mounds were typical also for the Scythians who lived in the steppe zones of Europe and Asia from the 7th century BC to the 3rd century AD. This nation also had rich sacred symbolism connected with female goddesses and the so-called by scientists animal-style art. I'm not even mentioning archaeological monuments of other continents, for example, the Mississippian culture in North America, Cahokia, 7th to 13th centuries AD, which consists of 109 pyramidal mounds, mostly with truncated top. In general, it should be noted that the Mississippian culture is also fairly rich in sign symbolism. Rigdon. Certainly, if we look at the symbols of the ancient world, we can easily find one and the same spiritual knowledge in their bases, if, of course, one has at least a general idea about it. Here's another example of how knowledge in the form of the pyramid has been passed down. In the East, for a few thousand years, stupas have been one of the most ancient symbolic sacred structures. Translated from Sanskrit, stupa means the crown of the head, an earth mound, a heap of earth or stones. A stupa was built on the tomb of a chief or a king, imitating more ancient burial places, and later it was often used simply as a symbolic structure of religions and as a storage place for spiritual treasures. Anastasia. It's appropriate to make a small clarification for the reader here. These structures are called differently in different countries. For example, the stupa in India, the goba in Sri Lanka, Saburgan in Mongolia, Baota or pagoda in China, and so on. Now the stupa is better known as a monumental structure in the Buddhist architecture, as a symbol of enlightenment. Rigdon: Of course, but if we look at all these stupas, we can see one and the same laying of knowledge in the form of the following symbols: a square, a cube, a pyramid, and a top, as a rule in the form of a crescent with its horns pointing upwards and a circle above it, in other words, the Allatra sign. Anastasia: Yes, it isn't surprising that with such a top, the stupa is considered to be a structure that has a positive impact on the surrounding environment. Rigdon: By the way, in Buddhism, they added their own detail from the human mind to the structure. An additional architectural precious stone was placed on top of the Allatra sign. Anastasia: Well, that's because in this religion, it does symbolize the indestructible nature of the mind and fulfillment of all the desires, a mystical power. Rigdon: In a word, people remain people. So then, in different parts of the world, all the symbolism of pyramidal structures additionally played an important role to communicate spiritual knowledge through monumental architecture, starting with spiritual practices for knowing and uniting with the soul of an individual, and ending with special knowledge and the working signs which had been brought to this world from Shambhala for spiritual development of the entire humanity. Anastasia: As of today, the meaning of these ancient symbols is simply lost for most people, just like spiritual knowledge, as well as the symbolic and associative role of the ancient fetish artifacts shaped as pyramids. This is clearly traced in the history of peoples. For dwellers of the ancient world, for instance, for the Indians, Egyptians, Arabs, and Greeks, pyramid-shaped objects were already objects of religious worship, which according to legends were imbued with supernatural magical power. And it is needless to even talk about our times. Today, even the word fetish itself is interpreted differently in different languages. In French, it is fetiche, meaning an idol. In Portuguese, feticcio stands for sorcery. And in Latin, factitious means artificial. This is how today they refer to ancient amulets with different symbols which once held an associative meaning and served to convey spiritual practices and knowledge. Rigdon: It is just that modern people, even if they come across this information, simply do not think about a bigger picture outside the one that is being imposed on them by heralds from priests and politicians. For example, why did the Hindu Brahmins who lived in far India, or the priests of the Phoenicians who once ruled on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, or the Druids who lived in Europe independently of each other at different times, consider a simple pile of stones arranged in a pyramidal shape to be sacred? Was there anything special about the stones? Even researchers, while studying such issues, as a rule, simply limit themselves to the answers voiced by their predecessors, in particular, that for the ancient people, this shape was a sacral symbol of the connection of earth and heaven. But why connection? And why earth and heaven? What spiritual knowledge is hidden behind this pyramidal symbolism? If these researchers had been working on perfecting themselves spiritually, I'm sure they would reveal to the world much more than merely quotations of commonplace fabrications coming from the human mind. Anastasia: Without a doubt. Here, even if we examine the effects which accompany the pyramid meditation after it has been thoroughly practiced, it will become clear why different peoples at different times called the pyramid the center, a holy mountain, a fire altar, and a sacred place. When one has experience with these spiritual practices, it is not difficult to understand those who once tried to explain the spiritual essence of this practice to future generations using such associations. Rigdon: it is not difficult to understand because you have spiritual experience, while most modern people, unfortunately, do not even know that they have a soul, let alone about spiritual practices for knowing themselves. Although this knowledge, in fact, is even more important for every person than, for example, food and other conditions needed for their physical bodies to exist. Ignorance leads to lack of understanding and an interpretation of the basic information about the spiritual from the human mind. As a result of such literal distortion coming from the animal nature, people set out in the external search of their spiritual. They look for everything, mountains, holy places, and religious buildings, instead of getting to know themselves and their soul. And what is the result? Anastasia: yes, as of today, the majority of people have access perhaps only to the distant echoes of this spiritual practice, which they perceive as separate concepts. Rigdon: absolutely, and even then, only in the form of the philosophy processed by human understanding. These echoes have become part of the philosophic and religious category of concepts about the common center, including the human being, among different peoples of the world. Only they started calling the soul, which is encased in human, each in their own fashion, the location of immediate proximity of God, of spirit, the dwelling place of the Almighty, of unmanifested being, the pivot, the point of rest around which everything revolves, communication between the worlds, departure into a multitude and return to the unity which holds a totality of all the possibilities, the eternal here and now, a pure existence, paradise, a holy place, the absolute reality. Moreover, different religions started describing this philosophy as they understood it. For example, in Hinduism, the center is the inner witness, the place of absolute, of unity, a point located beyond time, Ishvara. By the way, translated from Sanskrit, the last word means a ruler and literally a personal God, an independent existence, the divine spirit within a human. The Ishvara title is assigned to various gods in India and also to the definition of the cause of the world, a form of a divine incarnation, an attribute of omnipotence and omniscience. Anastasia: yes, representatives of various religious and philosophic schools of India are still arguing about this concept, and everyone tries to interpret it from their own mind. Rigdon: but one who has reached the spiritual heights does not need words because the person acquires an inner spiritual understanding of the very essence of this phenomenon. In Buddhism, for example, the spiritual center means nirvana and enlightenment. By the way, as I once told you, in this religion, during certain visual meditative practices, they use a mandala. Translated from Sanskrit, it means a circle, sphere. a geometric composition or a structure which is drawn diagrammatically that symbolizes the spiritual and the cosmic order of the universe as an aspiration for the spiritual center which gives the clarity of enlightenment. But what particular form does it have? Usually this is a circle within a square or triangles which most often point downwards, with the central symbol, a circle, in the middle. As a rule, a mandala is divided into 4 parts or into the number of parts divisible by 4. Or let us take yantra, an amulet, a magic drawing, when translated from Sanskrit, which is the simplest form of mandala. This is a diagrammatic drawing of a composition of geometric figures which is used in meditation practices of Hinduism and Buddhism to strengthen the processes of inner concentration during meditation. As a rule, these are circles, triangles, a symbolic drawing of a lotus, a point, the center, 0 point, inscribed in a square. Again, if we talk about the symbolism of monumental structures, the architectural planning of most Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain temples represents yantras. Generally speaking, it should be noted that the quadratic structure, which points at the common ancient symbolism of spiritual knowledge, is also reflected in the architectural planning of temples belonging to other religions. For instance, the temple and monastery complexes of ancient China had a square and a circle in their base. The largest and the famous Temple of Sky, for example, is divided into 2 parts in its planning. One is shaped as a square, a symbol of the earth, earthly powers, and the other one is rounded. The circle is a symbol of heaven, heavenly forces. In China, a joint drawing of a square and a circle, earth and heaven, still symbolizes an ideally balanced person in spiritual aspect. Another example, the shape of Muslim mosques which are oriented towards the Kaaba in Mecca is also square or rectangular. Anastasia: Yes, you once told us about this and about Christian temples too. The Christian quatrefoil, 4-leaved clover, from the Latin word quadri, meaning 4 times, and folium, leaf, is the cross in square temple. The 4 branches, base, of which are crowned with dome-shaped curves, denoting the firmament. You mentioned that the Greek name of such temples is tetrakonch, 4 shells, from the Greek word tetras, meaning 4, and conchi, a shell, a whirlwind, that which is twisted in a spiral. I got interested in this and discovered many interesting facts. Such constructions were popular not only in ancient Rus, but also in Byzantine Empire, countries of Transcaucasia, Armenia and Georgia, Persia, Iran, India, and other ancient countries. They came to the West through the Hellenistic culture, which had borrowed many things from the cultures of the ancient East. But what's remarkable is the fact that in the temples of early Christianity in the Middle East and in Europe, and later in the Christian temples of ancient Rus as well, the altar at first was actually installed exactly in the crossing of the temple as a throne of the invisible God. That is, under the central big dome in the middle of the church, and only much later was the altar moved to the protruding eastern part of the building. Rigdon: The crossing or the central inner part of the church symbolized exactly that precious pearl in the shell which was known to the entire ancient East as a symbol of the soul. By the way, in the ancient times in Kiev, Rus, the first version of St. Sophia's Cathedral, the Divine Wisdom in Kiev, was nothing other than a 5-nave cross-domed temple with 13 cupolas, which had a pyramidal composition. Additionally, the cathedral's domes had crosses at the base of which there were horizontal crescents with horns pointing upwards. Furthermore, the center, shaped as a circle, of each cross was intersected with a diagonal cross, and the overall composition was an equilateral cross. All of the ancient spiritual symbolism was there: a circle, a rhomb, indication of 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13, and also the Allatra sign. This cathedral was dedicated to the Annunciation, in other words, to the Mother of God and Archangel Gabriel. Such a cross is an entire book for people who are initiated into the mystery of spiritual knowledge and the real teaching of Jesus. It is a personal symbol of the Virgin Mary as of Jesus' disciple, who attained spiritual liberation during her life and remained to help people even after her physical death. On the top of the central cross, there was also a finial in the form of a crescent pointing upwards and a circle above it. In other words, the working sign Allatra. That distinctive feature pointed at the fact that this teaching had been brought from the spiritual world, in that case by Jesus Christ, as a supreme spiritual being who had visited this three-dimensional world through an incarnation into the human body. It also pointed at the special meaning of Archangel Gabriel as a spiritual being who played an important role in spreading the true spiritual teaching of Jesus and in the spiritual support of Virgin Mary. Furthermore, all this together indicated the level of knowledge of those who initiated the installation of this working sign on the central dome of the main temple of Kievan Rus. For the religious priests and followers of that time, simple explanations were given, particularly that all this symbolism would be understood by the Slavic nations, taking into consideration their traditional symbols. Anastasia. Yes, this information deserves special attention. In the book Sensei 2, I wrote in more detail about the important spiritual role which Archangel Gabriel played, particularly for Kievan Rus. I also mentioned the story about Mary and Jesus in the book Sensei 4, that Jesus passed the true spiritual teaching to his apprentice, a woman named Mary, who attained spiritual liberation from reincarnations during her life, and that she was the one who was supposed to be the head of the true Church of Jesus. But because the teaching was distorted due to intrigues of people striving for power and its significant alteration as the religion was being formed, today this church is headed exclusively by men, and the image of the Virgin Mary is associated only with Jesus' mother, who is called the Mother of God. However, this fact does not diminish the spiritual power of that creating divine feminine principle, thanks to which people who really strive for spiritual salvation find it to this day. Rigdon. I hope that people will not simply read this information, but will understand its spiritual meaning. The spiritual teaching of Jesus was given in the open form to all people as knowledge, as a seed of truth which was one for the entire mankind. This is hard for modern people to understand, because instead of the teaching, They see just concepts of the world religion with which the name of Jesus is associated today. Regarding Virgin Mary, who is basically staying between the spiritual and the material worlds, she is still serving as a divine guide of the spiritual power to help those people who are walking the spiritual path. This, by the way, was known to the real apprentices of Jesus who carried this knowledge to the masses, although secretly. In every religion, there always existed intelligent, honest, and conscientious people who truly sought spiritual salvation instead of material wealth and benefits for themselves. While secretly possessing this knowledge, they did everything possible in their positions to pass on the truth to the following generations, so that true spiritual knowledge could win its way to the future for those who craved spiritual salvation. That's why on the walls in the catacombs where the early Christians were hiding, one can find not only the fish symbol and the equilateral cross, but also the sign of a crescent with its horns pointing upwards, Allatra. That's why the following passage, which is attributed to John the theologian, appears in the Revelation 12:1. And a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. That's why on, for instance, the ancient monuments of the old Russian architecture of the 11th to 14th centuries, precisely such crosses with crescents were placed, which are a symbol of Virgin Mary, indicating that the construction of such cathedrals with exactly such complex signs and symbols was initiated by those people who were connected with the true knowledge. Anastasia. To this day, echoes of the existence of these important symbols and signs in the architecture of the main cathedrals of Kiev and Rus have been preserved. For example, nowadays, crosses that have crescents with horns pointing upwards as a symbol of the Virgin Mary are crowning the domes of the Church of the Savior at Berestov, which is located near Kiev-Pechersk-Lavra. The first mention of the church at Berestov dates back to the 11th century, Kiev, Ukraine, Cathedral of St. Demetrius, 12th century, Vladimir, Russia, and the Cathedral of Annunciation of Moscow Kremlin, 15th century, Moscow, Russia, as well as many other architectural monuments. They were built by the Slavic masters. Rigdon. Quite true. It is worth mentioning that it is St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev that served as an example of constructing such temples with such symbols in Kiev and Rus. It was built in the 11th century in the center of Kiev, following the design which Agapit of Pechersk recommended to Prince Yaroslav the Wise. The temple was unique even in the Byzantine architecture of that time. Yaroslav the Wise, the Grand Prince of Kiev, the former Prince of Rostov, and the Prince of Novgorod, met Agapit of Pechersk, the unmercenary doctor, due to his illness. At that time, the fame about the medical skills of Agapit extended far beyond Kiev and Rus. Yaroslav had problems with his spine due to the damage to his hip and knee joints. So speaking the modern language, he became a regular patient of Agapit. Due to such necessary communication, which was very advantageous to Yaroslav, and his education from Agapit in many important subjects relating to the knowledge about both the human being and society as a whole, Prince Yaroslav, one could say, became the wise one. As a result of such communication, the first independent Russian monasteries appeared, and what's more, in honor of the Holy Mother of God. Active translation of foreign books, especially those from Mount Athos, began, as well as diligent rewriting of the old Slavonic folios, even the old Russian pagan manuscripts written on the birch bark. The book became the basis of public education. Agapit's erudition and his advice to Yaroslav led to the fact that Prince himself got interested in reading books, making enlightenment fashionable among both his entourage and common people. Following Agapit's advice, the prince organized the first public schools for children. A large library of the national level was founded in the capital near Sophia's Cathedral. The main signs and symbols were recorded for society. Diplomacy at the international level was fine-tuned. So it is not surprising that Kievan Rus reached the height of its development during the reign of Yaroslav the Wise. Anastasia. These facts are really interesting, and they explain many things about such an extreme change in Yaroslav's behavior, from the cruel ruler who wouldn't hesitate to use any means to seize power in Kiev, to a leader who became wise during his reign in Kievan Rus after meeting Agapit of Pechorsk. Also, the symbols and the unusual architecture of the five-navel cross-domed temple of Sophia's Cathedral is far from accidental, taking into account the 13 cupolas and the pyramidal composition. By the way, could you explain to readers what the concept of nave means in architecture? Rigdon. This word is derived from the Latin word navis, meaning a boat. In architecture, it refers to an elongated part of the building, an elongated room resembling a ship, like the symbolic sun boat, which was known already during the Tripolian civilization, when it was depicted with a circle in the form of the Allatra sign, or as it was called in the ancient Egyptian mythology, the boat of eternity. By the way, later in the 12th century, seagoing sailing ships received that name, nave. In the symbolic meaning of this cathedral, it meant a boat sailing through time, in general a spiritual arc of Kievan Rus. Anastasia. It should be noted that the building of St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev experienced numerous partial destructions by time and people. In the 17th to 18th centuries, as a result of the temple's reconstruction, its external appearance was significantly changed. Rigdon. This is truly so. But interestingly, despite all these vicissitudes of almost 1,000 years, to this day, in a special niche in the arch of the main altar, the same old Russian Orthodox pearl is shining, a 6-meter mosaic of the Mother of God, the so-called Oranta. In Christianity, it is considered to be one of the iconographic types of the Mother of God, who is portrayed full length, with her arms bent at elbows and raised level with her face. Anastasia. So the arms of the Mother of God are depicted in the form of the symbolic sign of Allatra, the same ancient symbol of spiritual fusion of the personality with the soul, enlightenment and cognition of the truth, and attainment of spiritual liberation. This symbol was known to the ancient peoples in different times in the form of the above-mentioned symbol, which resembles a bug, and also images of the ancient goddesses with raised hands. It's the same ancient symbol which was recorded by prehistoric people as a petroglyph, indicating that man can reach such a state of spiritual liberation only with the participation of the creating force of Allat. Rigdon: Absolutely. So then, the image of the Mother of God, Aranta, who is dressed in blue garments and stands on a quadrangular base, is positioned against a circle-shaped golden mosaic background. By the way, in an altered state of consciousness, of expanded spiritual perception, a person, while looking at the Mother of God, can see the effect of glowing green light radiating from her. Along the curve of the half-dome, over the arch of this unique niche, an inscription in Greek has been preserved from ascetics of Mount Athos for the future generations of Kievan Rus. Since God is in her midst, she will not be shaken. God will help her at the break of dawn. In the context of the story about Kievan Rus, I would like to draw your attention to another equally important page in history. Initially, in Kievan Rus, Archangel Gabriel and Virgin Mary were worshipped together, as it should be, and only much later, in the 15th century, people separated the honoring of Archangel Gabriel from the cult of Annunciation of the Holy Mother, although this is incorrect. Where the Virgin holily creates, the Holy Spirit is always with her. By the way, in the Slavic beliefs, before Christianity was adopted, the supreme male and female deity were honored together, using our language in the meaning of the spiritual symbol of the divine lotus, the plan, and the creating Allat, implementation of the plan. Anastasia: Yes, this can be traced back to the mythological characters of the Slavic sacred legends which have been preserved since ancient times. Rigdon: Regarding Archangel Gabriel and the Virgin Mary, on the altar pillars of the main eastern arch of Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev, where the Mother of God, Aranta, is located, mosaic images of the Annunciation have still been preserved. Anastasia: Yes, on one pillar there is a picture of Archangel Gabriel with fingers of his right hand joined in the blessing sign. On the other pillar, there is the Mother of God with a spindle in her hand, spinning the spiritual thread of the human life. Rigdon: I would like to mention that in the Old Slavonic language, the word veritino, spindle, is linked to the word vertet, to spin, a vortex, spiral movement. By the way, the Slavs were not the only ones to have this word. The ancient Indian word vartanam also means spinning. Since ancient times, the spindle had been considered in the spiritual aspect to be a magic tool given from above. That is, speaking in modern terms, this is a symbolic description of the prayer, meditation, and spiritual practice. Spinning with yarn using the spindle was a certain spiritual symbol known to many peoples as the union of the earth and heaven, the union of a human during his fleeting life with the spiritual divine nature, the soul. The yarn in the religious art symbolized human spiritual life, and in the global meaning, it was a symbol of time, the connection of the past, the present, and the future. It was a spiritual component which united all pearls, souls. Many ancient peoples depicted the Great Mother with a spindle in her hands. Anastasia: Interestingly, scientists have ascribed the Great Mother to lunar goddesses, since she was usually portrayed by different peoples with a certain very ancient sign in the form of the moon's sickle, that is a crescent with horns pointing upwards, above which a circle was placed. Rigdon: Yes, man does not pay attention to many things until he knows. But as soon as real knowledge touches his brow and his soul awakens, he gains wisdom, and wisdom begets action. Anastasia: Those are golden words, the very truth itself. I think that for many readers, just like it was for us some time ago, it will be very interesting to find out about the active signs that were circulated in large numbers in Kiev and Rus in that time. Could you tell us more about this important moment in history? Rigdon: Agapit of Pechersk partially let Yaroslav the Wise in on the secret of active signs. He told him in detail how and what particular main places of worship should be built in the capital and in the country, and most importantly, how and what signs to place on them, and also what had to be done to activate those signs in order to generate a spiritual surge in people and protect them from the influence of negative forces of the invisible world. Agapit, of course, was pursuing his own goals, laying the foundation of spiritual signs for future generations, as opposed to the fleeting human goals of Yaroslav. Still, people are people. Even if you warn them 10 times of the consequences, they still try to make adjustments from the mind to the knowledge given to them. Unfortunately, Yaroslav was no exception to the human race, at least in this respect. Knowing what effect the reverse swastika exerts on the masses, Yaroslav still gave an order to put the sign in the decoration of the cathedral to assert his earthly power. Yet what was the point? What did he achieve? His life flew like an arrow through the illusion of the material world, and the human weakness, thirst for gaining earthly power, after death of his physical body, just burdened him more and prolonged the agony of his torment as a subpersonality. The animal mind, however, is still enjoying this human mistake of his by activating generations of priests towards itself and creating a surge of negative energy in the masses of living people. It must be said that other than that, Yaroslav truly showed wisdom. Together with a team of like-minded people, he successfully finished this project, thanks to which, in a short space of time, Kiev and Rus turned not only into a prosperous state, but also became the home of the Blessed Mother of God. At that time, mostly owing to the proper placement of positive signs and popularization of the universal cultural and moral values, the best spiritual qualities started to manifest themselves in people more and more. In the worldview of the Slavic people of that time, service to God's truth became synonymous with service to good, the supreme spiritual blessing, victory of God's grace. In fact, people found a common peaceful ground between their old beliefs and the new ones introduced by the previous politicians and priests. That is why, after the strife on religious grounds in that period of time, a positive surge occurred, such a spiritual unity of people on the territory of the old Russian state, which previously had not differed from other countries of those times, which were drowning in civil strife. So St. Sophia's Cathedral played a key role in this project. First of all, Sophia's Cathedral, built in Kiev, was copied, although not on the same scale, but with a similar design of the 5-navel crow's dome temple in the cities of the old Russian state, which were important at that time. Veliki Novgorod, this city still exists in Russia, and also Polotsk. This city exists to this day and is located in the Vitebsk region of Belarus. Not only was the external design copied, but also the spiritual content, starting with placement of the main symbols and signs and the icon of the Mother of God, Aranta, and ending with creation of educational libraries and schools for those temples. In St. Sophia's Cathedral in Veliki Novgorod, they still place a figurine of a dove on the cross of the central dome of the temple as a symbol of the Holy Spirit. In the history of the travails of the temple in Polotsk, it is mentioned that in the 18th century there was even an attempt to remake the temple in the honor of the descent of the Holy Spirit. The dove is already a substitution by people for the older finial of the cross, the Allatra sign, in the form of a crescent with its horns pointing upwards and a circle above. Previously, the dove was depicted with its wings spread out. When a person looked up at the cross of the cathedral, instead of the dove, he would see the sign that was visually created by the raised wings and the little head of the dove, in the form of a crescent with its horns pointing up and a circle. Secondly, the original of those copies, St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev, was built not on its own, but as part of a complex. The 4 city gates were built along the corners of the cathedral at the same distance from it, and they were also marked with signs. Although it would be more correct to say that they were the gates to the so-called Upper Town, which was located on the old Kiev mountain, now the central part of Kiev. Anastasia. So the 4 gates around St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev make a diagonal cross similarly to the 4 essences, where the cathedral itself is the center as the symbol of the soul. Rigdon. Precisely. In the religious symbolism of Christianity, gates are entrances leading from the forechurch to the temple and from the temple to the altar. The main gate of the old Russian iconostasies in an Orthodox temple was located opposite to the throne in the altar and was called the Holy Gate in the meaning of spiritual and not political supremacy. Usually in its upper part, the Annunciation scene with Archangel Gabriel and the Virgin Mary was depicted, and the bottom part had 4 evangelists in pairs on the wings of the doors. So the opening of the Holy Gate at certain moments of the service symbolizes the opening of the kingdom of heaven, that is, an entrance, a passage to another spiritual world. And this symbol did not appear without a reason. This energy process of the opening of a passage into another world really takes place during spiritual work, both individual and collective, of strong spiritual individuals, regardless of what religion they belong to and in which country they live. By the way, in ancient times, among the peoples of, for example, Kievan Rus, the opening of the gate of the city meant to let someone into the city. In case of enemies, it meant capture of the city or a wish of the city dwellers to lay down their weapons. If a chronicle mentioned the closing of the main gates before the enemy, that meant a decision of the residents to offer resistance. The main Golden Gate of the ancient Kiev became the southern gate facing Mount Athos, which is considered to be the abode of the Mother of God. To be more precise, geographically, it was located in the southwestern part of the city. On this main gate, Golden Gate of the city, a church was built in honor of Archangel Gabriel and the Mother of God, the Church of the Annunciation, in order to always give joy to that city with the Holy Annunciation and by a prayer of the Holy Mother of God and Archangel Gabriel. Anastasia. Yes, historical information about this was recorded in the Hyperion Codex. Even to this day, words have been preserved that can be found in the historical multi-volume collection which tells about the literature of the ancient Rus starting in the 11th century, the Library of the Literature of the Ancient Rus, Volume 1, page 50. If Archangel gives a kiss to the maiden, it will also be given to the city, saying to her, "Rejoice, the joyful one, God is with you," and to the city, "Rejoice, the blessed city, God is with you." Kiev has historically been under the patronage of the Mother of God and Archangel Gabriel. This is an obvious fact which today is kept quiet. That is why today on the coat of arms of Kiev, one can see Archangel Michael as the patron of the city, who is shown with an unsheathed sword as a symbol of the Kievan princes who waged wars, including among themselves, like so many in position of power at the time. Rigdon. Well, what can you do with these statesmen? As in the ancient times, so it remains. Kings talk about little things as if they are great things, inciting rebellion onto themselves. But this is not important. The main thing is that people still keep alive the memory and honoring of Archangel Gabriel and Virgin Mary, regardless of the earthly wishes of today's princes. Anastasia. Without a doubt, this spiritual memory of the peoples can be traced from generation to generation, and this cannot but bring joy. But let's get back to the conversation, which is so interesting from the historical perspective. So the Golden Gate in Kiev was a symbol of the city, which was equivalent to the front essence in the spiritual interpretation of the knowledge about a human. Therefore, the symbol of the city's past, that is, the back essence. Rigdon. And the first stone church of Kievan Rus, which was dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary, and which today is known in history as the Church of the Tithes, became the conditional northern gate. It was built ages ago by Prince Vladimir, Yaroslav's father. The entire old Grand Ducal court of Vladimir was located beside it. Generally, it should be mentioned that this place has a more ancient history in relation to pre-Christian places of worship. Anastasia. Yes, judging by archaeological excavations, foundations of palaces and much older buildings were found there, which belonged to the pagan times of the Slavs, and also the remains of even more ancient place of worship, a pagan temple, in the form of a stone platform with 4 protrusions at the corners. In other words, even in more ancient times, the old Kiev mountain had already been an important religious center of the Slavic peoples who lived in this area. Rigdon. Absolutely. So Yaroslav the Wise not only restored this church, but also consecrated it once again on the advice of Agapit, this time in the right way. The first church in Kievan Rus, which was dedicated to the Mother of God, symbolized the past that opened a way for the future, and it also played an important role in placement of signs in Kiev. The Western Gate, or as common people called it, Zhidovsky Gate, Jewish Gate, became the right essence for the ancient capital. Geographically, it was located in the northwestern part of the city. A few centuries later, when the city of Lviv was founded, the gate began to be called the Lviv Gate, since the road from Kiev to Lviv went through it. Today, Lvivska Square stands in that place in Kiev. It is interesting that over time, one can say nothing changed regarding the activation points which stimulate the animal nature in people. There was a market here in the olden days, and it remained, only the name changed. It is trade center now. Even more, the incentive for hoarding and increasing material wealth in this city, just like in other major cities of the world, is once again blooming with weeds instead of really important and needed incentives for people, creating deeds from the fruit-bearing eternal tree, the spiritual nature. Anastasia. Unfortunately, that is so. If we take a look at modern Kiev, the first thing that catches the eye is the large number of trade centers, banks, and other similar institutions, one richer than the other. One gets the impression that everybody is obsessed only with trade, instead of true spiritual and creative deeds, worthy of a civilized human society. Rigdon. Such large cities of the world are a vivid example of the prevailing human choice. But I repeat, to improve the situation is in the hands of people themselves. So even at that time, Agapit suggested to Yaroslav that he reinforce this western gate with a spiritual and cultural object that has a sign which would balance the invisible forces to avoid tilting towards the animal nature of the people who visit this place. So a church dedicated to the presentation of the Lord, Stretenia Gospodnia, translator's note, was built here. This was symbolic. Firstly, the Old Slavic word Stretenia meant meeting, and according to the Old Slavic beliefs, it meant a meeting of a human with the divine and its glorification. Secondly, the biblical story of the presentation was dedicated to the Mother of God, the Virgin Mary, who brought baby Christ to the temple on a 40th day following his birth. In Orthodoxy, presentation was celebrated a week before February 25th, and in the spiritual aspect, it was considered to be a renewal, a meeting of the old and the new. That is why it was very symbolic that the Western Gate in ancient Kiev was reinforced exactly with this spiritual and cultural object. If Sophia's Cathedral was the center, the Golden Gate was conditionally the front essence. The Church of the Mother of God, Church of the Tithes, was the back essence, and the Western Gate was the right essence. Then the Lyatsky Gate symbolized the left essence of the ancient capital of Kievan Rus. It was located at the place where today the city's central square is situated, the Independence Square, popularly known as Maidan. Anastasia. You know, when I had heard this information from you for the first time, I was extremely surprised, thinking, that's interesting. Whose idea was it to move the capital's main square exactly to this place, deliberately emphasizing the left essence? Because as the capital square, this place gathers large crowds of people. Rigdon. Perfectly true. It was done not by accident, but quite consciously, as they say from the mind, the animal one. Well, first things first. The area where the Independence Square is located in Kiev today was called Perevesische, that which outweighs, during the times of Agapit. There was a marsh there, and people called it Goat Swamp since olden times. So then, it is approximately there, in the southeastern part of the city, where nowadays Sofievskaya Street begins on Maidan, leading to the cathedral. Yaroslav the Wise had the eastern gate placed there, which opened the way from Kiev to the Pechersk Monastery, currently the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, and also to the Pecheneg's land. In history, this gate received the name Lyadsky Gate. The word Lyad, when translated from the Old Slavonic language, means unclean, unlucky, and Lyada means wasteland, weeds, thick bush, raw land. By the way, a few centuries later, after a long siege of the city, the armies of Batu Khan managed to break into Kiev exactly through the Lyadsky gates. Regarding the place itself, it remained a wasteland until the 19th century, when Freemasons, doing their bit to destroy the spiritual heritage of the Slavs, initiated construction of the city council building, particularly in this unclean place. Anastasia: Yeah, well, Independence on Goat Swamp. To make the main square of such a city in such a place? Yes, Freemasons only look native to people, but they're alien in mind. Rigdon: That is why they block people's access to the knowledge. They do everything to make people uninterested in their real spiritual history. They poison people with their lies, hiding obvious facts from them. Just look at their symbols. There are swords, bows, and arrows, axes, shields, compasses, and lions everywhere, the Freemason symbols. If one just takes interest in history, one can trace an almost simultaneous destruction of even the smallest remnants of those iconic structures which had been built for people and activated with science, for example, in Kievan Rus during the times of Agapit. For instance, the conservation-restoration of St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev took place exactly in the 17th, 18th centuries, and it was surreptitiously rebuilt in Baroque style, which is why the building significantly changed its external appearance, including its geometric and spatial image. Anastasia: Well, authors of historical literature diligently borrow one and the same phrase from each other, that Baroque, in those days, was a fashionable style of the Renaissance of Western civilization. Rigdon: And Italy, Rome, was its center. Does this tell you anything? Anastasia: Oh, it says a lot. Just take the word Baroque alone. Rigdon: Indeed. The Italian word barocco is derived from the Portuguese parola barocca, meaning an imperfect pearl. In other words, a pearl with a flaw, a defect in a gem, a deformed pearl. This word is also present in the Latin language. Anastasia: Yes, taking into consideration that this style was connected with aristocratic circles and the church, it is not surprising that the word barocco was chosen for it as the name of a deformed pearl. Even more, later it was the dominant style in the European art up to the middle of the 18th century, especially in countries where Catholicism was prevalent. The Baroque is considered to be a triumphal procession of the Western civilization. Rigdon: Well, yes, a torchlight procession. As they say, whoever has ears, let them hear. It will not be difficult for clever people to understand why Sophia's Cathedral became the first architectural monument on Ukraine's territory which was entered into the Worldwide Heritage List of UNESCO's, which means that rebuilding it, transferring it to a religious organization, or holding church service in it is prohibited. Anastasia. That means that the Freemasons from the Archons rebuilt the original and now, using their own plausible tool, UNESCO, impose conditions on the local residents that cathedral may not be rebuilt, and moreover, traditional Orthodox church services are not allowed in it? It's not allowed, so to say, to activate the pearl? Well, this cannot be called anything other than lawlessness. Rigden. And this is perhaps the main spiritual pearl of Kievan Rus. And what have Freemasons done to other buildings in the same years? In the 18th century, they made attempts to rebuild Sophia's Cathedral in Veliki Novgorod to distort the geometric and spatial image under the pretext of reinforcing the walls of the building. The cathedral in Polotsk has been rebuilt anew. Furthermore, by the 18th century, Sophia's Cathedral in Polotsk was already significantly different from its original version, given how many times this building was first destroyed and then restored from the human mind for centuries to come. Even then, despite this circumstance, Freemasons played it safe, just in case, and erected a church with non-Slavic architecture in the Baroque style in its place at the beginning of the 18th century. Well, I'm not even talking about the four gates of Kiev. As soon as the Freemasons started sponsoring politicians in Kiev, the demolition and destruction of the remnants of significant architectural monuments began under various pretexts. An old and well-known method of Freemasons is to destroy the original first and then provide their own copy. Thus, today we can see only a poor copy of the Golden Gate and speculation about the Freemasons' copy of the Lotsky Gate monument, which was almost destroyed in the 19th century when the city council building was being built. There is a mere reference in the chronicles that there once was a Western Gate, and that the first stone church of the Mother of God stood in the city of Kiev. That is the whole story of how spiritual science helps some people develop themselves while they make others go mad. How some people create a spiritual pearl for the generations of the living, and how others try to apply their Baroque to it. Anastasia. Yes, the times and seasons of today's world. Rigden. This is just an example from history, many likes of which can be found in the past centuries. The problem is not in buildings, the problem's in people and in the choices of humanity. Anastasia. By the way, getting back to the conversation about the peculiarities of architecture of the temples among the peoples of the world, using the main symbolism, including the pearl, just like the Christian temples have the altar part of the building shaped as a semicircular niche oriented to the east, so do the Muslim mosques have a special semicircle niche, mihrab. The Arabic word mihrab means the direction of the prayer. It is oriented towards the location of Mecca, the sacred city for the Muslims, located on the Arab Peninsula in Southwest Asia, where one of the main Muslim shrines is located, a structure in the form of a cube, Kaaba. So this niche is decorated with ornamental carving, painting, and incrustation. Its internal dome is often designed in the form of a shell, a symbol of storage of the precious spiritual pearl. Rigden. That is right. Such a design is understandable because Muslims have a lot of legends about the pearl, and they distinguish it as one of the special symbols. For example, according to the Prophet Muhammad's saying The world was created from the white pearl. According to Muslim beliefs, the Almighty created the white pearl, the thickness of which was 7 skies and 7 lands put together. When God called the pearl to him, it trembled from his call so much that it turned into flowing water. Out of all the creations that at some time of day or night, one way or another, interrupt their glorification of the Almighty, it alone, already being water, did not for a moment cease to glorify the Creator, constantly surging and foaming. That is why God gave it superiority over others, making it the source and the beginning of life of all living beings. So all the living beings were made of water. And in order to carry this precious water, the Almighty created the wind, air, having endowed it with an uncountable multitude of wings. That is why, as a rule, the sacred niche is filled with many symbols. It was associated with the Blessed Virgin, the pure soul. Earlier, inside the mihrab, a burning lamp was hung, because the divine presence in the world, or in human, was likened to the light of the lamp. The lamp is in the glass, and the glass is like a pearl star. It is the symbol of the light in the world. Anastasia. Regarding symbols, it is also quite interesting to look at the composition of the prayer mat, namazlik, among the Turkic-speaking nations practicing Islam. In its nominally ornamental picture, it usually imitates the mihrab of this or that region. Rigdan. By the way, mainly all the same symbols and signs are present there that belong to the cultures and religions of many other peoples: octagons, hexagons, rhombuses, squares, diagonal crosses, and so on. Generally speaking, a shell with a pearl in the ancient times was a symbol of the soul, of the creating divine feminine principle. It was an attribute of many female deities and their names, symbolic of the sacred element of water. As I have mentioned before, the latter meant a habitat that was different from the earthly one and entirely different from the human understanding. However, every living thing was derived from it, was dependent on it, and needed it. The Bible mentions the words of Jesus Christ when he explains what the kingdom of heaven is like. Matthew chapter 13, verses 45-46. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls, who having found one of great value, went away, sold everything he owned, and bought it. Nacre, which has the rainbow effect, was considered the pearl's divine shell. By the way, in the East, the sacred spiritual meaning of the soul in the form of a pearl was also often described poetically through the image of a water drop on the lotus. The thing is that lotus leaves have a specific whitish wax coating. Since olden days, the unusual effect of the lotus has been known. When water, for example rainwater, gets on the lotus leaves, it beats up into spherical drops. In the sunlight, these droplets, shimmering with the iridescent color of nacre on the whitish coating, seem like precious pearls. Naturally, this effect could not go unnoticed by the Eastern poets, thanks to which their lyrical verses became a metaphor with a deep sacred meaning. From the eternal sky, raindrops suddenly fell on the lotus, and light moisture on the leaves became a pearl. The French name for pearl, perle, is derived from the Latin perula, meaning a speck. The latter, in turn, is derived from the word pyrium, meaning a sphere. The Slavic word Perlmutter is borrowed from the German word Perlmutter, where Perle stands for a pearl and Mutter means mother. In Latin, Mater Perlorum is the mother of pearl. The ancient Romans also called the pearl a margarita. This word was borrowed from the ancient Greek language. Margaron is nacre. It is from this word that female names associated with the epithet of the ancient goddesses of love, beauty, fertility, eternal spring, and life are derived. For example, the name Margarita, pearl, is derived from the epithets of the goddess Aphrodite, who, according to ancient Greek mythology, was born as a result of virgin conception and arose from the sea foam in a shell like a shining pearl. The name Marina, marine, is derived from the epithets shining and the mother of pearl of the ancient Roman goddess Venus. The Latin word Veneris means love, which was identified with Aphrodite. One of her symbols was a female dove. That is why in early Christian art, which originated in the Roman Empire, there were images of the Virgin Mary with a shell above her head as a symbol of the one who brought the divine pearl. It should be noted that the name Maria in the Roman Empire was associated with the concept which was traditional for the peoples living there, of the goddess of love, the glowing one, and mother of pearl, but not sad, rejected, and certainly not bitterness, as her name was later presented by the Jewish priests for the public. Anastasia. That's how they do it. Rigdon. They do it only because people themselves do not want to know more than what priests have specified for them. And this is the result. But suffice it to take a look at similar sacred symbols and designations among other peoples of the world, the access to the knowledge of which is deliberately being limited in the believer's mind with the word pagans, infidels, and so on, and everything will fall into place. Anastasia. Well, yes. From whom did the priests copy popular ancient symbols, signs, and attributes of divine characters? From other peoples. Rigdon. Regarding the Virgin Mary, it's enough simply to compare the symbols and names of the foremother of the ancient peoples of the world, light female deities, and their epithets, and it will become clear that for centuries one and the same spiritual knowledge was passed down to different peoples about the liberation of the human soul, in which the creating power of the divine feminine principle, Allatra, played an important role. So the pearl itself in ancient Rus was called Inchi, which means different, the one, the only, the true one, the right one, among the many Slavic and other peoples. That is why later in Christianity, the monk was called Enoch, and nuns Enochinia. The pearl was an associative symbol of the soul from another, spiritual world. The ancient Russian word rakovina, perlamutr, is derived from the ancient words of the Slavic peoples living in Eastern Europe. Raki is a shell and is similar to the Latin word arcio, meaning I lock. That is, pearl in a shell is a symbolic designation of the soul locked inside the material shell of the body, which had been brought here from another world and which can be liberated only when human consciousness, the personality, fuses, connects with the soul with the help of spiritual creating power and the predominance of the spiritual nature in a person. Anastasia. This information is really very interesting for the people of today. Interestingly, large pearls in the ancient times were called orient. The Latin word orientis meaning the rising sun. This word is borrowed from the East. This is how something different which attracts with its unidentified quality and inner beauty was often called in poetry. Rigdon. Quite true. Large pearls were called exactly unio, from Latin the only one, and the word orient in the East originally meant radiance of natural pearls. Anastasia. Yes, from the perspective of spiritual symbols, you look at all this in quite a different way. Rigdon. I will say even more. A cylindrical room under the central large dome or a tower in the central inner part of the crow's dome temple was called the main central apse, where the space for the throne and the altar was allocated. The ceiling of the apse in the form of a semi-dome, of conch meaning a shell, a spiral whirlwind, vortex, symbolized the sky. In architecture, the locking stone which locks the arch or the dome is still called the key. So as a rule, a mosaic image or a painting of the Mother of God Allatra with raised hands as a symbol of the one who opens the gate of heaven was originally placed on the inner concave surface of the apse. Anastasia. Yes, all the symbols of man's spiritual work on himself are really present here, including the attainment of liberation with the help of the divine power of the feminine principle. The image of the Mother of God, Allatra, was known in ancient Rus almost from the beginning of Christianization. Many people associated with the Byzantine Empire and not with the ancient East. Religion and Cultural Studies handbooks suggest that the name of this icon originates from the Greek word arantis, meaning the praying one. Nothing is mentioned beyond this limitation, obviously out of ignorance or unwillingness to mention other cultures. However, if we dig deeper into history, it becomes clear that an entirely different meaning was embedded here. Rigdon, you're right. There really is a different meaning here, and it is much deeper than it seems at first glance. Regarding the connection with the word the praying one, obviously people relied on the information about the early Christian paintings in the Roman catacombs where praying figures were depicted in such a position. But hands raised in such a way, as it has already been mentioned in our conversation, are really the old symbolic image which was known in the time of the Paleolithic, the Neolithic, and the Copper Age, the existence of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Harappan and Trypillian civilizations, and so on. This is a symbolic designation of Allatra, the symbol of knowledge about the spiritual practices for attaining fusion of the personality with the soul, the symbol of spiritual enlightenment and cognition of the truth. Anastasia, that's amazing. It turns out that all the knowledge exists to this day. It is only people's perception of the world that has radically changed in the opposite direction. Even the architecture, for instance, of the Christian temple contains the basic knowledge: square-shaped, four-leaved structure with a center, cylindrical central room, and pyramidal architecture of the entire building. This architecture may also be crowned with a pyramidal spire or onion-shaped domes with a pointed element. All this corresponds to the symbolism of the human energy structure, the path of liberation of his soul, four essences, The center is the soul, personal space, pyramidal structure, architectural symbols of transformation of the square into the circle or octagon, a symbol of the cube. And it has been shown clearly that in the Christian religion, it is the creating divine power of the feminine principle that plays the main role of the real guide from the human world to the spiritual world. It is embodied in the main female images of Christianity: Virgin Mary, Mary Magdalene. People divide the images, but their essence is the same: divine love, God's mother, that through which love revives communication with God in a person and restores the former connection with Him through the soul. It is the spiritual, good power of love and creation of the Mother of God that is the main guiding and performing power from God. In the Annunciation scenes, the Virgin Mary is often depicted with a lotus, or rather with a lily in her hand, as a symbol of spiritual purity. She is portrayed stepping on a dragon with her feet, the human's animal nature. After all, taking into account spiritual knowledge about a human and the practice of spiritual path, all this takes on a different, deeper meaning. The Virgin Mary is named as spiritually reviving power and the embodiment of true knowledge. She is called the wisdom of God, a painter of everything, the mother of creation, about whom the Bible says that she is the breath of the power of God and a pure outpouring of His glory. She is a reflection of eternal light and a spotless mirror of the working of God. And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she maketh all things new, and in all ages entering into holy souls, she maketh them friends of God and prophets. The spiritual power of the Virgin Mary is compared to the gate of heaven. She is named the bearer of a deity, the soul of the world, providence of God, incarnation of Logos. Rigdon. Once Jesus said to Mary, "Blessed are you, Mary, because flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father who is in heaven. And I tell you, you are the Magdala of my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven." Anastasia. Yes, I remember these important words. I recorded this knowledge in the book Sensei 4 about the fact that it is Mary Magdalene who was that closest disciple to whom Jesus not only entrusted the secret knowledge, but also handed the keys to the kingdom of heaven, that which today people call the Holy Grail. Magdala of the Church of Jesus, the main pillar of faith on which the true teaching of Jesus still rests. Rigdon. And real spiritual help comes to people for the salvation of their souls. Anastasia. You know, once when I was in Kiev and visited one of the temples, I saw an old picture of the God's Mother Allatra in the half-length image. Her hands are clearly shown as raised up and spread to the sides in form of a cup, a half-moon with its horns pointing upwards, and a circle is highlighted on her chest where baby Christ is located as in mother's bosom under her protection. That is, this is an icon with the Allatra symbol encrypted in it. I was surprised that people don't see the obvious. Although had you many years ago not enlightened us on these issues, I probably would similarly not understand why I couldn't stop looking at that particular icon, why I feel the positive power coming from it. I took a picture of this image of Allatra and put it as wallpaper on my mobile phone. Here it is. Rigdon, with a kind smile, looking at the picture. Our Lady of the Sign, or Znamenia. Of course, it could not be anything else. The light-carrying grace of God. The bosom of the Mother of Slavic people. Righteous joy of your eyes, true brother, until this time again a crescent is shining in the name of your glory, bringing closer this day of I am, I shall be. That is a good icon. I have already said that in ancient Rus, the image of the Mother of God was the most revered among people. This icon is named Znamenia, sign, only among the Slavs of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, and also among those peoples who were united later into one big country, and nowhere else. In other countries, it is called the Mother of God, Great Panagia, Pantanasa, Platitera. Few people know that in the Old Slavic language, the word Znamenia is derived from the Old Russian word znamya, which means a sign. For the first time, such an icon appeared in Rus in the 11th century. But already after the earthly life of Agapit of Pecharsk, the unmercenary doctor, people started to call this icon not only Znamenia, but also an incarnation, the sign of salvation. That is the point. Anastasia. To this day, one can find references to it, but unfortunately, the church legends started to emphasize the physical salvation of people rather than the spiritual one. Nevertheless, if one thoroughly studies the history of those years, then even indirect references in the end bring us to the historical events related to certain dates. For example, on February 25, 1169, thanks to the icon Allatra, a miraculous resolution of the outcome of the battle at Veliki Novgorod took place, because of which, thereafter, people themselves began to honor the Mother of God as their patroness. However, those in power set a celebration in honor of that event as late as on November 27th, according to the Julian calendar, December 10th on the Gregorian calendar. Rigdon. That did happen. Simply, this event took place in the days of the Great Lent. It was in a way a bit inconvenient for them to celebrate it because of the Lent. So they adjusted it to November 27th to suit the name day of the Novgorod governor of that time. In any case, everything is as it has always been. Nothing has changed in power. But the most important thing is that people feel the truth. Although in fairness, I must say that this icon worked a lot of spiritual miracles in Kievan Rus since the 11th century. Even later, many covert and overt miracles happened thanks to this icon. It became so popular in the entire Orthodox ecumeny that people started to depict it not only on the wall paintings in temples. The sign became accessible to people. It was popularized through the copper casting of amulets, quadrifolium icons, and kolpion, a relic that was hung on the chest, which was called lono or persi in the old days, minting of small icons, and so on. Even today, this icon is still one of the most revered in the Russian Orthodoxy. Even more than that, in Belarus, for example, the icon of the Mother of God, surrounded by 4 angels, is still the capital's coat of arms. Translated from German, Gerb, the Russian word for coat of arms, means heritage, a unique symbol of the ancient Slavic city of Minsk, located on the bank of the river Svisloch, one of Dnieper's tributaries. Legends have preserved a partial reference about the connection of the icon Znamenia with ancient Kiev and about its miraculous discovery. All these symbols and signs made a special impact on the spiritual heritage of these Slavic peoples. Anastasia: Yes, suffice it to look at the present-day coat of arms of those places in order to understand what symbols the society's attention is drawn to. Rigdon: Generally speaking, I must say that the Slavs in the pre-Christian period still preserve the symbolism, mainly of the rhombic type. It can be said that the Slavs and the Baltic peoples were practically the last Indo-European peoples who had long and firmly resisted the intrusion of Christian symbolism into their traditional beliefs. I draw your attention to the fact that by the 10th century, Christianity as a religion had already significantly strengthened its positions in the world as a tool of political power. Still, the symbolism of these peoples was mostly oriented towards the spiritual. But as I have said, all the changes begin with symbols. Christianity started to exert its influence on the rich sacred symbolism of the Iranian peoples practically since the 6th century, and on the Germanic nations since the 8th century, while a major attack on the Slavs by the symbols of this religion, including symbols that included negatively affecting signs, began in the 10th to 11th centuries. But thanks to the timely intervention of Agapit of Pechorsk in this process, positive symbols were activated in Kievan Rus, many of which, the signs Allatra, Alat, rhombuses, circles, and equilateral crosses, were well known also in the pre-Christian period. Agapit basically renewed the knowledge, including about the four essences, about the spiritual liberation of a human. Of course, this was done not openly but covertly, but still. So thanks to the spiritual work of Agapit of Pechorsk, the unmercenary doctor, there was a renewal of mostly positive signs which naturally affected the spiritual future of these peoples. Anastasia: Yes, and this can be easily traced through various ancient artifacts. For example, by the symbols and signs which had appeared in mass among the Slavic peoples of that time, through icons with the symbol of Alat and the Allatra sign, folk embroidery with sacred scenes, through the circulation of rings, fibulae, decorative fastening for garments, earrings, brooches with the symbols of exactly equilateral crosses and not the long crosses, with the symbols of the four essences. Interestingly, in the ancient Rus, golden and silver signet rings with images were common in cities, while in villages there were copper ones with geometric patterns. Rigdon: As a rule, people's attention is deliberately focused on the philosophy of this or that religion or the political ideology, but not on signs, and certainly not on the true purpose of these signs. While some of them are working signs and affect the human energy structure, they work at the subconscious level, regardless of whether the person understands this or not. People should take a closer look at what specific signs and symbols surround them at home, at work, and in other places of their lives. It is always possible to change the situation for the better if one has the knowledge. All it takes is the desire of people themselves and their real work in this direction. So getting back to the conversation about Aranta, this is not the only icon with an image of the Mother of God where these symbols and signs were placed. Anastasia: That's right. Suffice it to look at the image of the miracle-working Our Lady of the Gate of Dawn, Vilna icon. It is located in Vilnius City, Lithuania, and today it is quite popular in Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, and Poland. On top of that, it is venerated by both the Catholics and the Orthodox. Obviously, different legends are connected with it, including the one about its origin from Korsun, an old Russian name of the city of Chersonesus, where Prince Vladimir of Kiev, father to Yaroslav the Wise, was baptized. Now the remnants of the city are located in the vicinity of Sevastopol city in Crimea, but it is difficult not to notice the symbol of the crescent with its horns pointing upwards on this icon. Rigdon: Many such images of the Virgin Mary with a crescent with its horns pointing upwards began to appear in the West as the Order of Knights Templar, the 12th to 13th centuries, emerged and became stronger. Generally speaking, it must be noted that in the previous period of time, goddesses from other cultures were also depicted with such symbols as the divine feminine principle. For instance, the Iranian goddess Ardvi Sura Anahita. Translated from the Avestan language, it literally means mighty, immaculate Ardvi, the goddess of water and fertility, to whom a separate hymn, Ardvisur Yasht, Yasht 5, is dedicated in the holy book Avesta. By the way, the original meaning of the word Ardvi was that of the source of the world's water flowing from the divine realm of light and giving rise to all life, the prototype of Allatra. Here is another example connected with the ancient Egyptian goddess Isis, whose cult of veneration in ancient times was widespread both in the East and in the West, for example in Asia Minor, Syria, Greece, Italy, Gaul, and other countries. Anastasia: Yes, even during the times of Hellenism, the cult of Isis was very popular far beyond the borders of Egypt. For the public, she was presented as a goddess of the feminine principle, fertility, creation, and the goddess of seafaring. But the first thing that catches the eye in a typical image of her is her headdress, an attribute in the form of the crescent with its horns pointing upwards and a circle above it. Allatra. Rigdon: In sacred interpretation, her name meant the transition stage, that which connected to a different sphere. By the way, in the Hellenistic period, the interpretation of the sacred symbols of, for instance, the Crow's Dome Temple was mostly borrowed, as I have already said, from the religious concepts of the East. For example, I have already mentioned in the conversation about the Greek word apse, which means a cylindrical room under the central large dome or a tower in the Crow's Dome Temple, and about the locking stone, the key that locks the arch. The symbolical meaning of the apse was borrowed by the Greeks from the sacral meaning of the name of the goddess of ancient Egypt, Isis, and one of her attributes, the Egyptian Ankh cross, which meant eternal life, the key to life, a symbol of immortality. The apse from the ancient Greek aphis, meaning arc, loop, arch, protrusion, that which brings together, connects. That is how the Greeks referred to any circular shape, disk, orb, cylinder, and the firmament. Anastasia: Yes, The priests of different ancient countries on many occasions had to put up with such massive veneration of the foreign goddess by their herds. It was difficult for them to overcome the growth of her popularity among the peoples. Rigdon. Of course, priests fought not only against this, but they also made attempts to lead this movement, or at least to borrow some rites and elements from this cult, some epithets for their local goddesses in order to enhance their attractiveness, and therefore to also increase their income. However, with all those borrowings, they partially copied the essential knowledge as well. People who had been truly let into the secret of knowledge about signs and symbols understood the reason for this popularity among the public. That is why they themselves contributed to the process of dissemination of positive signs and symbols and used any means and opportunities, including capturing them in monumental architecture, in order to pass on this knowledge to future generations. And later, this resulted simply in a tradition among different peoples, often without understanding the essence. People began to imitate, guided only by general superficial philosophy and the experience of previous generations in architecture and art. For an attentive person, it is enough to look at the architecture of sacred buildings, temples, churches, and other religious structures built both in the ancient times and today, which are located on different continents and which belong to different religions, and he will see that they reflect the same main spiritual symbols. Often such structures represent architectural solutions in the form of transformation of the square shape, meaning everything earthly and human, into a spherical shape, meaning heavenly and spiritual, which, as I have already mentioned, symbolizes spiritual growth and transformation of the human structure. Basically, this is a symbol of a union of the four essences of a human, an attainment of their oneness upon the dominance of the soul and its subsequent liberation. And the latter in the architecture of sacred buildings was depicted in the form of the cube, or a symbolical image of its 8 vertices, often as a finial, an 8-pointed star. Later, the prototype of the cube began to be shown in the form of the octagon, thanks to which the square of the tower was connected to the circle of the dome, as a symbol of final transformation, a qualitative change of the human nature and his exit to the spiritual realm. The same applies to ancient art. For example, the geometric patterns of the East, such as Muslim palaces and mosques, as well as books, garments, and decoration of dishes. They're based on arabesques, squares, circles, triangles, stars, multi-petal flowers, and interweavings which are similar to the lotus and its stem. By the way, the last ones as a motif of the Muslim medieval ornament of the 12th to 16th centuries, which is a formation of a spiral with the leaves of bindweed, are called islimi. The name is given in the English transcription. Translated from the Turkish language, it means Islamic. In the East, it is believed that this pattern glorifies the beauty of the earth, reminds people of the heavenly gardens, and also expresses the idea of the symbolical spiritual growth of a human, which is reflected in the constantly evolving and blooming shoot, whose path includes many possibilities of its growth and interweaving of different circumstances of the world. And the geometric ornaments in the Muslim art of the Near and Middle East, already in the 9th to 16th centuries, were called girih. The name is given in the English transcription. It is derived from the Persian word meaning a knot. I should mention that some of the most widespread symbols are 8-pointed, 5-pointed, and 6-pointed stars. And in general, geometric ornaments in the worldview of the Islamic religion symbolize the ideas of unity, harmony, and order on which, according to their beliefs, the universe exists, which was created by the one God, the creator of all things, Allah. Once, these symbols also served to transfer the knowledge, whereas now, for most people, they're just objects of spiritual contemplation, just like, for instance, mandalas are for the Hindus. By the way, initially only symbols and signs were used to designate Buddha, the same as in early Christianity to designate Christ, and it is only much later, as the institution of religion had been created, for example Buddhism, that Buddha was personified as a deity. Generally, as I have already mentioned, geometrical signs in the ornament are a very old tradition of symbolical transfer of knowledge which existed in the East even in the pre-Islamic times. Such an ornament was previously read by, for instance, Arab nomads like an open book which most understood. Anastasia. Well, the East, and Islam in particular, are a story in itself. Once long ago you told us about Prophet Muhammad. This in turn generated interest in Islamic traditions, culture, art, architecture, and literature. As is commonly known, the main shrine and the place of pilgrimage for Muslims is the birthplace of Muhammad, Mecca. This place is located in a small valley in the mountains. Even in pre-Islamic times, Mecca had already been the main religious center of the peoples of the Arabian Peninsula, and the Kaaba, the building in the form of a large cube, was commonly recognized as a shrine by different peoples of the Arabian Peninsula. Scientists still do not know who built it and when, but what is interesting is that when translated from Arabic, Kaaba, the English transcription of this word, means a cube. And if we take into account that a cube placed on its vertex or with the marked vertex among the peoples of the world since ancient times had been an important spiritual symbol which indicates the human transformation into a spiritual being, then the story becomes really interesting. According to geometry, a cube is a regular hexahedron consisting of 12 edges, 8 vertices, 3 edges meet in each of them, and 6 faces, which are squares. It is appropriate to recall that the number 72 can be presented as a combination of 12 by 6. Again, the symbolism of numbers and geometric values is quite interesting. So after Islam had become the dominant religion in Mecca, Masjid al-Haram Mosque became the main place of pilgrimage for Muslims. It is here that the ancient shrine Kaaba is located, as well as, by the way, Maqam al-Ibrahim, a small domed building crowned by the symbolic sign of Allatra. Inside it there is a stone with a footprint, which the legend says belongs to the Prophet Abraham. Rigdon, quite true. In Quran, Surah 3, Ayat 97, it is clearly written about this sign. There, clear signs for people are, the place of Ibrahim, and whoever enters it shall be safe. The sign of Allatra is precisely the symbol of attaining spiritual liberation, the only possible state of spiritual transformation for a human being, which opens a way to eternity, the only place he can remain safe from this material world. Anastasia, I agree with you. It is shown and written very clearly, but people don't seem to notice it or they understand it in their own way based upon their reasoning of residents of the three-dimensional world. Their attention is focused more on the external, for example on the outer wall of the Kaaba's eastern corner, which holds the main relic, the so-called black stone, Hajar al-Aswad, an egg-shaped stone which is 30 centimeters long. Scientists assume that this stone is of either volcanic or meteoric origin, but this is not the point. According to the ancient Arabic legend, the angel Jibrail, Archangel Gabriel in Christianity, in Islam as it is known, Jibrail is the most revered angel prophesying the will and revelations of Allah to prophets, handed to Adam after his repentance as a sign of the Allah's divine forgiveness, a white stone from paradise as an altar for praying on earth, which marked the beginning of Kaaba. This happened after Adam and Hawa, Eve, had been expelled from paradise and were separated, and then, many years later, they met each other again near Mecca. According to the legend, the stone initially was white, but turned black because of human sins. According to the belief of the Islamic religion, the Kaaba in Mecca is also considered to be the home of God, part of the sky tilted over to the earth, the center of the universe, and the side to which the prayer of each Muslim should be directed. Believers are made to think that every Muslim should at least once in his life visit Mecca, where he should perform a number of ceremonies, including walking around the Kaaba 7 times, as a symbol of the divine order and subordination to the single center. But if we compare all this information about the Kaaba relic with the knowledge, it turns out that it's not about the external worship. After all, the energy projection of a spiritually developed person in the 7th dimension looks like a cube set on one of its vertices. A cube with one of its vertices marked is a symbolic transfer of the spiritual knowledge, and 7 circles symbolize cognition of the 7 dimensions. Rigdon: absolutely. Often, the rites of different religions include performing some external action 7 times as a symbol of attaining the 7th dimension during lifetime. A special spiritual procession, spiritual development of human during his life on the way to God. For example, as you correctly noted, in Islam it is walking around the Kaaba 7 times, and also a number of religious rites associated with number 7. It is based on Muslim beliefs that the throne of Allah is located in paradise on top of the 7th heaven, where there is the low tree of the utmost boundary, Sidrat al-Muntaha. There is an esoteric branch of Islam, Sufism, which had a huge impact on the religious dogmas, philosophy, literature, ethics, and poetry of the Muslims of the East.